fault?
She's just very behind in tech.
Are you advanced?
Sorry?
Are you advanced?
In tech,
Yeah.
probably average. Advanced is the ability to advanced in tech is the ability to build technology or to build the hardware or the software. That's advanced.
Like when I make my robots.
Mm, yeah, I guess. I'm not sure if that's advanced or just above average. Depends. You could argue.
Zoot. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I write contracts with Fortune 100 companies. I would say that I'm advanced for tech. I have certifications from major organizations like Amazon.
Yep. Can you code?
Yeah.
What language?
Some Python, some PHP, some Ruby on Rails, some JavaScript, some HTML.
Where do you code?
Weird dog.
When did you learn to code?
Like 8 years ago.
What language did you start with?
That's a good question. HTML and PHP. Now, I'm not super advanced, but I know many of the basics. I can export code. I've exported code in Xcode for iOS to be able to upload it and launch it on the App Store. I've exported Android Studio code onto Google Play, meaning like my edits of the app showed up on the App Store. And that's really rare with any kind of coder or developer. It's usually not the same person who does the coding who actually uploads the app. That's usually multiple people. And when I first started, it was, but I just learned how to do it. But now, even the best coders in the world aren't as good as ChatGPT. So coding is kind of useless now.
I wouldn't say that.
That's why I said kind of. It's lost a lot of its importance.
I mean, where it is right now.
The best
Yeah,
coder,
where it is right
the
now.
best coder in the world right now is worse than ChatGPT 1 was. And ChatGPT 5 is way better than the best coder in the world. The best coder in the world can't smell the fart of ChatGPT at this point. The best coder in the world, it would take them hours to produce what ChatGPT puts out in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
And ChatGPT's code is right essentially every time. You don't get
I'm
errors.
going to say something.
Go ahead.
It's not as good as it could be.
I'm in agreement with you.
if it was good, then we could just have AI build websites and just code anything we wanted it to. But it's not there yet.
That's correct. And what we're anticipating is W S I W Y G coding.
I mean, imagine how useless.
Zoo, what did I just say?
All these.
Zoo, what did I just say? Zoo, what did I just say?
That it's not advanced enough. And
Zoo, no. I just gave an acronym. What acronym did I give?
What acronym?
What acronym did I give? It's called
I don't know.
WYSIYG coding.
Okay.
Aren't you going to ask what that means?
No. What does it mean?
I thought you weren't going to ask what it means.
What does it mean?
It means what you see is what you get. It's a type of coding where you can just drag and drop. The average person can create a website instantaneously.
How far away from that?
We already have it. They already have it with apps. It's just not been made mainstream yet, but we already have it. And that once we get that coding mainstream, then all coders are done. You might have somebody code.
Yeah, so
you might have someone code just to learn what people did in the past. It would be like using a typewriter today. Nobody realistically uses a typewriter for fun or for work. They might do it for fun or enjoyment, or they're a typewriter collector or whatever, but it'll just be seen as something of the past.
So every coding will be so simple that everyone knows how to code. So
Yeah, you won't even need to code per se. It's just it would be like making a picture. You just move a mouse on a screen and drag and drop where you want it.
But yeah, I get what you're saying. Coding will be so simple that every person will be able to do it. It won't be called coding. It will just be.
Yeah.
Am I correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Hang on, I have to do this.
You do whatever you need to do, pimp.
I'm only going to be like 5 minutes and we can play whatever you want.
Sounds like a plan.
You think there'll be a lot of opportunity to make money when everything gets simpler?
It's becoming more and more difficult to make money.
Why?
There are powerful organizations and people who basically, whenever you have a good idea, they have the influence to be able to just steal it or buy your company. Now, with cryptocurrency, there are opportunities for people to make money, but the issue is that people don't have the initial capital to be able to buy what they need. I mean, I'm not saying that we won't have it. I mean, the United States alone, we have 18 million millionaires. That's a lot of millionaires, and it's growing by like 1 million people every year.
Millionaires, yeah, but those are mostly slave property.
That's correct.
because American property is going crazy because everyone wants to be in America.
That's,
Correct.
um, yeah, but Americans don't want to be in America.
But Australian property is also doing really well.
Yeah, it is.
Everyone wants to be in Australia.
That's true. You know,
We have,
what
we have our population's increased by 2 million in like last 5 years.
the I now you can tell me I'm wrong about this, and that's fine. But I truthfully believe there is a coordinated effort to make Australia seem unattractive to people when in reality it's extremely attractive. There are no earthquakes, there are no hurricanes generally where people live. So what they do is they make it seem like the fauna will kill you and the flora as well. But they'll make it seem like, oh, well, you've got crocodiles. Like, you've never seen a crocodile. You've lived there 30 years. The snakes are like really only like deep in the outback. Yeah, you've got those big huntsman spiders, but they're like harmless. Um, you've got kangaroos, which aren't that bothersome. I mean, yeah, they can fuck shit up, but like in the United States, we have deer. More people die from deer every year than kangaroos. And oh, way true. Do you know how many people get hit deer when they are driving in a car? Like 50,000 people every year, and it causes and you get killed, and like tens of thousands of people a year. It's a danger.
That's because there's more people in America than there is Australia. But there's more kangaroos than deers. Wait, how many deers are in the US?
That I don't know, but I can tell you that the total amount of people who die from kangaroos a year is far less than deer.
There's more kangaroos than deers. There's more kangaroos in Australia than there are deers in America.
That doesn't matter. And I don't think that's true. I'm looking it up. Are there more kangaroos in Australia or deer in the United States? Okay. Estimates suggest there are 40 million kangaroos in Australia and 40 million deer in the United States in 48 states. Yep. So it's about the same. Now, let's look at
300 people die from deer every year. It's probably more than kangaroos.
Exactly. There you go. But that's just one thing.
I've never heard of anyone dying from kangaroos.
There you go. And like, okay, so you have crocodiles. The United States has crocodiles and it has alligators. Like, you've got dangerous snakes. We have dangerous snakes. And we have not just venomous snakes, but constrictor snakes, especially in Florida. We have like just the same amount of spiders that'll kill you. So basically what I'm saying to you is you have everything that the United States has everything that Australia has, but you don't have snow. Now I know you have blistering heat, but so does the United States. And if you're on the coast, you basically enjoy paradise year round.
So been 2 kangaroo deaths in the last 100 years, and it was from the first one was in 1936, and it was head injury sustained from the kangaroo. So it was just the fact that he got injured. He could have survived if he had the proper medical care and he was taken care of. It was just an injury from kangaroo. The second one was in 2022, and it was a 77-year-old man, and it was a domesticated pet kangaroo in Western Australia.
Doug,
So he died from
that doesn't count.
So he had a permit. Well,
yeah, I mean, it's a pet.
Well, that's why you don't keep kangaroos as pets. You're not meant to. Right? If you don't want to die from a kangaroo, don't keep it as a pet.
There you go, pimp. Okay, so
there's no reason to have.
So let's think about it. Australia doesn't have earthquakes, which are a danger. Although I can tell you this, living in California, I've never known anyone who has ever known anyone who's ever been injured in an earthquake. It's just like nobody gets hurt, but there's always the worry that in the future it could happen. So you've got earthquakes, we have blizzards that kill dozens of people a year. You don't have that. We have droughts. You do have that, and heat.
How many people died in fires?
Like a dozen.
People died in fires earlier this year?
Yeah. Just in California. I don't know about other states. What I'm basically saying is that there is a concerted effort for people to make it seem like Australia is the deadliest place on earth because of its animals, when in reality, it's actually a paradise. It doesn't snow. You don't have hurricanes. You don't have cyclones. You don't have, really you don't have tornadoes. You don't have blizzards. You don't have monsoons. You don't have really any of the issues that the United States has from a, like, a weather perspective. And in my opinion, there's a concerted effort for people to downplay purposefully how nice Australia is. Now, I'm not saying that there aren't some bad parts about Australia. Everything has to be shipped in, or a lot of things have to be shipped in, and there are issues with, foreign investment, and you're basically like part of the Commonwealth and all that other shit. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that there is a concerted effort, especially I would say, internet, to make Australia seem not a desirable place. Because frankly, if Americans knew how nice Australia was, many of us would move there and cause housing prices to go even higher.
They don't do that.
No, I'm not saying, but I'm saying that, like, that's why on the internet in particular, if you ever like, oh, Australia has a lot of benefits, people will be like, but what about the snakes? And what about the spiders? And what about the heat? And what about the kangaroos and crocodiles? But it's like the United States basically has all that same stuff, aside from like the kangaroos, and it has hurricanes and tornadoes and blizzards and earthquakes and monsoons. And Australia doesn't have any of that. Australia is essentially the world's largest island or continent, however you want to describe it, that's paradise on the coasts. And so, whenever people even think about moving to Australia from the United States, and on top of that, there are people who would see it beneficial that, people speak English there. It's like the perfect place for Americans to live. But whenever anybody in the United States mentions it, there are all these complaints about the stuff that'll kill you. When in reality, like you've never even seen a crocodile. The the huntsman spider, you talk about like it's a pet. It's no big deal. They talk about like koalas and having chlamydia. And it's like, yeah, but are you fucking a koala? It's like, something you see at the zoo. Basically, Australia is a very desirable place, and there's a concerted effort, especially on the internet, to make it not seem like it's paradise, but it really is.
You forgot all the things that could kill you as well. All the things that kill you are either extinct or endangered as well for most of them.
That's true. Like,
okay, you can get attacked by a great white shark. You can get attacked by a great shark
in the United States.
Shark anywhere in the world.
Exactly. They have one of the largest ranges in the world.
You can go swimming in the ocean. You can get stuck. You can get killed. The same animals that kill you in the ocean anywhere in the world can kill you. No difference. Like there's no reason. There's no reason. You have great white sharks over in America, right?
100%. But even worse,
they're probably just
great white sharks aren't that big of a deal. The sharks that do the most damage are like nurse sharks and tiger sharks. Like basically smaller sharks, that lemon sharks. Like they basically are in shallow waters. Great white sharks a lot of times are pretty far away from the coast. I mean, not always, but many times. And really, in the United States, only 50% of our coastline is swimmable. Like the Pacific coast is cold. Even now in August, when I like if I when I go like when I'm not streaming myself and I would go to the beach, even on the warmest day, nobody is in the water without a wetsuit unless they're not from here or they they just going for a little bit because the water's so cold. It's in the North Pacific Ocean, so it's like it's not really that warm. When you go to Florida and it's like bath water, that's what Australia's like. So what I'm saying is like all of Australia's water is warm. It's very enjoyable for the average human. All of the houses that you see along the Pacific coast, none of the people there go in the water. I mean, it's just not a thing. And like a lot of people think like, well, isn't surfing really big in the United States on the Pacific coast? Yeah, it is. But you wear a wetsuit because the water's cold. And unless it's like the hottest part of the summer, the water's just still just generally too cold. I mean, to be enjoyable. Um, when in Florida, it's like bath water. Australia, it's like bath water. And the water's really clear, really clean. Um, like you have fires. United States has fires, but fires haven't been a big thing your whole life. This is a modern thing of the last 10 years. That's not when you were a kid, you didn't hear about Australian fires that often.
Not really.
Exactly. And well, I can tell you, like we get mudslides You don't get mudslides. Mudslides are really dangerous. Um, so basically, Australia is a very well kept secret of how nice it is. One of the things that they do to make it so that it's difficult for Americans to buy property is, if I understand correctly, you have to be an Australian citizen to buy property, or it used to be that way. And also, your animal laws are very strict. Like if you're gonna bring a dog, it's got to be like um, in quarantine for like 90 days or something. Like they make it really difficult. And yeah, but overall, Australia might be on Earth, on the entire Earth, maybe like a top five destination to live. It, the Gold Coast, even Perth, is the only issue with Australia is water access. But especially with desalination technology, you could irrigate the entire interior of Australia.
I'll tell you something. During COVID, Adelaide, South Australia, when I lived, we had the lowest. We had the lowest COVID cases in like probably in the world.
I could see that because they said that sunshine killed it.
From metropolitan cities.
I could see that.
Rabbi.
What up, Pimp? How are you?
We only.
What up, baby?
We only had an outbreak.
Listen, let me talk.
Hold on. Don't
What's
be.
good? What's good?
Hold
Rabbi?
on. Don't you say that to my friend. He was in the middle of talking. Dude, finish your statement. You're gonna wait.
We only had an outbreak in South Australia when they brought in the vaccines, and that's because the vaccines give you COVID.
There you go. All right. How are you, Shanks? How are you, Owen?
Hello. I'm good. Hello. Have you? Do you know us? Do you know us from yesterday?
Yeah, of course. How's your day going?
Very good, my friend. How about you?
Excellent. What's on your agenda for today?
Jennifer, what?
What are your plans for today?
And we're going to. He's gonna do a test, for driving. The glasses, my friend.
Sure.
When you drive. Yeah, he's gonna do that. After that, we're gonna go out, play football, and stuff.
It's soccer. Okay, very well. What position do you play?
Forward. I play middle, like
Okay.
center mid.
Who's faster, Shanks or Owen?
Me, of course.
Owen.
Okay. Who has more endurance? Who can go longer, Shanks or Owen?
Me.
Good job. Then you guys are in the right positions.
Yeah.
Excellent. All right. And please remind me, how'd you find out about me?
In a row.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
We talked with you like.
I know. Like 48 hours ago. And then again 24 hours ago. Exactly. Did you watch Aiden Roth's stream yesterday?
Yes.
I did too. What did you think of it?
I didn't look for a long time.
Neither did I. Yeah, neither did I. He always has the same amount of views. He always has the same amount of views. 57,000.
Yeah.
It's always the same, which makes me think he just bots himself.
Yes.
I think so as well.
Yeah, exactly. Because he's not doing anything that exciting, and he just enough viewers to be the number one person on the kick page, but it's always 57,000. It's never like 10,000, and then other times like 80,000. It's just 57,000, and I just find that.
I think you should be popular like Aiden and Nick and talk about stuff like you told us.
100%. Just a matter of time, my friend. It's just a matter of time.
Someone kicked me, bro.
No one kicked. I didn't kick you. No one has the ability to kick you. So maybe Discord kicked you out, but I did not. And Zoot doesn't have the ability, and B. Alexander doesn't have the ability, and Owen doesn't have the ability.
Yeah, okay. That's weird because I was talking with you. I think you should try to like how to say it, focus 100% on Twitch. or no, not Twitch, X or Kick or Twitch, something like that.
I
That's what I'm
understand.
thinking about.
I
That
understand.
would make you, yeah, that would make you popular. I think.
Okay,
So I
well,
think you should. So I think you should like stream, talk about stuff, go 100% on it, and then you will be famous like Amy Gold.
oh, if it were only that easy. I understand. All right, so you guys are gonna do the driving test, and then you're gonna play soccer. Excellent. Do you have plans for this
Yeah.
weekend?
Recap. I'm starting school next week, so yeah,
Shankton, what year were you born?
2008.
Oh, excellent. That makes you not 20.
17.
Yeah, you've got to be 18 to be in here, big dog.
Oh,
Take care, guys.
take care.
Bye bye.
Bye.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking with you. I'm 18.
No, take care, Shanks.
No,
Shanks,
please.
Shanks,
Why, bro?
Shanks, come back when you're 18. It's not that long. Take care, buddy.
Okay, love you.
Love you too, big dog. Riser, you were talking about COVID numbers during that time, and Adelaide did really well.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Anyway, are you ready to lose? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, I asked you a question.
Give me a second. Why is AI so bad at visual puzzles?
It's improving.
I give him a visual puzzle to give the answer. I say, here's the answer, and it gives me like something that doesn't even make sense.
If AI gets too good at visual puzzles, it'll be able to do captchas, and then once that happens,
Oh, thank God.
like the internet goes away.
What?
Well, then just you can have bots take over websites, like I do with Kick. The reason why I'm so successful on Kick is because they don't have a captcha system.
So I don't have a gun.
Because Twitch doesn't, and Twitch is their competition, and so they don't want to make it more difficult to use their website than Twitch. Now Twitch, because they're trying to beat Twitch. Now Twitch has a few settings and defense mechanisms that protect them, security features, I guess you call them, that allow them to keep some bots out. But any smart coder or hacker can get around them. Their big one is you have to use like a legitimate, what they consider to be like a Gmail address, but there are ways around that. And um, they have some pretty good IP address tracking, but there are ways around that. Kick has some of these systems, but they're just not as good. And the reason why is Kick doesn't have as big of a team. I mean, Twitch has Amazon, and Kick just has like a team of I think like 200 people. Stake has like 800, and Kick has 200. So even combined, they have like 1,000 people. When Amazon has like hundreds of thousands of employees, and at least Twitch has probably 10,000 employees, something like that.
6 free.
What'd you say, Tim? Hey, Zoot, I have a question. Now, I'm not saying that this is going to work, but, and I say this as your friend because I care about you. And one time you said to, I said, it's really got to be difficult with Tourette's. Like, you basically can't keep a secret because it's whenever you have a secret, it's at the top of your mind, and then you end up blurting it out, and that must make for very awkward social interactions because you'll just be with like you might be with someone, I don't know. Let's say there was a person who was green, and you would just call them green, and that would be offensive because it's not something that normal people do. I'm just asking, have you ever tried this? Because I've heard this is a good method to stopping those kinds of things and similar things, smoking and nicotine and marijuana and anything that can cause like that you have a habit with. You put a rubber band on your hand, on your wrist, and then whenever you have one of those blurt outs in your case, you snap it. And subconsciously, it makes your body not want to do that anymore. I'm not saying it's going to work exactly well for you, but have you ever tried that?
No.
I would suggest it. I think it could help you. And even if it doesn't, then you tried it. But basically, like one time I said to you, it's got to be really difficult to like basically have like you, for instance, you tell me what's in your crypto wallet. That's not a smart thing to just say. You blurt it out sometimes, and that's not a smart. I don't want to say it's not smart, but it's not.
Especially when you're streaming to how many people?
Well, exactly. So if you can, and I remember it hurt me to hear you say because you're my friend. You said, yeah, like my whole life, like is summarized just in that. Basically, like imagine all of the secrets that you had, and those were the things that you wanted to say the most, or that maybe that you were just tempted to say the most. And I said to you, like, man, that would make it difficult with like a girl or someone because not only not only does she have to worry about that with you, like she could tell you a secret, like I'm on my period. Okay, fine, no big deal. But then you're just gonna blurt out like she's on her period, or your children could have that. And I think it's something that you said is more manageable with nicotine, or at least the nicotine patch. But those are expensive, and you'd have to wear them 24 hours a day. It's a costly endeavor. Do you have a rubber band?
Yeah.
Go get a rubber band right now.
There's no medication for Tourette's as well.
I understand. Well, you said nicotine, but go get a rubber band. Tell me when you have a rubber band, Zoot.
I don't.
You don't have a rubber band? Nowhere
I
in
have
nowhere in your house you have
an
a.
elastic.
Okay, elastic will work. Can you put it around your wrist?
Yeah.
Okay, put it around your wrist. And whenever you like, this is gonna be a reminder. Subconsciously, you want to wear it for as long as you need to. And whenever you have a blurt out, you just snap it. And what it does is subconsciously your body doesn't like that, and it will slowly ease you away from wanting to do the non-desirable activity. This works with people who bite their nails. It works with people who are addicted to drugs and nicotine and alcohol. It just is like a thing that if you are conscious about it and you have this thing on you, you don't want to snap it. It causes you an issue. And your body, instead of being carefree and just saying whatever you want or desiring alcohol or drugs or nicotine or whatever, it just recognizes that it doesn't want that snap. You don't have to snap yourself hard, but just keep it on your hand and we're going to play. Are you ready to play? Zoot.
Not yet.
Okay, well, you tell me when you're ready to play. Is the elastic on your hand or on your arm? On your wrist?
Yeah.
It,
Hang on. Free.
Zoot, show me when you have time. Show me the elastic on your wrist.
Red, blue, orange.
Yo, pimp.
Do you think things are going to get better for me?
If you put this thing on your wrist, I do. Show it to me.
Let's play.
Zoot, let me see the elastic thing on your wrist. Zoot, show it to me. Why does snapping an elastic band on your hand when you have a tick help people with Tourette's psychologically? Well, Zoot, you said you had elastic, so get it. I'm gonna wait for you.
Would a belt work?
No. No, it's got to be like elastic or rubber. Go in your kitchen and look and see if you have like rubber or like elastic on like broccoli or something. Yo, pimp. What'd you say?
I don't know.
Do you have a string?
No.
Do you have a do you have a string? Okay, take a string and put it around your wrist.
I don't have a string.
We'll go get one.
I'll roll after dinner.
Okay, dude, listen to me. The next time you come in here, I want you to have a rubber band, okay? I'm going to ask you to show me it the next time I see you, okay?
Okay.
Here's why. Snapping an elastic band on your wrist for Tourette's syndrome may not be a complete cure, but it can help some people psychologically because it taps into a few behavioral and neurological mechanisms. The first is competing sensory input, sensory gating. When you snap the elastic, you create a sharp, clear physical sensation. For some people with Tourette's, that sensation can briefly complete with the urge to tick, making the brain's sensory system focus on the new input instead of the premonitory urge, premonitory urge that leads to a tick. Interruption of premonitory urges. Many people with Tourette's feel a rising uncomfortable sensation before a tick, like an itch that you have to scratch. The snap can reset the buildup for a moment, giving the feeling that you've satisfied the urge without actually performing the tick. This is a big one. Habit reversal therapy principle. In habit reversal therapy, HRT, one method is to become aware of the tick signal and perform a competing response instead. While snapping a band isn't the official competing response taught in HRT, those are usually tension incompatible movements. It follows a similar logic, replacing the tick with an intentional action. Sense of control. Tourette's can feel unpredictable and involuntary, which can cause anxiety or frustration. The act of snapping the band is chosen, giving a small sense of agency in a situation where the person often feels they have none. This control can reduce the emotional stress around tics. Distraction and mindfulness. The snap can be a grounding cue, pulling attention back into the present moment and away from the spiraling focus on the tick or its social consequences. Do you understand why this could work for you?
Yep.
Are you ready to play?
Give me a second.
The next time you come in here, what are you going to have on your arm?
Rubber band.
You got it, big dog. And I'm going to ask to see it.
What's 22? What's 76 divided by
38.
Alright, let's play.
Okay, just one moment. What do you want? What what invite do you want?
Any?
Any invite? Okay.
Alright, do you want to do back? Oh no, I gotta go for dinner. Let's do balance.
You got it.
I want a quick game.
Do you want easy, standard, or pro?
Right. Rabbi,
Yo,
I'm
pimp.
gonna win. Because I'm gonna try a trick.
I don't think either of
You know
us are
what
going to
trick is?
finish. I don't think either of us are going to finish.
I feel like I'm gonna finish. But not when I'm playing like that. Rabbi, I fucked up already. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
see how I fucked up already. Okay, this is gonna be the easiest win. Have you ever thought about how do you think about me? What do you think?
I think you're a man struggling with some issues.
What's my issues?
You've got a lot of behavioral issues you're dealing with.
Why is that?
Because you don't have a rubber band on your hand at this point. This one's so hard. Zoot, what's your secret? I thought you were gonna do some secret.
Oh yeah, this one. Okay, you ready? When the rates one actually fucking helps you because you fucking making positive moon and the race one actually helps you with your I feel like there's some good ways to die. Okay? That can help you.
What did you say?
I feel like there's some strategic ways where you can die in this game where it helps you.
Perhaps.
But that was not the strategic way to die just then. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
this is the hardest one.
What is the hardest one?
You know what I'm talking about. The star.
No, the circle one's so hard.
The star. You mean the star?
No, the circle. Oh man, dude, there's one. I've never seen this before. It's so hard. Dude, I'm on one. I don't think I'm ever gonna be able to do it.
Is it a lot of fun?
Yeah, maybe. Dude, you're never gonna get it either. I can't even get past the first part of it.
Alright, we're going again. Do the same one again. Do again.
Dude, there's one part that
I don't think either of us will ever get it. It's so hard. Are you ready?
Yep.
Have you
What's the
ever
most?
have you ever beaten me at this? I don't think
Yep.
so.
Hey, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how many types of neurotypes are there that haven't been researched yet?
How would we know?
I don't know. Well, it's kind of like humans kind of just make up different types of neurotypes.
Yeah, that's true.
But really, you could be put into any neurotype, like anyone.
Yeah, I'd be in the sexy
Doesn't
one.
mean
Sexy one with the big dick and hilarious.
you're too stupid. Your favorite type of what's your favorite? Rabbi, do you think you're gonna beat the last level?
If it's the same one as they had the last time, no, absolutely not.
How hard is it?
I didn't even make it past the first part. I think it's four deep.
Fuck. You're right. The circle is the most annoying part. Rabbi, how do you get past the circle?
I just timing.
Am I rushing? What the fuck? You go far? On the circles, you go fast, right?
I bet this game is really good for hand-eye coordination.
Well, my hand-eye coordination sucks.
Like this might be the best game for hand-eye coordination of all of the games that they have on here.
Not mini golf?
No.
Mini golf would be close, though. What about pool?
No. It doesn't have the speed aspect.
What about you also? It's also good for ADHD because you can't be too impulsive. Okay, Rabbi, are you on the impossible one?
No, not yet.
When are you going to the impossible one? Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
can I ask you something?
Go for it, big dog. Dude, I got into like an impossible one again.
I don't think it's impossible. Right, we're doing it until one of us beats it. Let's go.
Okay. Zoot, next time you come in here, what's going to be on your arm?
Close.
No,
No rubber band.
you got it. You're going to have to go to the store then, aren't you?
Yeah.
It's going to be the thing that helps you. And then eventually you're going to overcome it, and then you're not going to need it anymore. You're going to have normal relationships with people.
Yeah. Right.
I don't think I did a hard one.
Right.
I didn't do the hard one. I think I just did whatever. So we have to do the hard one.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be back. I'm gonna be like 5 minutes, 10 minutes.
You're never coming back, are you?
So all four of them came. But Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, Mongols always call people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food or anything by order of age. It's always done. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable fraternity, but he always favored him. The youngest fellow was too hot-headed. Another was a heavy drinker. Another was very rigid about the law of the Mongols. What he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, a reasonable person. They called him Zuch by such speak. It's a guy named the second one who believed in Mongol laws. He jumped up and he said, this is what accused his father of all kinds. How can you call on this Mongol, this market master? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol Empire. You know, you can imagine trying to see this. Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. You see here, being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech. Actually, the way the secret history makes it look like there was his assistant speakers. This is very awkward. Great comfort. Very much let somebody else say the form of a spokesperson. I think it was his words that I think he said the one day. So I think of this business, you did not know you were not there. The stars were moving in the sky, heaven was turning around, the earth was turning over. You did not know who loved you. You did not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. If I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son? By the way, pretty really high integrity, really respectable.
genius of doing is to set it up that way. And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination going on at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision, like what it will keep the empire together.
Tarzan was, actually there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like not just Tarzan, were extremely into economics and trade and running these companies and private corporations all over. She was running her own health and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics and the trade and running the empire. There was a time of peace and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored a worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great, but a good they favored. She favored Luke, her son. So she arranged to have him made the great emperor while she was still alive. Her primary minister was also a woman. Fatima from the Middle East. And unfortunately, they had organized a purge of her court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. A lot of them were Muslims. They killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he sent off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And he was gone. Then his wife took over Al-Qabish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law. Al-Qabish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sultan, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia. The two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Al-Qabish, and she put herself on Khan who succeeded by all that.
I should say probably that, this whole succession by King probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes, in the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we'd say called today almost a corporation. All lands belonged to everybody in the family, everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers. There were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each coming, and then they owned. Tarzans would own silk factories in China. United would own silk factories in China.
Yeah, dog.
Are we doing part?
Yep. Did you know you have the lead?
No, I'm not that far from it.
Yep.
How's it feel to lose?
I haven't, so I don't know. I've never lost
Oh,
you.
shit.
I've never lost you in this game.
Hang on. Forgot to call a little bit.
You need to get a rubber band.
Forgot that too. But I forgot to buy a little bit.
The origins of the Jews of India go back to the ancient period, and we basically have four
Zoot.
types of population that inhabited the subcontinent. First of all, you have the Cochin Jews who live on the Malabar coast here in the southern part of the subcontinent, and then you have the Bnei Israel, and they're sort of like circled by this green square box here, and they're primarily a little bit to the north near the city of Mumbai. And then you have the so-called Baghdadi Jews, who are not necessarily all from Baghdad, and they are concentrated in Kolkata, but also located in some of the populations where Jews had previously resided. And finally, the so-called Paradesi Jews, who are spread out in a few centers, also found within the recognized population centers of the country. Let's have a look at these four distinct types of Jews in a very quick overview. First of all, let's begin with the Cochin Jews, or the earliest Jews recorded in India. They certainly date from the ancient period. We know from the text of the Hebrew scriptures, the Tanakh, that there are several words that are related to Sanskrit and Tamil, which are most likely connected to the trade that went on between ancient Israel and ancient India. There are terms primarily for like various goods and gems and things like that. There's also
That's a miss.
that this
That's a miss.
mysterious oak
That's a
beer
miss. That's a
that
make.
is the
That's a
source of
miss.
much of Solomon's wealth
That's a miss.
may have been a place called Supara.
That's a make.
At the mouth
That's
of
a
the
make.
Indus River, which
That's a miss.
also housed a very ancient civilization. But we know from multiple sources, from not only Jewish sources, but Greek sources and Roman sources and so on, that there was significant amount of trade, particularly from the west coast of India and the Middle East. By the time you get to the medieval period, the Vandalite traders, who we spoke about in a previous class, have been traveling all through this route and definitely are engaged in trade all
Zoot,
across
you're down.
the European and the Asian continents. And they're described primarily in Arabic.
470
so we know
points.
that there are Jews
Get
who
it.
are visiting India and who are in
That's a
possibly
make.
setting up kinds of
That's a
settlements
miss.
in India.
That's a
The first
make.
of those settlements
That's a
is
make.
the so-called
That's a make.
Cochin Jews.
That's a miss.
We
That's a
know
miss. Make.
of their
Make.
history
Make.
from their local legends, but one of the most fascinating early documents that we have that specifically refers to them are a series of 3 copper plates that are apparently a type of a charter that were issued to the Jews of Cochin from a local king. This kind of like sets the tone for much of the history of Cochin Jewry, a remarkable level of coexistence with the local population. One of the things that's quite fascinating about this period is that there seems to have been no indigenous anti-Semitism.
Yeah.
I know, right? That's like so hard to believe, but there seems to be very, very few incidents of any kind of organized anti-Jewish impetus. This may be related to the fact that what's one more anyway, that kind of thing. But anyway, that seems to be the case in Cochin. So these three copper plates offer some kind of charter, which is essentially a promise to a possibly legendary local Jewish figure named Joseph Rabbi, giving the Jews of Cochin all kinds of privileges, many of them symbolic in nature, like the right to use a parasol, which is apparently something reserved for royalty and things like that. The plates themselves
Evolving restores 10 hit points.
Probably the 11th century, really old, and that, of course, does not speak to the origins of the Cochin Jews, which could have gone back easily to the ancient period. They are written in the Malayalam language in the Batalutu script. Yes, I pronounced that. I hope I pronounced it correctly.
Maybe.
And one of the factors that we have to bear in mind when we're studying India is that it is so far from homogeneous. Just like when we talk about Africa, there are literally dozens upon dozens of cultures with multiple languages and multiple faiths and so on. So, yeah, although it does have one kind of like geographic description, it is, one contiguous territory. India is really made up of many.
Let's see it, big dog.
Now, the Cochin Jews were fascinating in that they seem to have not really been deeply connected to the traditional rabbinic or even the later Karaite iterations of Jewish thought, and they seem to have, evolved with indigenous leadership that led to a lot of really fascinating kind of local customs.
Best song ever.
For example, this is a Carlocas,
Oh, that song's amazing, dog.
placed in front of the ark from the Torah. This is a common element.
I love it. It's great.
All over the world, and of course harkens back to the temple where a curtain
baby.
separates the holy of holies from the rest of the temple grounds. But a fascinating element in the Cochin Jewish customs is that they incorporate the skirt or other type of clothing of a bride into the parocha itself, which is a fascinating kind of idea that actually brings to mind some interesting Kabbalistic references to the Torah as a kind of orasa, as a bride that is to be married, fascinating kind of thing. But at any rate, they incorporate that right into the parochas. Also fascinating, there was a custom that on the eve of the Sabbath, on Friday afternoon, a synagogue functionary would take a taper and light it from the ner tamid, from the eternal flame that burns inside the synagogues. In modern synagogues, it tends to be an electric bulb that sometimes makes it look like a fire, but obviously in medieval, pre-modern times, they would have to use an actual flame. And he would carry this taper to all the homes where they would have these kind of like oil things set up on the outside of their homes, and he would like share the light of the synagogue with all the Jewish homes on the eve of the Sabbath. Beautiful kind of idea, I think. The Cochin Jews changed significantly with the arrival of the Portuguese. This is the first major influx of Western Europeans that occurs in the age of discovery, when people like Vasco da Gama are making their way around India and exploiting the region for trade. This is an interesting Portuguese depiction of what they thought the Jews of Malabar looked like, and represented that backwards to Europe. And there's an interesting kind of thing happening with the arrival of the Europeans, where some of the local elites, the Jewish elites, are sometimes co-opted by the Portuguese. One of those is none less than Gaspar da Gama, who was an interesting Jewish character who was apparently forcibly baptized. Vasco da Gama himself, the great explorer, he took the name da Gama after his patron, as it were. And then he went on to a rather brilliant career as a translator for the Portuguese, helping them negotiate the vagaries of Indian culture and language. Fascinating kind of elements. But we'll talk more about the impact of the Europeans shortly. Here's an interesting photograph from 1978. You can see in the foreground is a Hindu temple, and in the background, with that distinct clock tower, is the Cochin Jewish synagogue, one of several, actually. They actually were established a little bit further to the north in a town called Shingli until in the 14th century it was wiped out by a big flood, and then they moved a little bit further to the south. And famous synagogue with a clock tower on it. Here's another photograph of the tower itself. You can see that it actually had three sides, and on one of the sides, the numbers in the clock were in Hebrew. Fascinating. And the proximity of the temple and the synagogue is also one of those testaments to the rather famed coexistence of Hindu and Jewish elements in Cochin. If we move on to the next most well-known Indian Jewish community, that would be the so-called Bnei Israel, the children of Israel. Here's a fascinating depiction of Bnei Israel baking matzah, and they clearly are dressed in traditional Indian costume, but preparing a very traditional Jewish cuisine. There are uncertain legends of their arrival. Once again, you recall they primarily settled a little further north on the western coast. The entire western coast, by the way, achieved a tremendous popularity and surge in transport once the prevailing directions of the monsoon winds were harnessed for efficient travel from the Middle East and the Red Sea into the Arab Sea. It is the Arabian Sea. It's important to note that it was a very dangerous passage, especially before the monsoon winds were more better understood. No less an important figure than David ben Maimon, the Rothschild'S, was killed in a shipwreck on this particular route in the Arabian Sea. But at any rate, sometime possibly in the ancient period, definitely by the medieval period, Jews were settled in the region of Mumbai. These are the so-called Bnei Israel. Like the Cochin Jews to the south, they also exercised indigenous spiritual leadership. They did not really rely heavily on imported rabbis
cigarettes,
at least until the modern period. And so they developed a lot of kind of unusual cultural idiosyncrasies that you don't necessarily see in other Jewish communities. But there's a remarkable explosion of Jewish activity among the Bnei Israel in the early 19th century, ironically with the arrival of Christian missionaries. This is because the Christians come in, and as we saw to a certain degree with the influence of Jesuits on the Chinese Jewish population, the Christian Jewish missionaries bring a lot more exposure to the broader Jewish world with them through their attempt to convey Christian doctrines. And the Bnei Israel afterwards said, wow, this is really interesting. And oh my gosh, you know Hebrew, so you can teach me Hebrew. And all of a sudden, these Bnei Israel started becoming really proficient in Hebrew and started studying more and more Tanakh and getting more involved in Mishnah and so on. And they ended up developing really a rich connection with the rest of world Jewry. So much so that, like Cochin Jewry in the 20th century, was a very heavy movement of Bnei Israel
to slowly reduce the amount of nicotine you have in your vape until it's at zero.
Issues in this particular class, we'll have to get to it in the next semester, but they're really quite connected to the rest of world Jewry and especially to the language. Just to have a look at some of the interesting cultural features that developed among the Bnei Israel, here you see an interesting custom that right next to the mezuzah, the small
Allegedly.
device that's attached to Jewish doors that has a piece of the Hebrew scriptures in it, from the Shema prayer. On the right, they also put up some rice stars as a kind of prayer, physical prayer for good fortune.
Evolved.
Fascinating. And also you see among the Bnei Israel, in this particular photograph,
Then you heal.
I know I said I wouldn't talk about the 20th century, but nevertheless, especially through their contacts with Christian missionaries, the Bnei Israel begin to make a distinct movement towards modernity, as you can see in the varieties of clothing and their generational differences in this picture of one. And there are many such examples.
I think you're done either way. It doesn't matter.
Finally, let's have a quick look at the Baghdadi and Paradesi Jews. The Baghdadi Jews, as the name implies, were representative of a significant population of Jews who began to move in the Indian subcontinent primarily for international trade, and they began to establish strong footholds there. Many other Jews from the region began to coalesce around the Baghdadis, and in general, they were known as Sephardim, the term separat really applies to
Good move,
Spain
dude.
and the Spanish diaspora. Nevertheless, many communities from the Middle East, the so-called Mizrach communities, also commonly refer to themselves as Sephardim, at least to distinguish themselves from
I did see what happened.
who also had
It made one of the berries a blue
not
thing.
nearly in the same numbers. The so-called paradise model many of the patterns of the Baghdadi Jews, although they do not necessarily stem from the same region of the Middle East. The term paradisi means apparently foreign, so they're like from foreign countries as opposed to local indigenous
I don't know that you
populations
did.
or from Baghdad specifically. One of the most famous of these early Baghdadi immigrants was David Sassoon, a very important builder of the Indian community here on the left, and then with his sons who all were very,
I think you hit me.
the economic infrastructure of Baghdadi Jewry. Now, at this point, I'm just going to mention very quickly one kind of passing comment that refers not only to the Cochin and the Bnei Israel populations, who were heavily influenced by Varna, that is the caste system in India, but it was accelerated with the arrival of the British in the 19th century that adds to it classism. You have this unusual phenomenon where Jews in India will begin to break down in a caste-like status.
You're done.
With their occupations and sometimes with their racial characteristics as well. And you have some
You're very close.
that are not present in traditional Jewish approaches to the ban on marriages between these different self-imposed castes. There are some very limited bans on, for example, the priestly caste of Kohanim are not allowed to marry, for example, divorcees, but it's really quite minor by comparison to the very complex caste system that pertained in India up until 1947, at least legally. You also have linguistic implications because many of these Jews, particularly those generations who came later, begin to see the British as the power that would offer them the most opportunities for their own economic and social advancement, and so they begin to assimilate themselves or acculturate themselves towards British now.
Go ahead, Zoo.
Focusing on the English language rather than local Indian languages and so on. Much more to say about this, but really we're still looking at
I don't know about that.
period as a terminal,
You're up.
so we'll have to talk about the other elements of the early semester. I hope you found this topic as fascinating as I did, and I want to thank you very much for watching, and we'll see you in more videos. Thank you.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp. That's a move.
Okay. I just lost.
Let us resume our discussion of modernity in Jewish history by looking at just a part of diaspora. You'll recall that just a few lectures ago, we spent a little bit of time talking about what is modernity, what does that term actually mean in Jewish history, and why is 1392 often taken as the term that
Reload.
turning site from medieval Jewish obviously
Reload.
Spain and
Yeah, I'm really down a second. Just give me a second.
Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo. 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 Zoo.
I'm good.
Are you going to accept it?
Yeah.
All right.
I
Zoo, you have an invitation.
got it.
5 days left until what? Zoot,
So I win. I'm gonna win. Oh, yes, yes.
you're
yes.
fucked.
This is the best ever fire. This is the best ever fire. Are you fucking kidding me, Rabbi? Isn't that feel worse to have to fire?
No, it's not. It's the
You know
best.
what?
It's the best to have the fire.
No, because no matter what, you're still going to damage the opponent with fire anyway.
Yeah, but then it's even more fire.
I guess, but I guess you can look at it that way.
That's the way a smart person. That's the way a smart person would look at it.
I just helped you. Oh, saying that. Do you think I am? I think I'm retarded.
Dude, come on, man.
Rabbi,
What up, Pimp?
wasn't me. How do you take advantage of a better long-term memory than a short-term memory?
You remember things longer?
Sorry?
I don't know. I mean, it's not like you have like the greatest long-term memory ever.
No.
So you just do your best to work on short-term activities to improve your mental capacity.
Okay. I can remember phone numbers of my friends from when I was 16.
Okay.
That normal.
Yeah.
Not the contact. The whole phone number.
I know what you're saying. Their whole phone number.
Not just one friend, but like 4 of them.
Okay. No.
I mean, my long-term memory is not that great because I can't even remember your fucking birthday. So it's not that great.
Okay, so
It was recent.
nope.
It's soon, bro.
Nope.
It's today, right?
Yep.
Your birthday not tomorrow.
Okay.
And then 354 other birthdays in a day.
More than that.
55? 365.
364.
Well, no, it's 365 because you could be born on the weekend when you're not. Because
Next year is not a leap year, so it'd be 364.
Okay, your birthday is next year.
Okay.
This year.
Okay.
Did I call it this year?
Perhaps.
And you were born in 1985.
Correct.
You were born.
Dude, why are you so obsessed with birthdays? Go.
You ready for it?
Yep.
Where'd that move out of 10?
9.
I fucked up.
That water saved you.
You see how I fucked up there? Rabbi, should I go and kick and talk about you?
If you do, you'll get banned.
I don't use kicks, so I don't really care.
If anybody about me now, especially since I've been spamming people like crazy this week, everyone will ban you.
Why do you think that is?
Because I've improved my bots and they're just like extremely annoying. For sure. Oh, I made a mistake. I made a big mistake.
I mean, to be honest, you ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Wait, is hearing helpful? I made a mistake right now.
Why do you think you made a mistake, Zoo?
The flag gives you 5 points, remember?
Yeah.
You can win if you can match the flag. Second time. Are you ready?
That move saved you in this game. You were gonna lose if you didn't make that move.
And in Constantinople, there was a tremendous number
I
of
don't really have
Jews,
any good moves.
primarily because it was the capital of the Ottoman Empire, the great administrative center. And the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire laughed at Spaniards openly, saying, "What are you expelling the Jews? They are incredibly useful. They literate, numerate, they are well connected internationally because of their earlier diaspora, and he invited the Jews
Okay, fuck you.
to places like Svat, to the capital city of Constantinople. So there was a huge surge of Jewish activity in Constantinople as a lot of the Jewish exiles make their way there. We also see Jews in some of the most important sectors, such as, for example, Greece and the Balkans.
It's over.
Approximately 46 day road from Thessaloniki, Salonika, one of the most important Jewish centers in Greece, and they represent
You're done.
women in traditional costume on the left, a Muslim woman in the center, a Jewish woman who was wearing absolutely amazing shofar, and a Bulgarian woman who I imagine is Christian, although we couldn't see a Christian woman veiled like that. I don't know enough about the history of costumes, but I thought it was a really fascinating program. So the Jews of Thessaloniki really get a huge boost from the Spanish exiles as well. So that's kind of like looking at some of the impact on the Ottoman Empire, where you've got a modernizing, westernizing, but at the same time, deeply mystical approach to Judaism and the outside world. Looking at Europe,
Zoot, you have an
Europe was one of the
invitation.
most important destinations in this modern
Electric
exile,
one.
and they were extremely creative there, reflecting backwards on their past. On the right here, we see a gorgeous translation of the Bible into Spanish, the Hebrew Bible into Spanish, by these Portuguese exiles. It's called the Ferrara Bible, named after Ferrara, a city in Italy, where there were significant settlements of these exiles, and many of them brought significant wealth with them. And they supported scholarship, in particular two women who we'll discuss in just a second. On the left, you see
You're up,
a
pimp.
Portuguese document with consolations for the tribulations of
What are you
Judaism
gonna do, son?
staying with by one family who's today conducted in Portugal. He wrote a brilliant kind of trialogue, a sort of a play in which several biblical figures discuss the history of the Jewish experience in rhyme. And it takes us all the way up through the 16th century and unfolds the experience of the Inquisition and the exile within the larger arc of Jewish history. A
I fucked
fascinating
up.
book of Jewish thought and scholarship and also history, although presented in that unusual way. Perhaps the most dramatic moment that illustrates what the impact of the Sephardic exiles in the Italian peninsula is the so-called Ancona Accord. Ancona is a significant port on the Adriatic Sea. You can see it on this map. If you look at the Italian route, and I pronounced that like a Canadian, I know, and you look sort of at the back of the cap, you see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Passau. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlement there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically Ancona was the sort of at the back of the cap. You see there's the port of Ancona, and just to the north, another port of Passau. Ancona was a deeper water port and a little bit more attractive to many Portuguese Jews who made settlements there. And they were free in Ancona, even though it was a Catholic country. They basically, they had a fairly light supervision from all
You're up,
religions.
Zoot.
And these Portuguese
What are you
Jews
gonna do,
actually
son?
went back to their Jewish identity, even though they were technically Christians because they had been supposedly baptized. Things changed dramatically under his successor, Paul IV, who was really quite upset that even in the Italian peninsula itself, so close to Rome, there would be Jews who would return to their Jewish identity, or rather, I should say, Americans, forcibly
Calm down, Zoot.
Christianity, return
Okay, I like Rabbi.
What up, baby?
If we were betting on this, I would love
Okay, big dog.
to. We won. We won.
Who is we?
Yes, they won, Rabbi.
Who is we, Zoo?
I don't know. Aquarius says if we only win, if one person wins, we only win.
That's true.
Kind of doesn't make
It's Miss Aquarius, not Aquarius.
Yeah, same thing.
No, you say what her name is.
Ms. Aquarius.
There you go, big dog.
What's the difference?
One is her name, the other is not her name.
She married?
I don't know.
But she's not a man. Okay. She's a man. I think. How long? So, Rabbi, you were a coder.
I wasn't a coder, I'm a developer. And all of the code that I talked about knowing, I barely know it now. And I didn't even know it that well then. That's not what I do. I'm a developer, but technically I'm a project management professional. And what I'm going to do right now is evolve this guy, just in case you weren't aware. And he's going to be super powerful. Oh, look at you, Zoo. That's a big upgrade. Are you proud of that? Zoo.
My life is real.
Yeah, I know it is.
ADHD.
What up, pimp? How are you? Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm taking back in the way.
Just playing the game against my friend Zoo.
Oh, fuck. Fuck. That didn't work out like you thought it did, though.
It's good.
Oh, is it? Hey, who's this? Who? Me. Who's that? Me.
Oh.
Thanks, me. We're in Australia. Me? Yeah. In the hood. What part? In the hood. Did you sleep? Wait. That was a weird interaction.
Word dog.
He just distracted me and gave. Yeah. I bet he was from like.
All I know is that
You're in Orange County.
your ticks are really hard today, aren't they?
Yep.
It's okay, buddy. You need to get that rubber band, and you'll be okay. But you need the rubber band. It'll be a reminder to you. It'll help you because you need help.
What if I don't have the
You absolutely do.
how do you know?
Because normal people don't act the way that you act.
Okay. Do you feel like if a psychologist was in here, what do you think they would diagnose me with?
Tourette's.
Is that it?
Perhaps. Oh, Zoot, that's a big one. Zoot, you might win. Dude, and you got the four thing? Zoot,
No. Yeah, you won. You won. Right. I really want to beat you about the healer.
you want me to play without the healer?
No, I gotta beat you. I gotta beat you without me having the healer. Do you really think the healer is like
The healer's
huge
the best.
advantage?
The healer's the best guy in the game that we play.
Oh, but there's so many DLC characters that could kick ass.
I know, but just the way that we play. Zoot, are you gonna confirm?
I wonder what. I kind of wonder what these DLC characters do.
Dude, Zoot, it's over for you. This is my best level.
I got 5 HP.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that really helps. It should be more than 5 HP if the board's set up like this.
I think it's. I would rather go second.
Depends on how the board's set up.
I know. The question that I have for you is, do you think that was a good move? Oh, dog.
No.
This is a serious.
Do I think it was? Do I think it was a good move? No. Do I think that the board has been set up in my favor? No, it's been set up in your favor.
Word, dog. You're up, pimp. That was a mistake. Extra move.
Was it?
Yeah.
So if it was a
Another,
mistake, why did I get a hit?
I mean, that's nothing. I'm not worried about it.
Okay. A mistake would be to give you the bread, but I need the bread as well. So this makes life really hard. But I think the best move I can make is this.
Incorrect. It would have been to get this green here and take away my extra move. Because then
I see the move that you can do right now. You got real lucky.
I mean, what do you want me to do about
Alright,
it?
the best move that I can make right now. You ever had
That was a mistake. Why wouldn't you get the red?
hey Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
how long would it be before we can scan people's brains and then find out their weaknesses, their strengths, and find out like their true IQ and what they're good at and what they're weak at?
Perhaps we can already do that, big dog.
I don't think we can.
Okay, well, you keep thinking what you want to think, and that's cool. I'm gonna keep whooping your
Are you,
ass.
are you, are you saying that there's places out there that if you pay enough money, you can go and do that?
Perhaps intelligence agencies can do that.
Really?
Word, dog.
Where are they?
CIA, MI5, MI6.
Wouldn't that make study pointless?
Perhaps
Well, not study, but education.
we might be able to do mind upload and mind download soon enough. Oh, Zoot, that was really good.
Why would you want to do that?
Why would I want to
Just
evolve?
download information. Just download information.
Correct.
What if you put a virus in it? What if you put a virus inside my brain? Take it from the brain.
That could be a thing.
That would make a good fucking movie. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
let's make a movie like that. Right?
Okay, big dog.
In the, in the future, it's like they're uploading and downloading information, educational information, and there's viruses inside there. That would be a fucking phenomenal movie.
Zoot, it's over for you, son.
Would you watch that movie?
Perhaps.
You know, Face Off is nearly 30 years old.
I could see that. What do you want to play next? Darts.
Yep. Pretty a long time ago.
It's relative. In the history of the universe, no. But in the history of a 5-year-old, yes.
And what?
In the history of a 5-year-old, like a 5-year-old child, Zoot, you're done. It's over. Zoot, you're done. It's over. Get a 999. Get a 11.
Oh, so what you're saying if I was 100, 30 years old?
Yeah, I mean, it just depends.
Well, there's a lot of platforms where you can pick up.
Where, dog?
60, 70.
That's a 7. That's a 19. That's a 20. Are you happy with that?
I don't know. I'm nearly 30 and I fucking hate it.
You talk about it all the time.
I mean, how did you feel when you were about to turn 29?
I embraced it. It was the best of both worlds. I could fuck chicks in their 20s or chicks in their 40s.
Yeah, that was something like that.
No, it rules.
I'm gonna move.
All right, pimp. Let's see it. You just busted, son. And I just checked out. Do you remember when you were better at me than this game?
I think this is the best game for hand-eye coordination, to be honest.
You were better than I was at this game?
Alright, you ready for me to win?
Yeah.
I'm gonna pull it off. The triple 20, the 20 and the 1. Okay, we got the 20.
Do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? Do you remember when you were better than I was at this game? And now you fucking get your ass smoked in it?
Be quiet. Be quiet. What were you done? What were you saying?
Do you remember when you used to smoke me at this game, but now I'm better at it than you are?
What were you saying?
I'm better at this game than you are. Do you need me to fucking say it again? I am better at this game than you are.
Let's play again.
Dude, you've been smoked 3 games in a row.
You know, I've only won 2 games on this account.
I know.
Do you know how bad that is?
You used to be really good.
Well, on this account, it's not.
Word,
I
dog.
think it's
Oh, dude, triple 25 or double 25. Double 25. Get it, Zoot. Perfect game.
Yes!
You
Yes!
did it.
Yes!
Good job, dude. Are you ready to play me 501 Pro Double Out?
Zeros and possible.
That was really good, dog.
Do you know that's like the best way you can win?
It's very good.
Would you say it's a 10?
Yeah, that's a 10. Dude, what are your thoughts? I've done back-to-back hundreds. Oh, Zoot, you got 100. Zoot, you've gotten 100. You got 100. How you gonna do? That's a 20. That's a 1. That 20, that 1 was a big miss. At what are you laughing, Zoot? Zoot,
Well,
at what are you laughing, son? Zoot, that was really good. Dude, Zoot. Zoot, I just busted. I'm not good at the pro double out. Zoot, are you proud of that? $25, Zoot.
special interests.
Zoot, that was good. Zoot, I just pro double outed. You need a 5, Zoot. Get it. Double 5. Oh, get it. No, no, you busted. All right, I'm now going to send you an invitation to basketball. Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Zoot, are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to accept it? Zoot, you have an invitation, dog. That's a swish. You started with a swish, dude. You started with a swish. You started with a swish. Are you proud of Are you proud of 5 points?
I've seen people, so I've paid with random people when I've seen them scored like 23 on the first game.
That's crazy town. Is like everything a swish?
They got 23, so they only had one miss.
Did they get like everything with a swish?
Pretty much.
Yeah, they got 11 swishes and one regular.
I can't remember. I think they got a miss. They just flipped the thing really fast.
I don't even know how they'd be able to do that. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but they need a bot or something.
Oh my god. Remember when you were better than me? Sorry, remember when you were better at this than me?
Let's see what you've got, dude.
Sometimes I say words backwards.
Do you have dyslexia as well?
Is that what the fuck is?
That's where you see letters backwards and stuff.
I write. That's got more ADHD because I'm in a rush.
You mean you had
Not
all?
dyslexia.
You mean you had all these tests done? Didn't test you for dyslexia?
No.
We tied
Why would they test me for dyslexia?
because it's a good thing.
How do
What
you
you
know
think?
about dyslexia?
They test you. It's just like you see letters strangely. Okay,
I don't see letters strangely.
or backwards, or backwards.
I don't see letters backwards. I just spelled it backwards.
Okay, do you know that you have an invitation?
Yeah. Um,
I think you're very good at this game. I think you may be better than Riser is. Riser's good at a lot of games, but this one for some reason causes them some issues.
why?
I don't know.
You think it's like it was intentional?
It could be. I don't know.
Oh, you can win. You think I can win? I don't think either of us can win right now. What's your favorite Australian animal?
Maybe the crocodile.
I hate crocodile.
Maybe the kangaroo.
I thought I don't trust that there might have been kangaroos, but I thought so there were either kangaroos or they were roos. I can't really tell the difference. But I saw them like Monday.
Good job, Zoot, with that game.
Fine.
You did really well.
I don't like Connect Four. We've never played chess.
Yeah, I don't play chess with people. It takes too much out of me.
Well, again, we've never played.
What's that?
We never played Rabbi together.
Yeah, we played it on Discord, and it's it's more fun when you have a bunch of people. Did you know that you have an invitation? Have you ever beaten me at this game?
No.
Zoot, you have an invitation, dog.
What's reversing?
Zoot,
Reversing?
Zoot. Don't worry about reversing. Worry about accepting my invitation.
We're gonna do reversing next. Because we've never played reversing. What game do you think they should have to play now?
I'll answer you in a moment. I'm focused. What? I don't know. They have good games. You want to play Reversi? Okay, well, we have to learn how to play. Reversi is a two-player game played on a board with 64 squares arranged in 8x8 rows and columns. The game begins with 4 discs already placed on the board. A set of 64 identical pieces is shared by both players. Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. The game. The object of Reversi is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, okay, it should be pretty easy. Oh, placing pieces. Players are designated white and black at the start of the game. Beginning with black, each player in turn places one disc onto a vacant square on the board. Once placed, the disc never moves, though it may be flipped when captured so that it changes color. To place a disc, simply tap on each square. Move is legal if it captures one or more of the opponent's discs. You can see which moves are legal by the small opaque circles on the board. Capturing a disc or an unbroken line of discs of the same color is captured when it becomes flanked by opposite ends by 2 pieces, one of which must be the disc that was just placed on the board. For example, if a black player is about to place a black disc in the space with the yellow dot. Doing so will capture the horizontal white disc to black, resulting in that captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of squares, or diagonals. So captures may be made along ranks, horizontal rows of squares, files, vertical rows of stairs, or diagonals. Oh, that's where rank and file. Okay. Endgame. A player who cannot make a legal move loses his or her turn. The game continues until neither side can move. Usually, this does not happen until the board is entirely filled. The player whose color is up on more of the discs at the end is the winner. You'll see the score next to each person's name. If both players have the same number of discs of their color, the game is a draw. Are you ready? All right, Zoot, you're up. It's Black's turn. Zoot, you're up.
I don't like this game already.
Dude, I don't give a flying fuck. Go. Zoot, go. There you go.
Just that. Rabbi, you're what? You know, what the fuck?
You're up, Zoot. Is there a timer in this game? What the fuck, Zoot?
What the fuck?
You're up, pimp.
How did you do that?
Because I'm sexy. What do you want me to do about it?
How did you do that?
We're tied. What the fuck, dude?
What the?
We're
I
still
don't think.
we're still
I
tied.
don't think.
We're still tied, and this game is amazing.
What?
It's fun. Or maybe it sucks. I don't know. Let's see what happens. Zoot, let's see what happens.
If I win, I'm gonna say something.
All right, well then just fucking win. It's your turn.
Maybe I must have won at this game. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
will I find something on this or not?
Maybe.
What do you think that is?
Maybe it's reversed if you focus.
I'm getting fucking lost.
Yeah, but you just made it all back up.
I get why people reverse me now. Like, it could look like you're getting fucked, and then you could do something like that.
Word, dog. What the fuck, Zoot?
What do you mean, what the fuck? Oh, I can't go there. You are. Which is really annoying. That was a really bad move. was just really, really bad. That was an okay move. That was bad. That was really bad.
Whoa.
And you can't steal that now. Wait, how did you do that?
It can work
Oh,
like.
you're in trouble.
Let's see it, dog.
I don't get it. Can I come back?
Dude, you're doing really well.
No, I'm fucked. Okay, I'm fucked.
All right, well, you're up, though. What the fuck was that? Oh, look at that move, Zoo.
Yeah, but you won.
Not necessarily.
How you not gonna win? Look at the board.
It's not over.
Holy shit. Oh, what the fuck? I won, right?
Are you sure about that, Zoo?
Look at this. Oh, this is good. But of course.
It was close. Let's play again.
I don't know how to play that game.
Okay, well, you'll figure it out.
Do you know how to play?
A little bit.
I just thought it was the best strategy.
All right, well, the best strategy usually when you're playing any game is to win.
That's good enough.
You almost won that last game.
That was bad. But you're in better position. I'm good with the Oh, no.
That was really good. Really good move. This is a great game. Oh wow.
Building.
Dog.
I want. I built. Baby. I just want. Criteria is. I heard this.
Zoot, big dog. I'm beating you by one.
I never won.
Yeah, dog. This is a fun game.
I never won. Why did we never play this?
No one knows. None of our friend group knows how to play it, or knew how to play it. But now we
Yeah,
know.
but we play every fucking game. Like we with one of the number one game in the world that everyone plays, and no one's fucking played it.
Dog,
Whatever that game was called.
Moncala. Yeah, that's right. Dog. We played mini golf. Like that's all we played for like 9 months.
They could have no game. Actually, I got an idea.
What's that, Zoot?
Go to ChatGPT and ask them what's an app like Play-Doh, and we'll play games over there. We'll play every single one.
Okay.
What if there's a better app than Play-Doh out there?
Okay, well then find it.
ChatGPT will find it.
I've got to say, Play-Doh's extremely smooth, and it has a lot of. It doesn't crash a lot. It's a great app.
For you, maybe.
At least on iOS,
Crash for maybe.
it's very reliable.
Fuck. I'm playing terrible right now. I don't think there's any way I'm going to win. I could get you one perfect. You can go for that top row. No way of me winning. Yeah, for the board you have right now.
Yep. I'm starting to learn strategies.
You have all the corners.
I'm starting to learn strategies. I only have half the corners.
Oh shit. Shit, you're gonna take out the one guy. Well, not strategy. Why don't you do that?
Because I'm amazing and sexy.
What am I doing? How did you do that?
Just being amazing.
How did the game work? Rabbi, I'm not done in 10 minutes.
Don't resign. Again, this game is fun as fuck.
Go again.
Word, dog.
Let me check.
Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot,
I'm trying to figure out how to play, but I think I figured it out.
okay, well then go.
There we go. Is that a good night?
It's okay.
I don't think I'll. But I think I'll. Terrible move. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I'm playing terrible. Oh, we're tied. Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
what the fuck? Okay, I came back. Came back. We're tied. What the hell?
This is an amazing game.
How did you fucking do that?
Because I'm sexy and I've got a big cock. What do you want me to do about it?
You put fire in front of me. Is there any way I can come back?
Maybe.
Rabbi, you're raping me. Rabbi, you really hurt me. Rabbi, I kind of want you to just like stop doing this. This is bad.
What do you want me to do about it, big dog?
Is this how bad Brother is against the ball?
Maybe.
How bad is Brother against the ball?
He's worse than you are. You're a lot better than he is.
But how bad is
I mean, he doesn't win as often as I would think he would. It's kind of like an obvious game, but out of nowhere it'll be like a win. I'm like, how did that happen? Just take him, just shock him. Oh, what a move, Zoot.
Give them a. Hey, are you intelligent?
Smartest motherfucker on earth.
You think I'm intelligent?
I think you need some work.
Why do you think that?
You need a rubber band. We drew. Zoot, we tied.
How?
You tied me.
Oh, it doesn't count as a win.
No. Good job,
It
Zoot.
should.
Okay.
How did you tie? Like, you had such a big lead. How did you tie?
Because in reverse, it's like the whole thing can reverse.
Do you think you played strategically well that game?
I don't really know. It's like even if you think that the game is over for the other guy, you can come back and win.
Fuck. Fuck. I think I know how to do that.
Let's see it.
My mind's with that.
Don't give up. Did you resign?
I gotta go.
Bye, Zoot. Zoot, what are you gonna get?
So,
What are you gonna get?
I'll have a band.
That's
I'll have
right.
a band. I'll be back later.
Okay, Pim. Take care. I hope you have a better day.
version. So he organized it almost everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long. But because of the divisions that developed. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to hold. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan did some things in it. Well, not they did. No, he did not. This family ruling the land on different territories. They weakened with every generation. Every generation. But that reminds me of a very popular idea of Genghis Khan. Articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of Mongols. That paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is descended during the of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like the findings. I talked to a friend of mine, Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist. He likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing. I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's contents, but with the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason 45% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with free. If you want an empire to propagate the genes, if you are a person that wants to propagate the genes, you'll make sure that all the lands you conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. So actually what this is much better explained in the paper indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, social status value to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. So that means that for many generations, people loved the great Khan, Genghis Khan. So in that sense, given how vast the land was, all of the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 45%, just people understand, is just the way it works. That means if this paper is at all correct and it doesn't, the number of people descended, not direct male descendants, like trees organisms, whatever that means, so the number of descendants can be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but like Genghis, it's interesting. It's fun. Where did they get to the end of Genghis Khan? Oh, yes. So one of the criticisms we have is like, well, we don't have one shred or scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. A bunch of people are connected. And then they, one person, yes, but they choose Genghis Khan, right? But no evidence that it was from him. No evidence. It's from that time. It's one person. But from that time or 200 years from now? It could be 200 years from now. See, I mean, actually, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had 4 wives all the time. He had children with 2 of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His brother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. And they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too. Where he was the power.
predecessors were called first methodologies spoke about. So let's go in and try to understand what exactly are the evidence. Let me remind you of the discussion we had in this lecture about this of somebody from the decline of the generation. You'll read that we've already had the lines come through with the idea, which is religious philosophers that closer population was also the revelation of Sinai, shown here, by the way, in this picture of Charles and I wish it could be true. I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no idea. Nobody knows where he lives. Anyway, there's this idea that, at that moment, when God spoke to my body, people as described in the Bible, and they all wow, all the black say like that. That was like the greatest spiritual sensitivity of a large population that ever occurred in human history. And it's often that as we go further and further away from that revelation at Sinai, Jewish theology, people get less and less spiritually sensitive. Now, this does not mean that we become less intelligent. In fact, very basic principle that goes along with the decline of the generations, that later generations are considered more authoritative for a host of reasons that will not concern us here, but basically much more familiarity with social innovation, technological innovation, so they more of a grasp of material that might not be available to later generations. Just on a simple technical level, Paul has entire Talmud and all of his commentaries that have ever been digitized on it right here in the palm of my hand. So we are living in this century, which has at my sacred reach. Books that 500 years ago most scholars were able to see because it was just no buildings, no killing of animals, no jumping of trees, but the notion that we Jewish history, many of the more traditional historiographies really count populations in terms of how far away they are from Sinai. So we have, for example, the generation of Sinai, which is called the word Dea, the generation of knowledge, as they fulfill what Isaiah the knowledge of despite the behavior that described in the Bible. Then you have summarizing the major levels for the first Babylonian exile, which are stepping down, but nevertheless still moving into the temple era. Second temple era. And then you have the scholars legitimacy right up into the third century, and they're followed by the Amoraim. Sometime after the Amoraim, then you have the first class, and they represent a significant shift in the type of thinking, type of things they did in research, that we have a whole lecture alone on Amoraim, and to that, if you want to know more about the Amoraim, that's where we are right now. Amoraim are the scholars who live after these clans that are still operating, and they are in many ways quite distinct from the Shons. We haven't had many aspects of the debate made in the world. There was late 20th, early 21st century thinkers, but we might be getting close to that as let's think about what exactly are they? What exactly the characteristics of the acronym is something that I haven't read a lot about it. Sort of think myself about what it's like studying the life and background of the predictions study of writing and I think first of all, they tend to write short commentaries rather than commentary. Rather than write a commentary on the Talmud itself, on the Bible itself, on the Mishnah itself, they tend to write commentaries even when they are based on fact or text, they're widely cognizant of a much broader picture. By way of contrast, for example, Maimonides will quote directly from the Talmud, he's a Rishon, but he will not spend a lot of time talking about other commentators on the Talmud. He will really base his halachic discussion based on his own assessment of how to understand the Talmud itself. Whereas super commentaries will be commentaries on Maimonides on their Talmud. So it tends to be sort of a meta-analysis rather than a first-order analysis. And that's also very much characteristic of modern research in general, that you have to do like a literary survey. Who else is this on this topic and what's the base for it, that kind of thing. That Macaroni tends to do much more so. Secondly, in terms of their expression, they are almost always written within the same and their language is still coded, but not clearly highlighting the health of the people, education of the people. When I went to yeshiva, which is a traditional style yeshiva, we spent almost all our time learning how to decode these are policies that are not the law, the Rabbi, and then when we got the Achrone, all of a sudden we were so fast. Interesting to so much more text coming so much more mileage. The language is just kind of like a breath of fresh air. It's shown in every single syllable, every single little jot and tittle in the text. So much. And you have to pause and you have to contemplate what it means, what are the possible ambiguities. Whereas in the writing of the Achrone, it's very far more straightforward, less scripture, more prolix, or longer, even a lot more words to say something, but more words helps with the precision and rapid understanding. And then third, in general, they tend to lean more to pragmatic. They still deal with theoretical questions, but those theoretical questions are not pure theory. They linked to an actual situation, they tend to link to a specific question that was raised about an ideal life space, and they use all this other body of information that they would simulate in order to bring it to bear on that. Those are key characteristics that, in my humble opinion, are associated with that. It may be helpful to sort of look at first author who is widely considered as the initiator of the original character who is writing straddle the period of Rishon and the period of This is, of course, none other than Rothschild'S favorite Rabbi, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, who was an individual who was a fantastic scholar, remarkable legal scholar, also a Kabbalist, which we use all this technology, and he is the author of the most widely used terms we get from the Shulchan, which is amazing to set daily. However, why do we call him Aran, with kind of respect, like hello Rabbi? Why don't we call him Aran? Why do we call him Aran? Also, by the way, this is really the model of all authors. So the reason is because magnum opus is not the Shulchan Aruch. In fact, placing much less emphasis on the importance of the Shulchan Aruch. It's the greatest work of scholarship is undoubtedly this incredible work called the Beit Yosef, which is a Rishon-style commentary on an earlier book called the Torah. And what he does to the Torah is he begins this kind of meta-analysis, and he really goes deeply into the sources. Once again, using this kind of pragmatic tools to draw out the theoretical foundation of the decisions as laid down in the Torah. Now, amazingly, he went and he wrote commentaries on other great poets such as Maimonides and Mishnah Torah. And when he had finished all of these, only then study basically say in Mishnah, other words like that, great commentaries. The Shulchan Aruch was meant to be kind of like a short form of all of these decisions that were made after having discussed all of the previous codes. And he actually intended for people to review it every 30 days. Studying the entire Shulchan Aruch every month. But that's really what he was doing, kind of like a short form. The type version of the much longer style, but thinking of that. So the page was David widely the last work of the Rishon era and the Shulchan Aruch by the same authors, the initial book of the period of the Bible. He also had an amazing life, which also straddles exile from Spanish expulsion. As a child, he wandered throughout Europe and Constantinople and ended up in Spain, which he's just awarded about so that's sort of like what the Aquilon is all about. I would just ask one last question. What about the period we're in right now? It's been a long time, 5 centuries that we have been thinking about Aquilon, writing on Aquilon. Is there something new? Are we in a Aquilon period? So there are definitely Aquilonians who are still alive and well and working out their time on education of the greatest rabbis, very widely respected in Israel, who clearly belong to the genre of but there's an interesting kind of development that I'm kind of going on a list here. This is not really my area of expertise. They say that historians shouldn't talk so much about it much time because we're like dressing our windows up in glass. But when I look at like new books on stuff, particularly where the Aquilonians and the hyper specialization, partially assisted by technology. Now, want to find everything that's ever been written on the most arcane subject. It's simply a Google search array. Obviously, there are some specialized databases and so on, but it's accessible. And so all of a sudden, a person can play incredibly broad, vast, ever, anywhere in this about a specific issue and write a book about one example is very clear in this case. I'm sure many of you were watching this that on the holiday of Hanukkah, one should associate with oil, right? The oil is Hanukkah, the candelabra, and so on. One of the most common foods is potato latkes and also which are known as here. So Israel and Jewish neighborhoods all over the world will see lots and lots of casseroles that are baked and available for she can read it on cheese. They tend not to be like American donuts. They don't have a hole in them. But they follow and they're there's a reason for that. Just a couple of years ago, this remarkable, perhaps Aquilonic work came out, so-called Sefer Emek HaSukkah, the book of the Valley of the Dome. And the subtitle reads, it's all about the custom of eating donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah. And it's a massive tome, actually, hundreds of pages, all about eating donuts on Hanukkah. So, part of me wants to think that this really post-Hanukkah, that we've gotten such a level of specificity and detail that and massive works of Jewish law and thought related to something as prosaic as eating donuts. And it remains to be seen what's next. What are the post-Hanukkah like? I don't know how long this is going to last. Great thing on the horizon, but anyway, I hope you found this brief lecture useful. If you did, describing the Rothschild'S is so many people really. Thank you very much.
She was ruling because her husband was lawful. Her sons were lawful, therefore they had the right to rule. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think any time they threaten the power of a particular man. And there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase and that phrase was not in the original. In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature? Just the trajectory of humanity over the past several millennia. I tend to have a certain love for individuals and persons, but not a love for people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion and almost everything mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and I find reasons to support that. Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions or bringing them to heel with wounds in the heart. So then I like that, and I stress that, and I see those things. I think that's one thing. Another thing what I learned from the local people in general, not just about their history at all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in one race. For many people, it's not that there's any
Welcome. Can you hear me? Yo, what's up, Bigfoot Jones? How you living, fam? Long time no see.
He would recognize the city, still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship him asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip hop in the country is praise of Genghis Khan. It's something we can't understand because when we pray, we're usually saying, oh, thank you God for this and that and the other, and you're so beautiful. Would you please give me, and would you please do this, would you please stop this pain in my body? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asked for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him. If I wanted to visit, what would you recommend? What's the right way? We'll start with my home.
Yo, Pimp, how are you? Kicking ass, taking names. How have you been? What's new? Yeah, Doug, go ahead. Kicking ass, taking names. What's good in the hood?
Was out of Sydney for quite a while, and just drop in and see how you do, man.
You know, same old, same old. I have been spamming people on Kick and seen a lot of growth in the Discord. We've had like 50 new people join in the last week, so that's really great.
Yeah, good. You're right. Excellent. And how about you in your personal life?
Oh, I'm doing well, thankfully. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How about you?
Yeah, not too bad, man. Yeah, to be honest, it's actually not that interesting, but whatever. You know,
Have you
we
been
went out to for a funeral way out west uh, last week.
like Perth?
Way out west of the country, Australia.
You were in Perth?
No, I'm in sort of the east coast of Australia.
I know, but did you just say you went way out west?
Oh, sorry. So way out west into sort of country, New South Wales.
Oh, okay, I
Which is
got
the
you.
state in
Yeah, no, I get
yeah.
you.
So I mean, it's sort of dairy country, sort of yeah.
Did you see any cows?
Quite beautiful. Yeah. Sorry, what was that?
Did you see any cows?
Well, heaps. It's all like dairy country. So that side of my family are all dairy farmers. So it's like a very sort of lush rolling hills. With sort of deep gullies, and they all it's all cows everywhere. Yeah.
Very well. Would you remind me, Bigfoot Jones, how'd you find out about me?
I found out about you through what's his name? Bernard Goldsmith.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Find out.
That's right. Absolutely. Have you been on Twitter recently?
I've been a couple of times, but not for a few weeks.
All right. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
Nothing. I'll just go up to my mum's place and see how she's. Look after her for the weekend.
Are you going to sling dick like it's going out of style when you see some chicks?
Well, not at the moment. It's complicated.
Okay. Are you on the dating apps?
So basically, I'm taking a break from that until I get over my health problems.
Okay. What's your health problem? Too big of a dick?
No. It's not a problem for me, that whole thing, but anyway, it's heart problems.
Okay,
What
sir.
about you, man? Are you gonna be slinging dick to any bitches?
Oh, dog. All day, 24/7, 365. So many bitches I can't even count.
Yeah, right.
I get bitches who just DM me that they masturbate to me. So that's not too bad.
Oh, really?
Oh, tons
I
of
mean,
them.
that's amazing.
Dog?
Um, I don't think I'm gonna come on to Discord when you've not been in your on the camera. So how do how do the ladies come onto how do you meet ladies? I guess.
Oh, yeah, sure. So, I mean, I'm focused on streaming for right now. So I don't have any chicks in mind. But I get chicks who just come in here with their toys and just masturbate in front of me on camera. And I can't say that that's not a bad thing. Or I get girls who just want to text and have dirty sexting, which is cool. And then
Yeah, cool. All right.
I get chicks who are like, "Can I masturbate to you?" And I'm like, "Do whatever the fuck you want." I mean, I'm not the
Wow.
I'm not the
Oh my god.
guardian. And then I get chicks who they get like obsessed and they're like, "I cannot have sex with my spouse without thinking about you." And I'm like, "Okay, well,
Oh
what if?"
my god.
Yeah, because
Wow.
it's known as mere exposure effect. The more that you expose yourself to someone over the course of time, the more they generally have a positive view of you and their behavior your like starts to become influenced.
Okay. Yeah, right. Wow. Interesting. Yeah.
Word, dog.
So yeah, at least
Okay.
in terms of chicks, I got to keep them off with a stick sometimes. I also I get a lot of guys, which I do my best to stay away from, but there are a lot of guys who become obsessed with me, um, and that kind of stuff. But that's not my thing. But girls, if they're of 18, if they're 18 years old or older, then yeah, I don't mind to do whatever makes you happy.
Yeah, okay. All right. A lot. Good. Yeah, good.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, how have you been? So I know that I found out about you via falconry finance. Have you been expanding your sort of well, you've been getting more popular? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, Doug, a lot. So I create robots on different platforms, and the one that how Bernard got a hold of me was it was my Blue Sky bot, and it tagged him, and he saw what I did. He came in here, he met me, and then he made that post about me, and that's how you and I met. Now, Blue Sky, you know what Blue Sky is?
Yes.
Okay, so Blue Sky has like 38 million users, but and it's cool, it's growing, but um, I just became public enemy number one there because of all my spamming, to the point where the mods had to like redo their rules for me, and or not just for me but for users. And I was doing really, I mean, like I could still spam it, but what ends up happening if I put the name Rabbi in the name of my account, it automatically gets banned. So anybody who puts the name Rabbi in their account name gets banned. Also, if you put the word Discord in your account name, it gets banned. So I'm like, those are two words that I use a lot, but they just recognize that I was just really just spamming the whole platform 24/7 with that.
Good, man.
So
I mean, I think last time we came in, you said you were the most streamed person ever
in,
possibly in the history of the internet.
in global history, yeah, absolutely, that's true.
So, what time is it there?
It's about 5 a.m.
Okay. Yeah, right. All right. Well, hey man, I kind of wanted just to drop in and say good day and see how you were doing. Of course.
Absolutely, my friend. I hope everything goes well with your mom and your health issues, and I hope you are able to focus on slinging dick soon and come by whenever you're bored. Bigfoot Jones, we'd love to have you, okay?
Hopefully, like I think like in maybe 6 months I'll be back to slinging dick, but I'm sort of I'm going through sort of a as I said health problem, but it's nothing permanent, thankfully. Hopefully.
You're strong. You'll get through it. You'll be better than ever. 6 months, maybe less.
Yeah. All right, man. You take care now.
Excellent. Stay strong. If you need anything from me, I'm here for you. Okay, Big Dog?
Yeah, I'll pop in a couple of weeks. Who knows?
Absolutely. Love it. Take care, Pimp.
Have a good morning, too, man.
You as well, buddy.
Bye.
price for the ZR1 was $105,000 just 8 years ago, and inside, well, regular Corvette buttons and center screen, regular Corvette climate control vents, regular Corvette shift lever and center control stack, regular Corvette dashboard and floor mats, regular Corvette manual reclining seats, regular Corvette gauges with the little ZR1 logo, regular Corvette stalks for the turn signals and the windshield wipers, regular Corvette switchgear for the climate controls, and a regular Corvette parking rig that sticks up out of the center console. It even has that regular GM mod for the odometer and that typical General Motors green glow for the heads-up display. And let's be honest, on the outside it looks pretty regular too, considering this is a six-figure ultra Corvette with 638 horsepower. You have to admit that most people would probably look at it and think it's just a Corvette. But then again, none of this stuff really matters, and it's amazing behind the wheel. So, how does it drive? I started off on normal roads. I don't feel like I'm driving any of this standard Corvette. This feels like a fairly national pace. A lot of them are 40 miles an hour on some roads, and it just feels like still feels like an old car. If it sounds like I'm a little bored, well, I am. This is the fabled Corvette ZR1, but mostly I wasn't really all that impressed with it. There just wasn't that much to say about it. Then I moved on to some twisty roads. Hey, Chris. So I'm gonna give like a minute. Look at that face. The face of someone who's satisfied with the ultimate Corvette. It was fine on these curvy roads, but I was starting to wonder what's all the hype about this car. So here's my conclusion about the Corvette ZR1: the interior, the exterior styling, the driving experience around town or on curvy roads. It's a ultra mundane for a six-figure car, but the speed, well, that's a good story. When I was 20 and the Corvette ZR just came out, I remember thinking to myself, why would anyone ever get a Ferrari anymore? Now that you can buy a Corvette with all this performance for half the price, but on paper isn't really the same as real life. And in real life, this isn't really a Ferrari competitor. Is it worth $100,000? Not to me, but I have to admit, if you go on Auto Trader and look through used listings, this is starting to creep into the low 60s and high 50s. And in that territory, it's a whole different ballgame. Just well as the deprivation of exile from the various because but even in Rabbi Yaakov Bela Akhadita Center, we have the greatest of all happening here. This is where the work stops. This, by the way, the great elders say Rabbi Yosef Karo that in the last few days, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the author of the great Yosef, he doesn't discuss the Rabbi Bela and why. All look together, all agree that, for example, Rabbi Yosef Karo is the greatest sage of the Jewish people. I know there's very good arguments to be made for that. He was collectively French rabbi, not only was it necessarily better, but actually rabbis like Joshua was a rabbi after Moses did. And then once he had that authority, then he worked with other prophets, like Balaam, including Rabbi Yisrael, Rabbi Bela, others, heavily not Rabbi Hello and welcome to another video from the Jewish History Class. Today I'd like to spend some time with you looking at the Boston riot shift of one Shabbatai. Very dramatic series of events that took place in the 60s. And it's not the first time that both sides have made their appearance in Jewish history, but this happens to be because that was one of the most impacted, particularly in modern times, because the impact of Shabbatai activity is so geographically broad, far away, in particular Amsterdam was affected by the event. And also chronologically, because over the next 600 years, there will be continuing reverberations of the challenge that was posed to Portugal. So let's spend a little bit of time looking at exactly what Shabbatai's video, what they used, and what actually happened to them. Let us recall that this is happening in an era where there's much more ready communications. There is potentially, of course, outreach to get widely, and the idea of enthusiastically adopting potential Messiah is something of great interest to Christians as well. There's actually quite a good number of, newspaper articles in the contemporary things like that. And a lot of, popular publications that explain to non-Jews exactly what was going on with Shabbatai. And this tends to circulate back into the Jewish community as well, where many Jews who were followers of Shabbatai would actually bring copies of the people weren't exactly sure what to make of that type of. The political context is, of course, very, very significant. In a previous video, we discussed the impact of the Talmud on Eastern European Jewry. There was a follow-up conflict between the Russians and the Swedes that had similar kind of repercussions on the northern in Eastern Europe, and it resulted in a huge demographic upheaval as a lot of migrant Jewish population ran away from violence. An example of it, and another journal that Tamil, a woman who German territories, writes about displaced population. It reminds me as well of the post-Holocaust era in the sense that my own grandparents were orphans from the Holocaust displaced people, and one of the people who was raised alongside my father, brother. They were talking about it like a post-Holocaust kind of era in which there's a huge amount of uncertainty, confusion, depression, anxiety over the status of Europe, the stability of life in Europe, and in many ways, there's also very heavy Kabbalistic things, which is emanating from Islam, as we discussed in a couple of lectures ago, especially in the variety that is circulating in the arena of Isaac Newton, which really holds some kind of apocalyptic vision of how humanity, how the world is going to finally repair of a broken universe that implies that evil has to actually get involved in fixing the damage that has been wrought on the society through acts of study of Torah and pious activities. So this very, very heady apocalyptic vision is circulating in Europe, and it's also reaching some the losses and displaced population something around this area. And finally, it's really important to caution those technological changes that's happening in society. And they are not at all unlike the today. There is a radical expansion of the circulation of information. The most beautiful night we went to the story. There's a lot of elegant circulation of precious and 1920s. And huge ideas are now accessible to a much wider, broader reading. There's also an implication here with gender, because books are a much more responsible way to use information. Women often have much more information than they might have had to those educational circles like this may be actually one of the areas of discussion with the greatest reading spent quite a bit of time. And it was widely regarded as something of a talented intellectual young man. His good looks were noticed for his voice, and he proved to be, quite an avid speaker of Talmud and Kabbalah as well, which he began to study at a very early age. He was a sought-after candidate for marriage, and in fact, was married once, possibly twice, although both of those marriages ended because he was consummated. Later, he engaged in two other marriages, including one to a chorus role, right, not to a chorus girl, and his wife was not Sarah, at any rate, around age 22, he began to exhibit bizarre behavior, which most scholars looking backward tend to ascribe to some form of mental illness, perhaps some kind of bipolar, manic depressive psychosis. He would have some moments of panic in which he would ascribe to himself miraculous activities such as levitation, voluntary participation, which he would engage in some really unusual behavior like pronouncing his name God out, which was pronounced in time, why the high priest in the temple notoriously year Yom Kippur, and he claimed to be able to levitate and all kinds of other things. He also did that in periods of the discussion on sovereignty. So these contacts were much of his life. There were some periods of time so a little bit more stable for a longer period of time, and then other periods of time. For the most part, these defensive behaviors were sort of written off and he was regarded as something of a black behavior tool. He was a master of Talmud and Kabbalah, and his otherwise very genial nature has that defensive for everyone to ignore the rather predominant and in occasion he actually ascribed to himself messianic identity, but this really didn't attract much attention, except when Nathan of Gaza was here. So we can imagine any tribes of Israel back to Messianic era in the South. And Nathan of Gaza really encouraged this activity, and essentially Shabbat number one propagandist. And we all seems deeply more and why the notion that Shabbat was in fact this was something that was certainly not good for Shabbat. It also tended to enable the worst aspect of his mental illness and encouraged him to explore further and further his delusion. So what were the characteristics of the things that Shabbat? Well, first of all, in the ideas about the defeat of his mania, he proclaimed himself as Messiah. He regularly handed out various titles, the history of Europe, and like that to his friends and associates. He was demanding of them various acts of obeisance which typically involved antinomian behavior. Antinomian generation defined here. This is perhaps one of the most characteristic elements of his activity and the one that garnered most enthusiasm among his followers and most criticism from his factors. Antinomianism is basically anti-law behavior, no law behavior. And he would like take the strictures of Judaism, the calendar of Judaism, and he would turn it on its head. He would proclaim fast days now feast days. Totally disrupted the calendar he once celebrated. The three pilgrimage holidays of Passover and Sukkot and Shavuot all in 1 week. Right? They're spread out throughout the year. He regularly, as I mentioned, would pronounce the name of God aloud. He would transgress the Sabbath in various ways. And these were quite alarming traditionalists of people who saw him as the Messiah, which means his behavior, type of new evaluation of the laws. In particular, things like taking a fast day from Tisha B'Av, day of the month of B'Av, which is regarded as the national day of mourning for the destruction of the temple. But there are prophetic signs to say that that particular day will become a feast day because it will herald the birth of the Messiah. Shabbat also, by the way, claims that this was Tisha B'Av, which was very significant. Perhaps intentionally so. So by making that into a feast day, that was something that really appealed to a lot of his in line with his claim to the Messiah. Perhaps the most tempting, certainly salacious aspect of his antinomian behavior was his argument that traditional sexuality no longer applies to the Messianic era. And there was quite a bit of love happening in Shabbat's community with the exchange of spouses, and he himself, as I mentioned, he actually married a woman named Sarah, again, a woman of questionable reputation. She was apparently orphaned from the massacres of the destruction of Hungary, and she had quite a broad kind of range of experience. But Shabtai saw in Sarah his opportunity to get another type of messianic prophecy, just like the prophet Joshua married a woman of 17,000 children, married Sarah. She actually would remain by his side right through That's hard enough to know. Path of peace, kind of the flourishing behavior, all the peoples in the region, challenge the traditional norms with something that has to do with conflict. When he was at his most manic, he actually this kind of scale reached generational and goes to break down the locked door to synagogue because he was barred from praying with them. This house came in, he insisted on 2 years ago, not only reading out the Torah from a printed book rather than from the school, he actually invited his friends to come up and had to it was a deeply moving experience. He actually invited women up for Aliyah, which is not controversial today in non-Orthodox synagogues, but you can imagine how much the leaders, historians, soldiers, that was in the 17th century. And he insisted on doing things like, for example, singing out loud Castilian love songs. This always not like what the truth is. There was lots of Kabbalistic information and coded out these in synagogues leading the Sabbath services. So in many ways, it's really bizarre behavior that was not tolerated in otherwise organized synagogue. But this tended to enamor him to his followers. The idea of egalitarianism, the idea that he was removing the sin of abuse from women, was something that actually might have engendered more followers. And this seems to have had a significant later through kindness to in particular, perhaps he is literally not going to stop it. He was also, as I mentioned by the example very open to new ideas of technology and how this was part of the history. So what ended up happening, the whole story, here's one broad that this conversation and I cannot speak in 1665 and 1666, what ended up happening is he figured it was time now to proclaim his messiahship for himself and Ottoman Empire, and he claimed to this channel initiate the Messiah period. The Ottoman Sultan actually dealt with him in a very measured manner, seeing that there really was quite a groundswell of support for him. He didn't want to make Chavez into a martyr, but on the other hand, obviously to tolerate Messiah and his tribe living in territory. So when Chavez came to the Sultan, intercepted at sea, held offshore for quite some time, and then eventually he met some of the high officials of the Sultan, but not with the Sultan directly. According to some accounts, actually listened in from a high altitude, and his demands were stated, but the Ottomans were not prepared to give Jerusalem to Chavez, but if he liked to remain alive, so long as he decided to convert to Islam. Now, there are a lot of conflicting accounts as to actually what his approach to this counter offer was at the time. Unfortunately, we have no Turkish accounts because they made the fire to destroy the archives from the period, but some accounts indicate that he approached this counter offer with civility and perhaps he was going into aggressive words. But ultimately, what happened was he was really converted to Islam. He received a high title as a guardian of the gates and a stipend from the Sultan. Once again, didn't want to make him a martyr and wanted to capture as much as possible the support of his followers. In fact, that's exactly what he did. Some 200 300 families who were already supported that if he converted to Islam, it must mean that they must also convert to Islam. That's part of the unfolding of the Messianic period. And so they followed him into that faith. They're called the really right up until the century in particular. His wife Sarah, who's shown here, also converted to Islam. By the way, this is interesting to see that Sarah also had a lot of impact on later fashion and science fiction. Here's Natalie Portman as Amidala. She had exactly the same hairstyle. just at any rate, what happened to Shabbatai Tzvi in the aftermath? It appears that his mental illness did not fade. He continued to have run-ins with the Turkish authorities, exiled him further and further away, eventually ultimately jailed him. Shabbatai Tzvi continued to have some relationship with not only his followers now, but also to seek some kind of reconciliation with his earlier suicide, to still participate in reading of psalms and engage in prayer. And in fact, his very last request for bride was to receive a prayer book so that he could recite the Yom Kippur liturgy and stuff. Looking beyond Shabbatai Tzvi's short but eventful life, there's not actually a small but significant role, particularly in Turkey. There's an image of the mosque building by he also has a significant impact on the late Spain, which actually had a Catholic base rather than an Islamic one. And for our purposes, if you more narrowly, the charge of Sabbath pianism continues to the next 200 years. Major figures, Jonathan Iverson here, is a great Ramal, the author of the Rothschild'S, were accused of harboring anti-Semitism with definitely Sabbath circles, sometimes openly admiring Shabbatai, much more commonly, however, and secretly supporting certain doctrines that anticipating even his resurrection as a Messiah, which is Christian don't have a expression. So that's a quick look at Shabbatai. Here, I do have a few other longer lectures on more. But for the time being, I want to thank you for watching. Please subscribe. It's really nice to see that other viewers, that is the child that created him. Thank you very much for watching.
That was before he was born, all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching my online lectures.
And he already had another wife.
Today I'd like to announce something really exciting. As many of you know, I've been working on quality history of the Jewish people going forward in public situations. And as far as the online lectures go, I'm about 2/3 of the way through the material, specifically in Jewish history classes. Now I'm working hard on getting the next version. And so to that end, I've created an online course for person of who would like to join, specifically to allow you to interact with the videos that are already available online, but also with self-guided quizzes that are automatically graded, so you get a sense of how well you prepared the material, some more interactive opportunities with myself and with other members of the class, and I think most excitingly, you're going to get a good look at the last text of each chapter as they are prepared over the next few months, and you'll be able to actually comment on the text in this course, which will give me a chance to really improve it. So when we finally print, something that is literally crowdsourced with your input, so we can create a really great history. I'm very excited with the prospect of learning what I observe in the work, and maybe I can add in some more details. What areas, maybe perfectly clear to me, but perhaps I'm not explaining very well. So give me a sense of how I can change perhaps the presentation material. I think it's going to be absolutely fantastic. The course material for this first course is going to cover the first volume, that is biblical Jewish history. We're going to go from the pre-Abrahamite era to the arrival of the early Hebrews. We're going to go through the discussion of how we approach the Bible as a historical text, the archaeological record. We're going to look at the Assyrian exile and the tribes. We're going to look at the Babylonian exile and the return. We're we're going to try to understand something of the world of the sages from that ancient period, the Maccabean revolt, the first revolt against the Romans, the birth of Christianity, and the second revolt, of course, under Bartholomew. We're also looking at topics like women in the ancient period and early diaspora communities. I think it's really fantastic outline. If I didn't choose, of course, I would love to make it. So please have a look at the link that's released below, and I would love to have you. I hope you enjoy the lectures, and take care.
And the words of the secret history, it's so like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. He saw this girl, Rashta, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them.
Hello and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend this time looking at the origins of the Jews in America. Now, we're all familiar with the famous voyage of Christopher Columbus that, of course, coincided with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain. And one of the most fascinating questions regarding that specific moment in history is the question of Columbus's own identity. He himself liked to kind of cultivate the idea that he might possibly be of Jewish extraction. As the great historian Rothschild'S once put it, the mystery regarding Columbus's origins is largely the outcome of his own mendacity. Anyway, and as a result, it is equally impossible to exclude or to confirm the hypothesis that he was descended from a Jewish or ex-Jewish family. He himself likes to, use Jewish phrases from time to time and to have some kind of very coded, mysterious things in his signature and elsewhere to suggest that perhaps he was a Jewish origin. He likes to use Jewish phrases from time to time. He likes to, kind of very coded things in his writing that suggested that perhaps there was a Jewish background. And he famously, for example, pushed off the actual date of departure in order that it would not fall within the inauspicious time of the calendar, the 9 days that begin at the beginning of the month of Av and end at the 9th of Av. He actually pushed off the departure so that it would not fall within those inauspicious calendar days. But without doubt, Columbus certainly cultivated relationships with many Spanish Jews and Puerto. The case in point that well illustrates his relationship with these Spanish Jewish and crypto-Jewish backers was the fact that after he embarked on his great voyage, one of the first letters he sent back were to two Jewish sponsors, Luis de Santander and Gabriel Sanchez. Furthermore, he certainly included at least one Jewish member on his crew, one Luis de Torres, who was an interpreter, who was baptized just before departure, enabling him to actually take charge of this great mission. When Columbus landed at Cuba, de Torres was actually one of the folks who actually set foot on the soil of the New World, Europeans that were setting foot on the soil of the New World, and he was dispatched by Columbus to the interior of the island to search for gold. Now it happens that he did not find gold, but he did establish very good relations with the indigenous people living there, and he brought back something which would prove to be very profitable. He brought back accounts of how the natives in Cuba liked to roll tobacco leaves against smokers. So, ironically and unfortunately, it was this Jewish individual who played a key role in actually bringing the habit of smoking back to Europe. Anyway, he ended up settling in Cuba when he first used the soil of Cuba. Perhaps the greatest historian of the Jews of America is Jonathan Sahn, and he points out in one of his works that, quote, the seeds of Judaism sown in rich 17th century colonial Africa fell from plants nurtured in the soil of the Iberian Peninsula. This is an especially important observation because the earliest Jews to arrive in the Americas were essentially refugees from the horrific Spanish and Portuguese inquisitions. Please have a look at this map, which shows the Spanish holdings in blue shades and the Portuguese holdings in green shades. Now, it's important to note that one other place is especially significant for the eventual settlement of the Americas, that is independent Calvinist Amsterdam. Amsterdam, of course, was not a Catholic country, it was a Protestant country, and it had a uniquely mercantile approach to the entire endeavor of settling the Americas, which actually favored the Jews because, of course, they had a long association with commerce. Furthermore, the Protestant ethic extended with the expansion of Dutch West Indies Corporation. If we look here at the Portuguese holdings in what would later become Brazil, the region of Pernambuco is especially important because in 1630, Holland conquered these territories from the Portuguese, and that allowed Jews to openly establish their presence there as believing Jews, and not simply as crypto Jews pretending to be Christians living in the region. So we actually have an explosion of Jewish activity in Pernambuco, in particular in the city of Recife, which was home to about 1,200 Jews in the early 17th century, which is a huge number. Of the European population living in that city, Jews constituted 1/3, which is rather remarkable. And they actually established quite a settlement there. They had rabbis there, they had a synagogue, and they had 2 schools. I wonder why they had 2 schools. Perhaps one was Hasidic, one was a little more modern. No, actually, it's kind of funny because normally you would expect them to establish 1 school and 2 synagogues. You always have to have, as you joke, those 1 synagogue to pray in, and 1 synagogue you wouldn't be caught dead. At any rate, this experiment was very successful in Recife, and this unfortunate tragedy because on January of 1654, the Portuguese disappears, and all of a sudden the Jews found themselves under the control of the Inquisition once again. They were given just 3 months to leave, and the entire Jewish community was resolved as Jews from other places to live throughout the colonial region. Some of them returned back to Europe. Now, this reconquest of Recife in particular meant several things for Jews around the world. First of all, to go back to Europe, there is a significant push from the Jews around them to gain admission to England. You will recall that Jews were expelled from England in 1290. That was a result of a problem with money lending, where the nobility was much too indebted to Jewish money lenders, and they found it was more expedient to simply expel them forever than to pay back their debts. So the Jews had been formally excluded from England from the 13th century. Under pressure from Amsterdam Jews and Oliver Cromwell, the ban on Jews entering England was quietly lifted, and actually population instructed began to grow, which was very significant. Of course, we have much greater implications later on in history. But looking at the colonies, we see that there are a few major new settlements that are created out of the ruins of Recife. First of all, Curacao. In 1659, there were Jews already living there, but the formal community was established in 1659, and also in Cayenne and Suriname, and these populations would later extend outward to Caribbean Jamaica, was established in the 18th century, for example. But most significantly, I think, on a demographic level, is the implications of the Jews who made it from Recife to Bristol to Amsterdam in 1654. Who Amsterdam, of course, is New York, which would be one of the greatest centers of the Jewish population throughout the rest of the modern era. Now, there were Jews already living in North America prior to this arrival in 1654, but they were, isolated individuals that, came and went without leaving a lasting example, one Joachim Gauss, who was a metallurgist and an engineer, was living in Roanoke in 1585. He was actually arrested and accused of blasphemy in 1589, and he did leave an impression. Another Jew was Solomon Franco, who arrived in Boston in 1649, but he ended up leaving because he could not post bond for himself as a new arrival in the country. So you have just a couple of scattered individuals who explorers, no real sympathy developing until September of 1654, a few months after Recife is dissolved by the Portuguese, where you have 23 impoverished Jewish refugees on a boat called the St. Catherine, landing in New York City Harbor. 18 of them, according to one account, were women and children. So a small group of bedraggled, penniless refugees arrived in New York, ended up becoming mighty Jewish population. Now, they were met by this man, Peter Story. I know what you're thinking. You're looking at him and saying, wait a minute, are you sure he's not Jewish? I mean, look at that massive elite helmet that this guy is wearing, right? And I have to say, you know, it kind of looks good on him, but he certainly was not Jewish. And I think perhaps the reason why he wore it, perhaps there was faith-based or some fashion business. But speaking to myself, and personally, I have to say that men of a certain age and a certain preceding hairline find that a large black yarmulke covers a multitude of sins. At any rate, Stuyvesant was himself a deeply religious member of the Dutch Reformed Church. He was the son of a minister, and he himself was an elder in the church, and he was aghast at the idea of admitting Jews to this new colony, which only has 750 people living there at the time. This was not out of character for Stuyvesant. He was intolerant of many other groups. They weren't Dutch reformed, that he was not interested in promoting their settlement. He was especially irritated and energized over the Lutherans and would not allow this Christian group to establish a congregation in New York at the time. So when these Jews arrived from the seabed, he wrote to his bosses in Amsterdam and said, can we please expel these refugees? They are, to quote from his letters, deceitful, repugnant, hateful enemies, blasphemers, and he basically wanted them to do it. But ultimately, Stuyvesant lost the market forces. Jews in Amsterdam put a lot of pressure on the Dutch West India Company to allow the Jews to remain there. They have suffered tremendous losses with their trade for seabed. It should be noted that the Dutch West India Company also includes Jews among its shareholders. And so Stuyvesant received a reply that conceded that Jews may not be the most ideal residents, but nevertheless he was to permit them to live there on the condition that they would take care of their own poor. And that's actually a fascinating kind of point, because this is something that certainly has medieval origins. Jews were very focused on building a social support network to make sure that all of the Jewish poor were cared for. They developed a significantly sophisticated level of charitable giving and distribution of alms that prevented Jews from becoming utterly impoverished. But it was underlined in their very first settlements in America that they had to take care of their own poor. I believe we'll see this repeating itself generationally as new ways of Jewish refugees make their way to American shores, and prior generations of migrants feel the responsibility to make sure that they are cared for. So Stuyvesant was forced to allow the Jews, and lucky for other groups, because Stuyvesant was ultimately forced to grant similar concessions to Quakers and even allow the hated Lutherans to establish a church. He was ultimately removed from office when the territory was ceded to the British in 1654, and Amsterdam formally became Jews. Okay, that's a very quick look at the origins. The next lecture, we're going to look at some of the major generations of migrations to the Americas. If you enjoyed this video, I really hope that you will subscribe, because it's kind of nice to see so many people subscribing and studying Jewish history with me. And I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching.
to come also. So I will send a message to him to get troops. You have to tell the story of Chalka. Because the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal. And here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his white brother, in a way loyal. And as you've described, he's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest
Hello and welcome
challenges
to another episode of
in the
English
years
History
that you
Lab.
guys are.
In the previous video, we looked at the arrival of the Jews in the Americas and the remarkable story of the 23 refugees who landed in Amsterdam, state of New York. What I'd like to do in this short video is to take a broader approach and look at the most significant waves of migration in the world, with emphasis on the United States and specifically Canada. These waves of migration had a major impact on what would become one of the largest Jewish populations in the world within a couple of centuries. By the time we get to the 18th century, New Amsterdam has become New York. It's under the British, and there are basically 6 Jewish communities established by 1700. There's only about 300 Jews in total living all in these colonies. Here you can see where they are. New York, of course, as we discussed. Also, Newport, Rhode Island, where the Judo Synagogue was established. Philadelphia in the South, Charleston and Savannah. And in Canada, Montreal is very important. Trois-Rivières is also significant. Most of the Jews living in North America at this time are observing the Sephardic Rite, a tradition that will continue for much of the 18th century, even as the migrant population derives more from Ashkenazi lands, kind of like the tradition-minded approach that many Jews took, because so much challenge was placed upon them in terms of forces to acculturate or assimilate to a very foreign kind of environment. So the idea of remaining within the tradition, even if it was not necessarily one's tradition in Europe, but nevertheless it would be established tradition in the community. There were a lot of kind of centrifugal forces and centripetal forces. There was a strong desire to kind of retain that kind of tradition of the generation. Here's another way to look at that migration from Ali Barnabi's historical atlas. You can see that there are populations moving from the Southern American communities, in particular after the Portuguese take the former territories on the coast. But there's also new populations moving from Amsterdam, London, and from Spain and Portugal. Here's another view of the coast. You can see as we go into the 18th century, there's quite a few small establishments, all the way as far west as St. Louis and New Orleans by the time we get to 1802. But for the most part, these major populations are along the coast. The second major wave of migration was in the 19th century, and this came primarily from Central Europe, Germany in particular. There's a lot of reasons why Jewish men in particular find it expedient to actually leave their homeland and make their way to the New World. There are anti-Semitic forces in Central Europe that force Jews to reconsider their place of residence. There's some restrictions placed on things like Jewish marriage, like only the oldest son in a family may marry. There are revolutions going on in 1848, for example. So there are a lot of Jewish men in particular who see out their fame and fortune in the Americas. One of the things that's really noteworthy about the arrival of these men on American shores is that the prior generation of migrants, many of them have established themselves very well in America, like Rebecca Gratz, for example, here. This is Rebecca Gratz of the Gratz College fame, who's taken upon themselves to make sure that these Jews, who in many ways are very different from the Native American Jews at this point, they have a different language, they have different customs and so on, but nevertheless, the prior generations really make it a point to protect them. And there's a significant rise in the Jewish population as a result of this Jewish migration. I look at these numbers. In 1826, economic patterns of these Jewish migrants are essentially kind of literally a rags to riches story, because many of them, when they arrive in these shores, they look for some kind of occupation that's really available to them, especially if they want to maintain any kind of contact with other Jews, is to live in an urban center and to engage in peddling. This is like right at the bottom of the commercial ladder of success, where essentially they've got a push cart and they're moving from house to house, seeking donations or making small purchases of clothing and things like that, then repairing them and then reselling them, recycling things like, making brushes and things like that. And it's like right at the very bottom of the economic ladder. But with hard work and frugality, they may be able to graduate to opening a storefront where they'll engage in more of a niche economic activity with lots of different kind of craft or sales. Or, as often happened when they moved out west, and it's also the case with my own ancestors in Canada, is they'll open a general store in a developing semi-rural area and kind of sell everything that anybody in town wants. Be the beginning of commerce in many of these particular locations. And then, if they're really successful, they may graduate to a phenomenon that is built in the 19th century, the department store, like Macy's or things like that, where they will carry all kinds of things in a large one-stop shopping place that ultimately results in significant growth. So the German Jews actually enjoyed a trajectory of significant economic development over the 19th century. In terms of their religious orientation, they were very much unlike the earlier Sephardic Jews and very much unlike the later Eastern European Jews, in that coming from Central Europe, they brought with them ideas associated with liberal Judaism, which in America was known as Reform Judaism, a much more relaxed attitude towards the strictures of Jewish law, the observance of the Sabbath, and kosher, and things like that, and they had a significant impact on the development of the American mindset at that time. Among their greatest achievements, when they eventually achieved greater wealth, was the erection of massive structures that were testament to their success, like the major synagogues in New York and elsewhere, as we shall see. These German Jews were also noted for their willingness to take risks and to travel and to explore and to really penetrate the western region of the United States. Here's a great picture of a merchant named Julius Meyer, together with some Indian Jews in Omaha in the mid-19th century. I believe the Jewish guide is standing in the back on the left. I don't know, it could be a guess here, but this is kind of like typical of the Jews who penetrated the far west, looking for economic niches and seeking to make their way. This map will give you a sense of the distribution of the German Jews reaching all the way to the Pacific coast by 1877. The next major and the single largest migration of Jews, of course, occurs at the end of the 19th century and into the 20th century. This particular map shows only a piece of it. It shows only Jews migrating from the Pale of settlement, that is the region where Jews were allowed to live in Tsarist Russia, and it only calculates the numbers from the beginning of a pogrom wave in 1881 until the dissolution of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. But it gives you a sense of some of the proportions of this major migration. About 1.75 million Jews seek to make their lives in the United States. About 70,000 Jews looking for universal health care decide to go to the civilized countries to the north, 111,000 to South America, about 250,000 to Western Europe in general. Smaller numbers, 45,000 to go to South Africa, and 45,000 to the experiment of Zionism in the Middle East, Israel, of course, and then 5,000 make their way to join the very tiny community that actually goes back to the colonial era in Australia. So we'll talk a lot more about this a little bit later on in this series, but let's have a look at a couple from Epitar Friesel's fascinating capitals of modern Jewish history, just to get a sense of the overall population of world Jewry at this time. Here you see what world Jewry looks like, let's say in the year 1800. There are less than 1 million Jews around the world. About 7% of them live in the East. The rest are roughly divided between North Africa and Asia. When you get to approximately the year 1800, you see that the population has overall grown significantly to 2.2 million Jews. But once again, Europe dominates with about 2.7 million. There are about 250,000 in North Africa and Asia, which is basically the Ottoman Empire, but also in Central Asia at this point. The Americas is increased to about 10,000 by the end of the year 1800. That's all the Americas, South America, Canada, Oceania, very small number still, 100. By the time you get to the 19th century, say the year 1900, now you've got about 10.3 million Jews worldwide, a significant population increase. And much of it has shifted to Eastern Europe. Poland and European Russia has the largest population, the largest increase as well. But there's also a dramatic expansion of the Jews within the U.S. and Canada, with over 1 million by the time you get to the year 1900. The rest of America is about 35,000. So this gives you a sense of how the overall proportions are changing. Okay, we will spend much more time later on talking about that last migration, but for now, I want to thank you for watching. I hope you enjoyed this short video. I do enjoy when you subscribe, because seeing those numbers go up makes me feel like, wow, there's so many more people who are enjoying Jewish history as I do. So please do subscribe. And otherwise, hope you have a great day. Thank you very much.
There was a problem. He resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. Now, if Victor's younger brother at the time is on grade with him and would talk on when they go to give him some first about it. So he has both loyalty and faith.
Hello and welcome to Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to look at the massive
It's very interesting. I keep the return to Mershta. Is it
nation
normal
of the
to have
Jews in
such
Western and East Central Europe. In many ways, this particular period, which begins at the end of the 18th century and extends into the 19th century, represents really the coming together of a lot of new modern impulses and results in the ultimate political emancipation of the Jews, granting of equal rights to Jews throughout Western Europe. As we shall see, the legal emancipation of the Jews is not quite the same thing as the social emancipation of the Jews, but nevertheless, it's a fascinating story, and in many ways it represents the beginning of modernity as we understand it today. It's really important for us to just take a second to think about what does this word emancipation actually mean. It's a word that Jewish historiography has seized upon, although it clearly is borrowed from the experience of African Americans and a much more dramatic emancipation that occurred in the context of the American Civil War in the 1860s. There's a huge contrast. In many ways, it's really not a fair word to use, but that is the accepted term. So, a little better. The Jews prior to their emancipation were not slaves. It's not the same thing as the African Americans experienced. They were largely living with a series of disabilities, residence restrictions, the hated Jewish oath, and so on. They were not directly enslaved to owners. They had a certain degree of freedom of movement. They had a limited degree of freedom to choose different occupations, very isolated and narrow opportunities for higher education, but it's not at all comparable to being a slave on a plantation. But nevertheless, we use this term to try to find a word to express the release of all of these disabilities in the late 18th and 19th century. So, by way of background, it's very important for us to understand that, if we're using this term emancipation, what do we exactly mean by it? So, for the modern era, Jews lived in a corporate structure, which is a little bit like feudalism, meaning everybody in society lives in a certain box that is related primarily to their role in the overall economy of this massive box that is nevertheless highly dependent on the nobility for their rights of movement, even the rights of marriage, and things like that. But they nevertheless have kind of like day-to-day freedom that makes them very unslave-like. The Jews were not in that box. The Jews were also not in the box of the nobility or the knights, or people like that who engage in various activities that are specifically, related to their high status in society, managing large farms and manors and things like that. The Jews were closest to the burghers or the sort of incipient middle class who were dealing with various types of commerce because Jews were heavily urbanized. But even in urban centers, they were frequently denied formal burgher status. They were typically denied access to a whole range of professional skills and things like that. And so they weren't really in the burgher class or burgher status, even though they tended to, in their lifestyle, be closest to them. They obviously were not in the clergy, which is another box in the kind of feudal design of medieval society. So what exactly were they? Well, as we discussed in previous lectures, they were essentially Rabbi, they were servants of the royal chamber. They had burgher-like activities, also middleman activities, primarily in tax farming and leaseholding and so on, and obviously very active in money lending. And a lot of the cash that their activities produced was directly taxed by the king, in exchange for which the Jews had the protection of the royal chamber, the protection of the king, and that's basically how they managed to exist in legal sphere. But with modernity, a lot of things changed because it was no longer possible to keep people in these boxes. Serfs were being emancipated all over Europe. The last region to emancipate their serfs was the Russian Empire. They were also the last to emancipate the Jews as well, 50 odd years later. And people were like moving into cities, industrialization was happening, and people were like moving into factory jobs, which really upended a lot of the structures and rural agrarianized, but it was like a period of transition where you might have people who would go back to the ancestral farms, essentially do serf-like activities during the harvest season, and then they would go into the cities during the winter and work like blue-collar jobs in these merchant factories. So it was a very kind of transitional period in the 18th century and 19th century. The Jews, for their part, were really pressing to get more rights of residence, which is where they wanted to be free from this hated moral Judaico, this kind of medieval oath where because Jews were considered intrinsically untrustworthy, they had to endure ritual humiliations when you're making an oath in court. They had to stand on a big skin from a street chest where they told them not to shake the Torah and so on. So they wanted to get rid of a lot of these things. They wanted access to higher education. They wanted access to generally everything that was going on in culture and science and society in the modern era. And the emancipation was something that slowly started to grant these things.
And frankly,
obviously, it's very closely related to the Jewish Enlightenment because while the Jewish Enlightenment was primarily an intellectual movement that was about changing the way we thought and bringing emotions alive with the intellectual currents of contemporary European culture, it was also a political movement. So if Jews can be reformed in terms of the use of the vernacular, in terms of their relationships to society, and understanding their civic responsibilities, then society should in turn give them the rights of citizens. Let's not forget that for much of medieval history, Jews were considered formally travelers. They were like resident aliens. They were not considered like normally subjects of the king like everybody else was. And in modernity, this is a time when kings in general was in decline, and the idea of societies being
telling them shit.
not the hardest thing to the world for the
Like,
United
Flankman
States.
doesn't do shit.
This is because
So
the
glad.
Jews
I don't,
do
they're
not
not
want
gonna fucking know
to
about this
raise
shit.
or challenge the emancipation.
I'm
Obviously,
so glad
African
that
American slaves were the big challenge. America very much a society that is still trying to come to terms with the racial character of its victims. And the Jews were clearly, but not quite white. This is not a place in this class to talk about the gradual whitening of the Jews. But one of the things that is largely true of American society is that Jews were generally considered not quite white like Northern Europeans were. And by the way, this is not only Jews, this is also Irish and Italian people and so on. Up until really the 20th century, people were considered kind of as off-white. Skin tone, social structure in 18th century America, and the 19th century as well, they were not quite in the same degree of whiteness. Obviously, this speaks to the fact that whiteness is largely a social construct. Obviously, there are some points that we can visually, but especially when you get into kind of the middle range, it really depends a lot on how a person behaves, how a person carries himself, how a person is viewed by society around them, that determines whether or not a person is actually white or actually Jews were, for the most part, nearly white, and more significantly, they were not Catholic. So there's tremendous antipathy towards Catholics, regardless of their skin color. It happened to coincide, of course, with the Irish and with the Italians, who were also definitely Catholic. There's a lot of hesitation to giving rights, first of all, African American people, fought a war over that, but also these clearly white people, the Irish Catholics, the Italian Catholics.
You're actually exciting my brain with
So, viewed from the perspective of those who wanted to limit the full access to society in early America, the Jews were like a lower priority for their exclusion. And the kinds of disabilities that Jews faced in the 18th and 19th century America were comparatively minimal. There's questions about whether or not they could hold public office, some issues of whether or not their oaths would be trusted because they would not take them on Christian Bibles, for example, and those were fairly easily dealt with. The Constitution of 1787, and especially the Bill of Rights of 1791, clearly indicated that Jews should be free of these disabilities. Although vestigial oath laws did persist in some states until 1877, when the last one was ruled that was applying specifically to New Hampshire. So in other words, the United States of America, very small Jewish population, nearly white. It's not really that difficult to actually make that big step on emancipation. In England, you have a fascinating phenomenon where social change begins precipitated legal change, where it seemed like English voting society in particular were ready for the idea of the emancipation of Jews before they were actually emancipated. One of the great examples of this is Rothschild'S, who was actually elected sheriff of London in 1835, but could not immediately hold office because of that hated
I talked to them yesterday on the phone. I'm like, I'm pretty sure it's all
oath that indicated that he was a Christian. So, in other words, we have a situation where this happened, by the way, for many elected officials in where the population as a whole, the voting eligible population, thought that the Jewish candidate was the superior candidate for a position, and they voted him into office. And it was the office itself that was trying to hold back on allowing this Jewish candidate until eventually, after significant debates between English governmental circles, they abolished the Jewish vote. So, emancipation of Jews in England actually came from a groundswell of support, at least among the important population. France has an entirely different story. Here you see a depiction of the Declaration of the Rights of Man and, in brackets, male citizens. This is, of course, a hugely important document that's roughly comparable to the American Bill of Rights, in which, it these are kinds of ideas of equality for all citizens. It's interesting to note, by the way, that there are limitations even in these very beautiful documents. In the case of the United States of America, the Declaration of all men are created equal was not interpreted to mean really all men, because it did not include African Americans, for example. And this Declaration of the Rights of Man, citizen, a revolutionary figure named Rabbi actually said, hey, wait a second, why does it have to be in the masculine? So she proposed a declaration of the rights of woman and citizen. And the word citizen, of course, in French, can be defined either as a male or a female. But the French government was not willing to accept that. They were really only thinking about men. Honestly, if there's man and they meant man. But that's beyond the scope of our discussion today. In the case of France, unlike England, where social change precipitated legal change, in France, it was the legal change that precipitated social change. Almost. In other words, the laws were put on the books for society that was totally ready for them. So what happened in France is you have the revolution in 1789, and then almost immediately Jews start saying, hey, what about us? We're included too, right? We're also part of this revolution. And philosophically, it was really hard to say no, because so much of the grounding of the French Revolution, like the American Revolution, was based on this flowery and soaring rhetoric of the equality of all people and so on. So that it was true, right? So there was a big distinction between the smaller, much more acculturated Sephardic population of Jews that lived in the west and south of France, in Bordeaux and Bayonne, and much more highly dense, concentrated, and less acculturated Jews living on the eastern side in the region of Alsace-Lorraine, the Ashkenazi Jews. The Sephardi Jews largely spoke French, largely had a much more French lifestyle in terms of their dress and their broader economic profile and things like that. But the Jews in Alsace, on the other hand, spoke Yiddish as their first tongue. They're much more sort of Germanotropic in their cultures, tend to be far more observant of Jewish law, both at home and more significantly in the street. So what happened in France is, in 1790, the emancipation was extended to Sephardic Jews and Bordeaux and Bayonne, and after a certain amount of hemming and hawing, in 1791, the same was granted.
You didn't think I could get
Well, that wasn't the end of the story by any means. There was a significant outcry because with emancipation, all of the restrictions on Jewish economic activity were lifted. Jews were allowed to engage in whatever kind of occupation they wanted. All kinds of occupations where they had, a significant advantage because they were overwhelmingly literate.
even my
There
whereabouts.
was connections with Jews living in other countries, so import, export, all kinds of commerce and so on.
So obviously,
Large
you can't block my
populations
mom,
of
you
Christians
can't block
in
my dad.
began to complain that
Like, they're not
our
their kid.
entire
You know what I'm
business
saying? Like,
environment is changing as a result of
look at us
these
want to get
Jews
fucked right
rushing into fields and, undercutting us with prices and all kinds of things.
anyway.
So a lot of complaints went to the emperor
I was like,
Napoleon,
I'm telling him, like,
who
I don't know
in
about
his
this.
typically grand
What
kind
do
of
I
way
need
of
money
thinking about things, said,
What
well,
do I need?
obviously
Really
we've got to
explain to me
talk to
what I
people.
need money for right now.
So, do they have like a representative
I think
body or something like that? Do they have a
You can't
book,
find
like
money.
the
Go
Jewish
ask your mother
Catholic?
what money.
And so his advisors told him, well, they have this thing called the Sanhedrin.
Yes, I am, because I need to do my lunch.
Court
That's
of
why I am.
71 judges
Bitch,
back
you
in the
really
ancient
thought.
period, but they haven't met in 1900 years since they were exiled from Israel. Actually, not quite since they were exiled, but shortly thereafter. And so he said, fine, Napoleon, let's reopen the Sanhedrin. And so messages were sent out all over Europe that Napoleon was going to gather the Sanhedrin.
I'm gonna forget.
And in that gathering, he was going to ask them a series
Should I
of 12 questions.
share my
This was actually the Assembly of Jewish Notables that was prior to the
Form
meeting
a
of the
rat
formal
sticky
Sanhedrin.
try.
The questions that he asked
Why
were
would my
actually quite
partner tell me
fascinating. They really give us an insight
After-
as to
That's
what
me.
he wanted from the Jews. He asked Jews have their own police force. Like, what's the point of asking about the police force? Well, the point is because he wanted to know if he was going to be accepting a state within a state. It doesn't make sense for there to be two judiciaries and two police enforcement agencies. What if, Jews wanted to run their affairs through a different legal system? Would they be culpable to French law? All kinds of things like this. He wanted to know a little bit about the assimilation ability. Is that a word? The assimilability of the Jews. He asked, for example, are Jews allowed to marry non-Jews? Now, in basic Jewish law, that's like a really short answer. No, intermarriage is not permitted under Jewish law. Obviously, there are interfaith relationships, but that's really more of a 20th and 21st century phenomenon, and certainly not countenanced by traditional Jewish law, although some of the denominations that are active today, of course, have different relationships to that question. But in the 18th century, the answer was no, it's not allowed. It's fascinating to note that the Assembly of Notables, the Leader Sanhedrin, which were made up largely of masculine, there was only a very small number of Jews who represented the traditional viewpoint, that's what we would call today Orthodox, and they essentially hemmed and hawed on this answer. They said, well, not exactly, wouldn't precisely be recognized, but, and they essentially, they knew what kind of answers Napoleon wanted, and they provided them with that. I think the most dramatic moment in the Sanhedrin, or the Assembly of Nobles gathering, was when he asked them, would the Jews defend France? Do they consider themselves French, or would they join with their enemies? Now, the fact is that France and Germany are having wars just about once every 30 or 40 years, which means that, God forbid, we're pretty much due for one right now. Let's hope that we put that behind us. But, he was really concerned about those Jews living in Alsace who were, Yiddish speaking. Yiddish is a much closer language to German than it is to French, and that they had all kinds of contacts with Jews on the German side of the border. What would happen if France and Germany got into a war? Who would French Jews fight for? And dramatically, the assembly rose up and said, jusqu'à la mort, they would defend France to the very death. That was the whole idea of it. So Napoleon was satisfied with those answers, and he said, great. So the Sanhedrin became a formal institution, and it was headed by this man, David Zintine, who has an absolutely amazing hat here. I want a hat like that. I think that would be fantastic. He was actually a renowned Torah scholar. He wrote a significant commentary on the Mishnah called Yad David, still studied to this day. And he was one of the more orthodox members of the Sanhedrin that gave it kind of like its weight on the right wing of the Jewish spectrum. There's a lot more to say about how Napoleon directed the organization of Jewish synagogues in France, but I'm just going to leave it at this point because I think we should spend a little bit of time talking about East Central Europe. So in Austria, a document was issued by Kaiser Joseph II called the Toleranzkonferenz in 1782. This was kind of like a very important pre-emancipation document that sort of gave the Jews of Austria a formal understanding of what their rights were in Austria. And that's very important because, rights as opposed to concessions is an extremely important notion and a great stepping stone towards pro-emancipation. But what happened over the next 100-odd years was really quite distressing and confusing. Austria, like much of East Central Europe, went through a revolution in 1848-49, and that revolution was then pushed back. And the revolution came from the more liberal side of the spectrum. So with the general constitution that was created those rights were taken back. The Constitution was reinstated again over the 1860s. The same kind of thing was happening in Hungary, although you also had very significant opposition to emancipation from Jews themselves in Hungary, led by the Hasan Soker, a very important rabbi integrity. Nevertheless, this was the zeitgeist, the trend of the times, and with the formal uniting of Austria and Hungary in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, then there was formal emancipation granted to the Jews as well. This is also a period of tremendous social change in urban areas, in particular in Budapest. Um, Hopefully, we'll come back to that a little later. Finally, in Germany, um, this region has a most extensive, prolonged struggle between liberal and conservative elements, specifically with regard to the Jews. Um, so, emancipation in Germany over the 19th century, which was, by the way, not united for most of the 19th century, it was very piecemeal, it was very limited. Rights given to Jews were frequently extended in a very grudging manner, and there's a tremendous amount of social hesitancy. So, like in great contrast to England, where social change demonstrated the readiness for emancipation well before it was actually granted, in Germany you had a situation where there was definitely very little social readiness for emancipation. There were some, bright lights here and there, like Christian Wilhelm von Dohm, who wrote very important work advocating for the emancipation of Jews. But by and large, German society as a whole was just not ready for emancipation. But a far more representative figure would be someone like this man, Heinrich von Treitschke, a very significant historian who entered into a very heavy debate with Heinrich Gretz over the publication of the latter's History of the Jews. Von Treitschke coined the unfortunate phrase, the Juden sind unser Unglück, the Jews are our misfortune, and he articulated a position that would later be picked up very enthusiastically by none other than Adolf Hitler, and he argued that the emancipation of the Jews had to be rolled back, and of course, the disaster of the Holocaust ensued. So that's a very quick look at the emancipation of Jews in Western and East Central Europe. And in the next video, I'd like to look at Eastern Europe, which had a very different trajectory. If you enjoyed this video, please consider subscribing. We have a great learning community that is always expanding, bringing in lots of people who want to study Jewish history. And okay, I guess that's about it. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, and welcome to another episode of Jewish History Lab. Today I'd like to spend some time talking about the birth of modern Jewish politics, which is really a phenomenon that was hit during the late 19th century. Now, obviously, that seems ridiculously late in the sense that, as long as there have been more than one Jews, there have been politics, or it's just part of the nature of the Jewish experience, and practically the human experience in general. But what I'm going to be focusing in on in this context is the idea of the birth of mass movements with political ideologies that are adopted by Jews, particularly in the modern era, especially because this is a time when democracy begins to make its impact on the Jewish community, and in particular the great mass of population that resides in Eastern Europe, where there's so many more Jews to bring that critical mass to move political agendas along. Prior to the 1880s, by and large, Jews were quiescent against people of black leaders. They largely trusted their leadership to have any kind of interface with the secular authorities, and so really it was a matter of more kind of like feudal relationships where the Stadtland, the intercessor that would be hired by the head of the Camilla, would be the one that would be interacting with the nobleman or the king or whatever on behalf of the entire community. And the idea of a group of Jews breaking away from the central authorities was really quite unusual and doesn't have a long tradition for the modern era. In the modern era, however, for a variety of reasons, Jews begin to look at more contemporary ways of organizing themselves and not necessarily thinking strongly with the will of the rabbinic mission to feed the Jews for 3 days. For a long time, Jewish historiography basically took this at kind of face value. And if you've seen Fiddler on the Roof, there's a scene where Rabbi is approached by a policeman who wants to give him some kind of heads up that a pogrom is coming. But it seems like this is not an absolute depiction of what happened in Russia. In reality, the pogroms went way out of control. The Russian Empire government was certainly not the architects of the violence. They had a great difficulty trying to control them. The entire administration, the police force, was exposed as being, inept, excessively bureaucratic, too slow to respond to this rapid movement of violence that essentially follows a newly laid rail line that was connecting many countries. And the pogroms went on not for 3 days, but for 3 years in 1884. And it really underscored the fact that Russia was no longer capable of maintaining itself as a Rothschild, that is, a country governed by law. There was simply too much anarchy possible, too much chaos possible, and that is really something that the Jews, as a minority, fear tremendously. So it is the violence that erupted in 1881 and extended for a few years that really triggered the rethinking crisis of the political status quo. There were ethnic populations that were minorities in a particular region, like Poles in Ukrainian territory and vice versa, things like that. Um, and it was something that really just felt way out of hand for the Russians. Now, this map has a few charts that I'd like to show you right now from a really interesting article published in 2019 by Yelena Groska-Tsip and some of my colleagues in Akademia Srivastskaya that pointed out something that really should be fairly obvious, but no one else, to my knowledge, has really made these correlations. Um, the pogroms, why did they happen? So there's definitely a certain amount of latent anti-Semitism in traditional society. We can tie it to, certain church teachings and certain economic practices of the Jews, and the long-term resentment that goes back to the Khmelnytsky rebellion, the Haganah rebellion, and so on. But Jews basically lived in relative peace alongside their Ukrainian, Polish, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Russian neighbors, with only a few significant punctuations of violence, like Khmelnytsky in the 17th century and Ottokar in the 18th century. So the majority of Jewish history was relatively peaceful, not necessarily loving, but one of coexistence. So why are these pogroms all of a sudden? So have a look at these charts. Let me just move over to the other side of the screen here. So this is a chart that shows the number of pogroms in the years 1800 to 1928. And I'm a little bit suspicious of the last number because I always thought there was a much bigger surge in 1919. But let's take a look here Jews decided en masse that they were going to use five distinct strategies to leave the north. Here they are. The first is actually the most traditional of all, and that is emigration. Because historically, when conditions are growing increasingly poor for Jews in a particular region, and they see no easy way to change it, so they pick up and they move somewhere else. This is a 2,000-year-old tested strategy that has worked very well. And so you can see from this map, which we've looked at in other contexts, a large outpouring of Jews from the Pale of Settlement to America, to Canada, the United States of America, to Canada, to South America, quarterly to Western Europe, significant numbers of Jews to the land of Israel and to Southern Africa, and a small number going all the way out to Australia. This most traditional strategy ultimately doesn't solve the problem. It just hopes that it will be better somewhere else, and it would in fact do some of those things we shall see as we move into the 20th century in Western Europe in particular. The second major strategy says, no, we're not going to leave this country. We're going to change this country. And that is this refers to the widespread adoption of socialist ideas by many Jewish youth, in particular during this time. Here's a mugshot of Leon Trotsky, one of the most important Jewish socialist leaders of the period. He was the mastermind behind the 1905 Wildcat strike that ultimately forced the Russian government to change the Great really, for the diaspora nationalists, sort of represented a step backwards in terms of the um, evolution of the Jewish movement. Because as the founding ideologue of diaspora nationalism argued, the Jews had sort of advanced beyond the stage of needing a political state to constitute their own identity. The Jews were capable of perpetuating their culture and thought as a minority scattered throughout the world. So to go and say, oh, we want to create a state somewhere, whether it's in Israel or Uganda or anywhere, that represents looking backwards for the diaspora nationalists. Where they had a limited amount of impact in Eastern Europe, their ideas were actually implemented very loosely in Ukraine, and then for slightly longer periods in the integral states of Poland, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Everything came to a crashing halt with Brexit. A version of diaspora nationalism, however, survives in the institution of the Jewish Federation, which is kind of like this loose agglomeration of Jewish groups around the country who collectively raise money for charity, to represent Jewish interests before democratic governments, and so on. So the huge difference between the way the diaspora nationalists envision their thought of how to deal with modernity and the way the Jewish Federation works is that the Jewish Federation is entirely voluntary. Meaning a person can choose to identify with
She was my
or
she was positive in every
not.
regard to watch me go forever.
Modernity
Although
doesn't
she
really
was not
demand that you
submissive,
have to fit
but she was always on his
the
side.
diaspora nationalists have a
Some of
vision
the
where Jews
it was
would
just a little too hot-headed for me,
fit
you know,
they
from
would
the
pay
evaluation
a certain amount of
of them.
taxes to
And
their own
these
leadership.
things like,
They would
oh,
have
we're
the
going to
right
dump
as
down
a
the market
group
and we're going to come
to
through
go out on
so
state
we'll kill
resources
everybody, you
for
know.
communal practices. They would have a
He
certain
had a
amount of
flair for
protection
the
in terms
dramatic,
of
even in a way giving
not
it
having
all
elections
else.
on Shabbat and things like that. But it
Some of
was a
them
much
ultimately
more
explained
kind of
himself
like
to be
well
underwater.
structured
And he said,
organization than the Jewish
you know,
Federation, which is
we both
essentially
lost our
a
father,
volunteer organization.
but I
However
also lost
powerful
my
and
mother.
effective it is,
And
it
you had a
ultimately
strong
ends up
mother to raise you.
relying to the left. So,
I did
which is
not.
not the case with diaspora.
He said, you had
And
mercy.
finally,
You
the
have a very
last
strong
national
wife
strategy
to
to
help you.
deal with
And my wife,
evolution
she just
of
used to
Jewish
run
movement
like
in a modern
crap.
democratic
She
area,
just threw new blades and brought us
so-called
along.
so-called
And we did not have the patience.
traditionalists.
So
These are who
I
really are
think
still
something about that rings
familiar
true.
speaking to the pre-modern era
There were
of
some
traditional
elements of that
Torah
that were
leadership,
true.
definitely very
But
much
he told them they
Orthodox
certainly didn't
kind of
have
way
the
of thinking.
intelligence
And
and
they were saying,
the
wait a
real
minute, why
genius
are Jews
for
organizing
dealing with
politically?
people,
We
dealing
should
with
be
soldiers,
investing much
especially in
more
modern
energy
warfare,
in our
than
religious activity.
do what
We
you
should
have.
be focusing on
And
things
there's
that need
in
our
that
religious
relationship, there's a
needs.
contrast because
However,
Genghis Khan
given the
did
rapid
not
advance of
accumulate riches or
democratizing movements in Europe
accumulate
and
power
the
in a way that was
promise
for the
of
sake
a
of the riches or for the
democratic
sake of the power.
construction
He was always
empire,
very
which turns
practical
out,
in
not
what
to work out that way,
is
but
the way
now
to
in the 20th century,
maximize
if it's not
the
mistaken, the
success of
20th
the
century, we'll
celebration.
talk about that later as well.
Yes,
He said,
I
you know
don't
what?
know what happened to the
If
gold belt.
we don't
It's
organize
because of the story.
politically like these
The
other
gold belt
non-religious
doesn't just
movements,
disappear.
then we
You know,
will
what
lose
happened
an
to him?
opportunity
So
to extract the
interesting with
voice
this.
of religious
Timucin
movements,
was
which
never
represents
interested
a very
in
large
material
proportion
goods.
of the
As
overall
Genghis
Jewish
Khan
population.
is the ruler,
So the Jewish
he, in some
traditionalists
ways you could say
with
became the
parties
richest
like
man in the world.
Achievement
Because he
Israel,
controlled the most
Achievement
wealth
several
going through
other
him.
groups,
But he
they
always dressed
essentially
simply.
tried to
He always lived in the
promote
tent.
a
And he
religious
said, I
agenda,
eat
an
what my
agenda that
soldiers eat.
is
I dress
demanded
the way my
things
soldiers dress.
specifically
I
for
live the way
religious
my
observance
soldiers live.
within
They're the
this
same.
new
So
democratic or
he had no
pseudo-democratic
interest in the
society.
wealth.
Okay?
But some
Those
of
are
the
the five basic strategies that
inside the
Jews
before with
chose from.
Manahan,
There
which
were
was
lots of
very
shadings
advantageous because they
in
had
them.
more trade
Let's
goods
have
and
a look at
wealthier
what they look
people
like
and
on a
all.
political
But
spectrum. And essentially, I'm
he
going to
just
be
didn't have the temperament,
reviewing
I think, that was
the
going to
material
help
in the last
for
couple of
Genghis
slides,
Khan's continued
but we
rise.
will just sort of
That
maintain
is one of
exactly
the powerful
format
things
so a little
about
bit
the
easier to
Genghis Khan
understand.
stories.
So
He
here you
came
go.
from
Here's a typical
Absolutely nothing.
political spectrum
he
in
did,
maybe the
from
study
what
of
I see and understand, becomes a
like that.
byproduct
You have
by
a
the
line, and on
riches
the left
or
you have
change. He
socialists,
fundamentally
and on the
remained the
right you
same
have capitalism. Right?
person
So
who
if you think about
does not
American
have value
politics,
for material things.
He
a
changed
reasonable
the
reason
majority
here
in
to
various
say
ways
that
over life as
Democrats
people
lean
do.
just slightly left of center,
But he
Republicans
never
maybe just slightly
became
right of
avaricious
center,
in any
but
way. He was
basically
never
they're really
greedy.
close to the
He
middle.
was never
Jewish
greedy. He
politics
kept
are
the
not like
simple
that.
life.
They're
And
like
one of the
really
simple life for
broad
him meant that no one was allowed to write about him.
but
No
Jewish
one was
politics
allowed
is
to
not so
make
seeing not
both of
seeing
these excellent wires.
surrounding
If you look
yourself
in the
with
lower left
events that
quadrant,
don't
there's
tell you the right
socialism and Bill
information,
of Rights.
not
Most
being able to
important part
select
is
the right
the
people to
general
lead the
Jewish
armies
workers'
or
force,
to lead the territories that you
that
conquer.
was actually one
So
of the earliest
it's interesting
parts
that he had that
formed
foresight
illegally in the
of
Russian Empire in
don't forge,
1897. It actually
don't
claimed a
force
very
you.
large number of
Because
voters.
that's a
It
dangerous
was
road to go
essentially
down.
a very
It's very
leftist
hard to explain how he
that was
stuck to
exercised
that,
in the
how he
Yiddish
got it.
language,
You're so
largely
easily
because
corrupted
there
by
was a
power.
significant
Like,
population of blue-collar workers in
and yet
northern Israel.
he maintained this very
That
fierce
was very respectful
attitude
socialist.
towards his relationship with the people
Relied on
around
the
him.
Jewish
His
proletariat
regard for
quite
slaves and for
significant,
his
particularly
private
in
part of
more
the
industrialized
with
zones.
him, the Central
By
Park.
the time you get to the
That was
19th
his relationship, his
revolution,
family. He had
there
4
were
wives.
30,000
This was what was important to him.
members of the group.
But in fact, no market was
Backing
made
up,
until
what about
1278.
in
Well, by
the
then he had already been dead for
lower
51
right,
years.
you see that you
And
have
then no statue
a footnote who represents the
until
mass, the nationalists, right?
the
They're
21st
definitely
century.
very good at drawing, right?
It's incredible.
They did not
Let's
say
look
the
at
idea
the
of freedom to Israel,
document
but
that
they
you
did
referenced
think
several
that
times,
it
the
had
secret
so
history.
radically changed on a social
Secret
system.
history is a very
There
unusual
is more
document.
system
Now I have to
capitalism
love it very much. But
right.
I send you,
That
Chicken
built
Allows
up
nothing to be written
on the
about
right
him
quadrant,
in his lifetime.
very
People
important.
couldn't take notes even alarming
Science.
that he,
And
Genghis
there are
Khan,
many shades of
ordered the
science
invention of the
information.
alphabet for normal
But the
people,
most
and it was
significant one
adapted
was
from
the
the Uyghur
group that was
people.
founded by Theodore
And
Herzl
so to
Schmidt,
this day, it's
the
all
father
called
of modern
learning
political
alphabet, the
Zionism,
Uyghur
who was
alphabet.
in
So he had ordered his children to learn to
general
read and to
world
write and
Zionist movement.
self-conducting
And
most
the
not by
movement that he was
But
associated with called the
one of the things he did was
General
every campaign, even
it was
the
more
one
of a
that
big
the
and
March
large
20
umbrella
risk
Zionism.
conversion
This is
was
contrasted
he
by
always adopted
revisionists
one
who are here, sort of like more
and that child
Israel,
became
more
a full
not
member
necessarily
of an organization. He's
economically,
also
but
his
definitely
mother
getting
would
out of
raise the
political
child.
power.
So
Rabbi
she
was
eventually had a whole household full of boys
activist and
from different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government.
Herzl was
And one was a photographer
diplomatic.
who turned out not to be so great as a soldier. But he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became a Supreme Judge appointed by Genghis Khan. And so, when Genghis Khan died, he recognized that it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written.
Jabotinsky and his
Full
followers
reading
said
book.
no,
Nothing about
Jews
him or
have to be much more
campaigns or
aggressive,
military anything. What Shiki
militarily
trained,
trained,
she
they should have more
realized
of a
that
kind of a
this
right-wing
was going to be
outlook.
lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if people contributed, helped him. It's a little bit unclear.
Zeus.
It was basically that. They always knew exactly where something happens. So every
Very important.
How you living?
I'm mad.
Why?
Very aggressively Zionist, but they felt that it would be a shame if
Oh.
Israel were just
Dude, did you get a rubber band?
of some Western European state. They wanted
Not
Israel
yet.
to be established.
Okay, when you go buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
Well, it's nearly 12 a.m.
Okay, well, I don't give a flying fuck. When you go, buy a bag of rubber bands, okay?
I'm mad right now.
Why are you mad?
Someone made Fat Kill another Fat Kill token.
All right. So what? Are you gonna buy it?
No, the other one, the original one's fucking my echo.
No, that thing's dead. Are you ready for a game invite? Dude, Dude, you have an invitation. Dude,
That's it. You have no idea how to play this game.
Okay.
Neither of us really know how to play this game.
I think I do.
But I'm in the lead. Rabbi,
What up, pimp? Zoot. Zoot. Zoot, go.
Rabbi, you won.
Not yet.
And what are you still going up? It's like 2 a.m.
No, it's like 6. It's like 7.
Oh, 6 a.m.
You ready? You're up, Zoot.
Yeah, I'm not playing this game again after this one.
Why?
Because it fucking sucks.
It's great.
Neither of us know how to play it.
I do, and I've beaten you every game.
That's not true.
Yeah, I have. I've not. Oh, no, you're right. We tied one of them.
think life is short?
That's a relative question. It's subjective.
You think it's long?
Depends. For a fly, it's long. For a tortoise, it's shorter.
Turtles live a really long life.
Word dog.
What's the longest living animal?
They say that some lobsters don't really die if they're not hunted, so they might live indefinitely.
Lobsters?
Yeah. But traditionally, it's been the giant
Really?
tortoise. Yeah, but traditionally, it's been the giant tortoise.
Why do you think turtles have such a long lifespan?
They have a protective shelter to protect them from predators. Also, they live in areas many times where they don't have natural predators. Like they live on an island.
I think you fog clams.
Zoo, you have an invitation. Zoo.
There's a clam. There's a clam that's lived for 500 years.
Okay, good. Zoo. They're like 2,000-year-old trees, even a lot older than that.
You think plants? You think there's plants that have consciousnesses?
What?
You think plants can think? You think they have a
Yeah,
conscience?
I kind of do. Especially like carnivorous plants like Venus flytrap.
I just noticed that like it's kind of weird when you see like trees dying and then all the trees next to it start dying.
Whoa, you made a comeback.
But have you ever seen like trees die and then all the trees next to it just all of a sudden start dying? Like even if it's like been raining.
Fuck.
Have you noticed that?
Okay.
I didn't. Oh, you made the comeback. I had such a huge lead. Maybe you're distracted thinking about trees.
Okay. Oh, Zoo, you took the lead.
Is it an impossible one?
Zoo. Oh, how didn't you win?
So fucked up.
No, this is second hardest. This is standard. Dude, how didn't you win?
Fucked up. Let's go to Prague.
Well, of any time you were
Go to Holly.
gonna beat me, it was that one.
Let's go Prague. I'm gonna beat you in Prague.
You're not gonna beat shit.
I'm gonna finish Prague.
No, you aren't. Just a moment. It's got to load.
Labor Party that dominated much of the Israeli Party. So we think this is complicated so far. We're not even finished yet because Jews are not satisfied with two political axes. We have to have a third axis, right? We have X, we have Y, and now we have Z, which is kind of like a third dimension. I'll draw that with sort of like this curved line. This represents the religious party.
Rabbi,
Until now,
Yo, pimp.
have been either anti-religious,
how many numbers can you remember?
Dog,
leaves out a huge number of Jews.
I don't know what the average human does, which is like 7, maybe as many as 10. Like telephone numbers or like numbers in a row,
First group to look at are the so-called
Numbers in a row.
like 10,
are Orthodox Jews who believe that, contrary
maybe.
to the dominant rabbinic opinion, that somehow working
John
alongside
Texas.
secular
No.
Zionists to establish a modern state represented an abrogation of divine will, maybe that was precisely what God wanted. That maybe the coming together of secular Jews for the holy purpose of rebuilding Israel, in fact, represented the gradual unfolding of the Messianic idea.
You haven't met anyone that can remember like large numbers in a row.
I know somebody who like can remember birth dates like just incredibly well. Like if you tell me a birthday once, they'll just remember it, and they'll know all the famous people whose birthdays were that. They knew all the presidents' birthdays, all the queen and king's birthdays, all that shit.
Also have those traditionalist Jews
My birthday, you didn't remember.
who do not agree that Zionism should
You know why my birthday didn't remember?
No, why?
Furthermore, they certainly disagree with everybody on the left side of the spectrum who are
Because it's a public holiday.
religion or at least neutral on religion. They want to embrace
What public holiday?
So these were the groups, like the Exodus Israel, that basically decided to organize themselves in order to defend the rights and opinions of religious Jews. Among their
One of
integrated achievements are
Think
the
it's one of the only public holidays based on a public figure.
program, which I'm very proud to
Is it the King's Day or whatever?
No, it's an American public holiday.
Is it what is it? Martin Luther King Day?
Yep.
Yeah, but that changes every year.
Do you remember when my birthday was?
Not this year, but it changes every year.
If you remember when it's not your birthday was.
No, nobody knows that.
That's kind of like the things that Israel does. They think about,
You don't know when your birthday was.
Fuck no, nobody in the United States knows that.
So that's a graphic representation of how these political orientations develop and relate to each other. It's complicated, I know, but as my father, Ali Hashem, would always say, Henry,
People actually celebrate Martin Luther King Day. You get the day off work.
Like 50% of businesses do. Like banks and stuff do. Some schools do.
Make sure you click on the little bell button on your YouTube so that it'll give you a notification. Hey, new videos happening.
You guys are cool in general.
Yeah.
Actually communicate in real time with the chat. And of course, we have other levels of membership which give you access to other
But you get a week off of
live
business.
Win- Winter break. Yeah, there's a winter break.
Something like that.
No, it's usually like 3 weeks.
But for a week,
Yeah. Now, like businesses don't get that much off, but schools do.
so you have summer break was 3 months, and you have a winter break for a week.
Hello and welcome
Usually.
to another episode of
And there's a spring break,
Today we're going to
and a lot of times there's a fall break.
How long does spring break go?
A week.
most difficult chapters in the long history of the Jewish.
I think you get a week.
Dude, this last one,
Please note
I've never seen it before. I just finished.
that this
By
information is
the way, this is the impossible one that you were talking about.
No,
Like, you gotta get
no, no,
only one down.
no. It was like 4 things thick at an angle. It was super hard.
specifically on the topic of the Holocaust, and it is
This
free
one,
for
that
the
one did
community.
like
Please
that.
see the lecture notes for a link to that particular course.
Yeah.
What I'd like to do today is speak a little bit about interwar periods and the Jews. But let us begin first with a discussion of the terminology. What is this word Holocaust? Where did it come from? And why do we use that term? So the Holocaust itself, obviously we're speaking about the
How the holidays work in service.
destroyed the Jews
How?
during World War II. It was such a tremendous,
We have
such a huge
in Chicago,
foundation
we have
act
4
of
terms.
brutalities that it begged a specific term to try to
Term
capture
1,
what
term
it
2, term 3, term 4.
in the 1940s through the 1970s, various terms were tossed about to try and
Term
capture
1,
the
2,
sense of this.
term 2, 2 weeks, term 3, 2
Probably
weeks.
the first term
And then
that
term
was
4,
used is the word genocide.
between term 4 and term 1, which is transitioning year. Yeah, 6 weeks.
Comes from the word genos, meaning people or class, in the sense of a class of
And 6
family.
weeks is in summer,
And C-Day meaning
which is
to kill, like as in
during
homicide or
Christmas.
suicide or patricide. that
It
kind of
goes to the
So genocide means the killing of a people. And that term was very useful and of course has entered the English language, but it lacks a specific Jewish context. It doesn't specifically address the
usually
fact that it
last
also
week in January.
really targeted
Yeah, usually a lot.
people such as the Roma, Sinti, and others, but the Jews really were high on the list of targeted populations. And so genocide is a little bit too generic. A term that began to be used in the 1960s is Holocaust. Here's a poster from a film that popularized the Holocaust that starred Meryl Streep and others. And where does this term come from? Well, actually, it's kind of a problematic term. It is a word taken from the Latin translation of the Hebrew Bible. The translation is called the Vulgate. And in Leviticus chapter 29, by the way, it's a different numbering system as well than the Hebrew Bible, the verse in Leviticus uses the term Holocaust as a translation for the Hebrew term olah, which means a sacrifice that is completely burned up. And in the verse in Leviticus, it talks about offering a Holocaust with a pleasing order to God. Now, the term definitely has some value to it. It definitely has a sense of everything being burned up, even though, the majority of the victims in the Holocaust were not actually burned to death. They were gassed to death or shot and others. But still, it does have some kind of totality to it. But at the same time, it has theological problems. Like, are we actually going to say that if the Jews are serving as the sacrificial lamb, so to speak, what does that make them Nazis? So how do we say that connects to God perceiving a pleasing odor? I mean, this is a very problematic term. So for that reason, many religious thinkers prefer not to use the term Holocaust, and they rely on the Hebrew term korban, which means destruction. And that term korban is specifically connected to the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem in 586 before the Common Era and in the year 70 of the Common Era. So for religious thinkers, the term korban is definitely popular, but it also also as a kind of religious coloration that is problematic for more secular users. In Israel, the most popular term is undoubtedly Shoah, also a Hebrew term that occurs in the Bible, but it does not have that same connotation of connecting it to the destruction of the temples and the, you know, theological baggage that goes along. And one last term, we should be careful because some of the terms that are used, I personally think are rather offensive. For example, use the term extermination, the extermination of the Jews of Europe. You know, extermination is a term used for Berlin, which plays right into the Nazi ethic with regard to destruction of this population of people. But there are certain terms like final solution and Lösung, which were actually coined by Nazis themselves. Here you see a
Oh no, Zoot, we're on the same one.
the Nuremberg trials.
This one's hard.
Use terms like this, end seal, end goal, things like that. So Holocaust is a difficult term to use. It has some problems with it, but nevertheless, it is the term that has become most popular in the English language, and so therefore we use it for expediency. So when we go to the historical data here, the Jews in Europe at this time, you can see this map, which comes from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. They're spread out across Europe. The great mass of them are in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union and in Poland in particular. Germany has only about 500,000 Jews. They tend to be highly assimilated. They tend to
I just
speak
did,
German
baby.
very well, dress like Germans, tend to have less outward adherence to traditional Jewish observance, whereas when you move to the east, you have a lot more of a
Archery.
of traditional Hasidic and Lithuanian Jews who are much more obviously Jewish from that. But that didn't stop anti-Semitism from spreading in Germany in particular. In fact, a lot of the anti-Semitism the Nazis relied on had a specific coloration. We've spoken in previous lectures about the development of anti-Semitism through several phases, from ancient xenophobia to medieval Jew hatred. And when we get to the modern period, there is a very kind of quasi-scientific quality to it, in which the Nazis have largely abandoned the outwardly religious aspects of previous forms of anti-Semitism, and they focus on this racial quality connected with the idea of a conspiracy. Specifically, that the Jews constitute a distinct kind of race that are altogether joined in a global conspiracy to dominate other races. And the way in which they dominate, which obviously is very difficult because the Jews are a tiny minority of the population, is specifically in some kind of cancerous or bacteriological form. Like, for example, here you see a German language novel from 1920 that shows a hideous kind of vulture that's weighing down this shirtless man. And what this picture is meant to say is that the Jews are like carrion eaters. They're vermin. They live off decay. They're going to dominate the otherwise healthy, strong, muscular Aryan races. And once they eat them out like a cancer from within, then they will feed on their corpses. The title, by the way, reads Sünde gegen das Blut, ein Zeitprogramm. The sin against the blood, a novel of the times. And the fact that the Jews of Germany were much more assimilated actually fed into a lot of this, such as, for example, you see this really bizarre form of children's propaganda published in the 1930s by Elvira Bauer, a really twisted kindergarten teacher.
That was a good one.
This is a book for children called Gift Fix, the poison toadstool. Right? And the thing about toadstools is that they look like mushrooms, but unless you are very careful and you know the signs, you will always mistake them for healthy mushrooms. And you might eat one of these, but it's actually poison. So too, the metaphor goes that the Jews look like regular Germans, but in reality, they are quite distinct, racially different, and they represent a threat. And that's the kind of thing that goes on in that particular piece of propaganda. The Nazis frequently refer to Jews as various kinds of vermin who are bent on destroying the entire world.
Yo, Pimp.
Like this French language piece of Nazi propaganda that shows the Jew as some kind of like vicious
If
tarantula.
you got 3 bullseyes right now, you still lose.
The Warsaw Ghetto that shows that the Jews
That's one.
carry typhus associated with this deadly lice-borne disease and so on. So, and here finally, here's an Austrian example. This is just terrifying. Again, from the elections of that early interwar period, the Jew is portrayed as some kind of like devilish
Get a
snake
bullseye.
who is strangling the Austrian eagle. And the image reads in German, Deutsche Christen retten Österreich, which means German Christians um, save Austria, right? Meaning you have to vote for the one party in order to save Austria from this Jewish state, who, by
Word
the way,
dog.
is associated with the communists, because you can see the hammer and sickle are lying underneath them. So that's the kind of atmosphere that Hitler
Dude, you have an invitation. Dude, I won. You have an invitation.
To look at. Hitler had a difficult relationship with his father, who was much older than his mother. And when his father passed away at 18, that allowed Hitler himself a little bit more freedom because he had always wanted to be an artist. He had some middling talent. Here you can see some of his artwork that's actually available on the web. Unfortunately for the young adult, he was not especially talented, and he was rejected from the Vienna School of Art.
Get it.
That stung him bitterly, and in fact,
Get
he
it.
complained about it in his memoirs later.
Get
He
it.
always felt that somehow
That was
his
not good.
rightful place in the Vienna School of Art was taken by a Jewish applicant, and this idea of the replacement theory, that Hitler felt he should have been in the Vienna School of Art, but a Jew had replaced him. A Jew had, supplanted his rightful place in the incoming student body. That's something that, by the way, reverberates throughout a lot of white supremacist thought, right up into America in the early 21st century. At any rate, he found new purpose with the onset of World War I, and he joined it enthusiastically. And he was actually wounded during World War I. He was the victim of a gas attack, which gas was used at that time, as we discussed in the previous lecture. But when Germany surrendered in November 1918, he, like many other Germans, felt that this was a stab in the back that was somehow orchestrated by Jews. Here you can see another Austrian propaganda cartoon that captures the idea of the stab in the back, which in German was the Dolchstoß. You can see by the way, I'm using some Austrian materials here. We should mention that Hitler himself was actually an Austrian. And Austria and Germany, although they are separate countries, they are really in one larger cultural unit. Austria would join with Germany in the Anschluss, they would prosecute the war together. But that's
Dude, you have an invitation.
here is an Austrian.
Go, big dog.
The anger that many Austrians felt over the surrender in World War I. There's the lantern-jawed Austrian soldier with a steely gaze, defending the Western Front, and sneaking up behind him is this hideous-looking woman that has a Jewish star on the French-style hat that she is wearing, and with this leering smile, she's stabbing him in the back. Meaning that the Jews somehow betrayed Germany and Austria from within, causing a lot of anti-war sentiment and causing the Germans to uh, surrender prematurely before they could have actually won in World War I. Hitler, when he came back from the war, involved in right-wing politics. He participated in the Neapol Putsch, in which there was actually an attempted insurrection for which he was arrested and sent to jail. Here is a picture of him, believe it or not, in jail. He actually had a very cushy time there. The judge who sentenced him was clearly very sympathetic to Hitler's aims, and although he could not let him off scot-free, he gave him a very, very light sentence in jail, very brief duration, and allowed him a personal chef, all kinds of ridiculous things. And it was in jail that his reputation was secured. He got, credibility for having gone to jail for his right-wing beliefs. And while he was there, he wrote his memoir, Mein Kampf, My Struggle, in which he essentially laid out his political program. It's a rambling, frequently incoherent document that lists Or in 1930 and 1932, its primary opponents were really the Communist Party. In March 1933, he garnered 33% with a lot of dirty tricks, but ultimately, when you look at the comparison with the other parties, you can see the Communists lost quite a bit in that last election. The Social Democratic Party, the second largest, only had 20% of the vote. So in the um, coalition-style government that was prominent in many European countries at the time, Hitler was given the opportunity as the leader of the largest single party, the plurality, to form a government, and that's when he was able to come to power. He proceeded early on to uh, identify Jews with the so-called Nuremberg law that clearly identified them by racial characteristics. That is, how much blood was in them as measured by their grandparents, creating a very racist society that
That's
was
big time, Zoo.
dependent for all kinds of advancement in various careers and in public services like education and so on whether or not one was free of any taint of Jewish blood.
No way.
Jews were removed from civil service, from
Stop.
courts, from education, and a whole series of measures were put in place to gradually push them out of German society. This culminated in a dramatic attack, the largest attack of its kind, called Kristallnacht in 1938, where it was really a nationwide pogrom against Jews, a widespread attack, widespread burning of synagogues. The name itself, Kristallnacht, comes from broken glass that filled the streets of German cities. And it was kind of like the last warning for the Jews of Germany that they had better get out. The
Yo,
difficulty
Pimp.
was that although many Jews were quite willing to leave Germany, and a large number of them did, there are very few countries who
Rabbi.
actually accept them at that time, as immigration quotas were imposed, and fewer Jews were able to
I
find
don't think
there elsewhere.
that
We're going to
came down
continue
onto me
with
this one.
the onset of World War II and the Holocaust in the next
Go,
lecture.
Zoo.
Thank you very much for watching.
That was the best movie we made.
Yeah, because I'm amazing.
Rate that movie.
Sucks.
What about this movie?
The war broke out on September 1st,
That movie sucked.
followed
Do you know why that movie sucked? Because it helps you.
by the motorcycle and so
Oh no, you just want. Did you say how unlucky I just got?
You're fine.
Did you not see how unlucky I just got? Anyway. I kind of just got lucky.
first encounter with the people with the ball.
Oh, how about you in trouble? You know why you're in trouble?
Why is that, Zoo?
Look at the board and look how many like water there is, how much water there is.
While the Nazis had planned in advance
There's no water. Yeah. I am very close to winning.
All right, let's see it.
I'm going to record this today. This is going to be the highest risk shit.
Yo, pimp,
You're a cunt.
what do you want me to do, baby?
Anyway, he's gonna lose. Oh fuck. Alright.
Yo, big dog.
That was the most obvious move for you. Alright.
Okay. Oh, that helped.
Fuck. This is bad. You know what was that?
Where's that, big dog?
Because I should have won. Rabbi.
What up, pimp?
Yep. That's not gonna help you. Only way you're gonna be saved. Death. Fuck. Fuck you. No. Fuck. Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
Yep. There's only one way. You know what your best man is? That was the worst move you could make. Literally the worst move. You ready, Rabbi?
Yes, sir.
Whoever gets the fire wins. Oh fuck. Come on.
I can't do what I want to do.
Oh, you can't?
No. Oh, an extra move.
Well, that might have just ended. I think I won. One second.
What a comeback. What a comeback, dude. What a comeback.
Oh, you got lucky. Did you get lucky? Well,
I'm good, baby. All right, dude. I gotta get some sleep, big dog. Come back tonight.
you're lucky.
Peace, big dog. Come back tonight.
Hello, fellow students who are with the marriage or English history lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust for educational purposes. One of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is this mean. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that suffered through, as well as other people during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could still take back clergy. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in December of 1939? It's also quite a possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping enough coming to the core of events associated with the Holocaust involve two major periods in that decade. The period of the isolation and the period of death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murder as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews in this period together. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression agreement, the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and to divide up their territory between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet borders between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series on my YouTube channel on the Holocaust, for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to the rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust, per se, really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression act as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular armies that were sent in to the Soviet Union, Hitler sent four mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these four squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered the Soviet Union. And their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute the war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages in the steppe Jewish hamlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march the Jews and others out to local ravines. There were no drives or beds in the vicinity. They would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firearms. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, as it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during the war. Here you can see a map from the Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the outlets that were attacked. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. What they're being called Rabbi was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents on the Third Reich. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very efficient and psychologically a very convincing form of massacre. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of the Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at a conference that took place at a resort in Day on January 20th, 1942. So it's a rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to that before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands of millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it would be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these squads. So on Monday, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document to rely on just talking to the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that have not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Monday conference, it appeared that these had massacred all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Kelno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that time. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. Like that term, the term was which means make into nothing. Experience destruction camps, or perhaps simply death camps. These 6 death camps, were situated in and around the Ghetto, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Missouri set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camp, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, and political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places, with a significant death rate of people dying from starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews living in the camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportation from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered maybe at the very end of the war, when it was clear the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary were distorting their last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day to Warsaw, and then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journeys from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were healthy enough to work in a slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their person, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth is taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, lice removed from their bodies, which was very common in many of these camps. And the Americans later would use heat to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas was used as 6 months a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died under 30 minutes before their asphyxiation. Then bodies were sent to crematorium and to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies would have to be burned out in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to the barracks, and they were under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather to live because they were enslaved. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation or genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. And when these liberated camps, they found a small number of asphyxiated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history. There's no world history. Very much alive.
It's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic. It sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold is the thicket sometimes, but it's always fresh. Always fresh. So you have the wind coming in. You have the smell of the wind. But also, then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust going in, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the picture. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we go to some place like the Saline River, where we talk about the Market live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolians define their world, is by the water. They farmers want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay, they're still doing it the local way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse and thinking about this open step. From a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you write, while standing on the horse. They learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs go long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book to the editor removed this that was insulting. I said the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other with every twitch of the muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags with the couple sold out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. There was other members of their own herd. So language itself, I have never, ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about it. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside, they said, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolia, I teach you the words. Then what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. Okay, what color is that horse? Brown. And they said, well, you said this color was brown. What color is this? So, I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is, the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or brown brown, or But the words for horses by, of course, by sex, and then they have trinkles and gildings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they've reproduced in the case of the female, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, raised to the dust of many fast horses. It just resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the crop of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. Now, I don't know anyone's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So the horses are important in every way. Even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. The mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Well, some things puzzle me that in my watching. I remember one day being with a very nice family. It happened to be on a gelding day when there were a bunch of gelding would-be stallions. Don't get to be stallions, but and one of the boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He's trying to range those horses, but he couldn't bring him out. He was trying to hobble back, so his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. I'm thinking, how on earth can you do this? This is a child. This is your child. You know, but 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for Nata annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to a forest mountain area, and the horse bolted, come off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. The boy followed him. The boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights could be quite cold as the summer. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. But he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the... He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. And it's probably hard for her, too, to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Coleman. He tells the story about mental toughness. That the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, you know, all the other wrestlers, they would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. With the Mongols, there was just nothing, it was emotionless. So like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship, it built a hardness to that. And I suppose that falling from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if they can have the privacy to do it, the men will strip naked in the first heavy snow and roll around in the snow in order to prepare for the coming winter. And the valley where I live, a lot of wrestlers come there to train in the summertime for the competition. And the water's very cold coming down from the mountain. And every day, when there's a break, they go down, they take one, they do not get in the water, never. But they take the water and they pour the cold water over themselves. And that's refreshing to them. Refreshing.
Well, then getting back to the horses, the value they had for the horses and the horse riding skills that they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, you know, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, I read. So, there's a lot to say. Like, you know, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stately you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop when all 4 feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. And there's obviously the technology of the bow, the composite bow, the recurve bow. They've also used crossbows later and adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. Because the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to like not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
The Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. It was the most lethal weapon known to the world years old, they would probably be riding alone on the horse. So when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit, the cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It's absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because it can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. But by staying on it, they learn the horse, they become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. Usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off the battle. And this ability then to shoot. You have to defend your animals. There are wolves around, foxes and other things. In some areas there were even tigers and other animals that would come in. And you had to be able to shoot to defend it against other people who might be raping you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of most sedentary people. Now I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say for human beings. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, it has millions just in the army. Not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia, Afghanistan, and these areas. Your whole army has to be as finely tuned as each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. But the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Mostly cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
But it's all cavalry.
He had no infantry. Then he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. For that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first point is the extreme loyalty of the people who Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anga was a Christian relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people. Herders or hunters, very common. And they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him. Never access decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aleph, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. But the men knew that they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or every body. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life. The army was, they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have. But they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could not them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows. But so all these little things, it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you go to the army of Genghis Khan, and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any pack train behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carried dried dairy products. Bottle, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it toggles up and down, boom, boom, boom. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. You have enough food. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west. Mongols, the word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center, this little wing center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. And usually they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the grass is left there for the army when it moves through. And they never marched the way other armies do in a line of one following the other. They would always go in long lines spread out in wings, so that each horse is on its own path, you can say, but all parallel together. So they had very precise ways of doing things. And this, I think, was the secret with him. And he used the best people, but he also, he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shigikuto, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was command one time of a movement of battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle, which is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving Mongol lives. They know what to do. He respects them. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. And we're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger. But this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1906, he went out on these raids, and I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Taiwan territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, he did, but they were made out of felt. Walls around his tent are felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time in your life seeing a wall. When you come from the Mongolian steppe, where there's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people at the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like you said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig a channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Taiwan city. Well, they did it, and they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But, okay, it happened. We learned that lesson, so we're going to improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all like, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology and to understand that he didn't understand. But he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent at putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, is just feeds in itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving are the ones that get promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, and over time, repeated iteration in war creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes, yes. And then they were able to do that for 3 generations, to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes.
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
Yes. Usually the way the rotation of the horse would usually ride for 1 day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would be riding the next day. One way to measure it is later in the final before they hunt. The word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speed. It does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding the open steppe. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements in circling ways. And then also, one of the other famous things is the feigned retreat. It was used continuously. Can you explain how that works?
did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and Iliad, and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shinjuku, for example, but he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting, not against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on a horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the target shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, but unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of the horse, so they protected. They have many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going, but usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get the weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like loot from some place and valuables around. And the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the two hills, the Mongol army would come and slaughter them. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking, if people, how can they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How can they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when the forces are retreating,
You want to follow, you want to run around after them.
you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed for the Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the big retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too, They didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from. And the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara. This is just a beautiful, wonderful city and a great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Well, nobody had ever attacked across the desert, so people see dust coming. They think, oh, caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking in, and to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it, again, felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. He cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them. It's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. This is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have
was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you've got to leave the local people in charge to run their country, or their city, or their area, the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, on Iran, his son-in-law, Rothschild, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first. Was a common soldier, and of course he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, there was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle as well. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols won, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their own. The army had failed. But the one thing that they valued were all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away. And all of them forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan sent word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away. It's really no. He stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and there's betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I'd say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter take over in an unfortunate way. He had a grandson who he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. In Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the Great Rivers are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that's your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father, his own son, to him, but did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. The son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, you have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more. And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. You just, he said, make them cry. You know, he came down on the people of Afghanistan. slaughtering of these people should stop. That's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. It's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
And he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, and he well may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's hopes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did it. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. It's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. And it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany. We dropped atomic bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Those were not military targets. We were not doing anything strategic against the country other than terrorizing the country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought in all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was good American. I mean, there was nothing wrong with it. And I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people, people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. The war is hell. And sometimes things like trouble that you talk about, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for. I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, in the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire, they're essentially wars of conquest. And in some human way, were not necessary or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and the Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists, so referring to figures who caused immense destruction but also paved the way for new developments and progress. Basically, making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So, what do you think about this?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life. Even with ourselves, for example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works. Or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You could see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms pushed together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine. Yet, they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of destruction. But also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because powers around them have been so debilitated and so corrupted and so decayed of their own lack of moral fiber that it was easy to conquer them. Okay, so Kublai Khan finally conquered all of China. He was conquering a decayed dynasty. When the Mongols conquered Baghdad and overthrew the Caliph, they were conquering a very decayed institution. No one likes war, and I certainly don't like war, but I'm not 100% against it. I think that there are times that people are going to do it for their own protection, if nothing else, or their family, and it's justified in that sense to themselves. It may not be justified in a world sense, but I just make the case for being tolerant of what the Mongols did if we could tolerate what the Americans did. And I am American, true and true. There's no question about that. But we overlook all of our things that we did. That's interesting, for example, in Afghanistan, we were there for 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when they were playing against the Russians. But then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jaifar clan, which descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications of that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq, he played with his people. He said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. And he said the Americans are just the new Mongols. I can see it. I don't accept that. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's effects that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about. The ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of repressive consequences of the Mongol conquest of the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that. But let's linger on the heavier topic for a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin, he was critical of your work a little bit, showing it respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime for describing the brutality, the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Manning.
Yeah. Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the warfare. But that's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born, the story of our life goes on for a long time afterwards. If you have a nation of 1 million people and you are ruling over hundreds of millions of people, China, Russia, the Middle East, you do not do that through warfare. You conquer them initially through warfare, but you do not rule them through warfare. You've got to be offering something that they want, something that they like. And all the things you mentioned from the trading system, the postal system, the religious freedom, the rights of women, the rights of minorities, these were things that people responded to. And so the world benefited tremendously from the life of Genghis Khan. But all we want to talk about, and I don't deny it, is the conquest part. Okay, that's 20 years. If we went on for another 150 years, there's more to the story than just conquest.
And there is a point that you correctly identify, you've also written about Native Americans and so on, that history does seem to be written by non-barbarians, but in reality, history is not divided in this kind of way. The barbarians are not these crude, brutal, plain, simple people. That there is a sophisticated, deep culture as well. There's all the different kinds of peoples that came from this stuff.
Yes. I guess if there's one thing that I try to do in my career of writing, it is to get us to recognize the importance of tribal people in the history of the world. We tend to have two categories for them. They are barbarians who kill people and eat one another, or they are victims and we should feel sorry for them and nostalgic about everything about them. Maybe wear some of their beads or some of their clothing to show how much we sympathize with their suffering. That's the two roles for tribal people. I'm trying to show them in a different light that they conquered, yes, they were conquerors, but they also created great things in the history of the world. And the Mongol Empire was really the first modern empire in the way that I'm putting together that story. And Genghis Khan was the genius behind that, who created this idea that there could be one world in which there would be one set of supreme law, but all people could follow their own law. You could have any religion you wanted, but ultimately you had to obey kind of the great ethics of the sky. And there were things like that about his vision. And I think very few people in history had a vision. And I look around the world today, and in my lifetime, since the time of Roosevelt's death, I look around, I don't see much vision. I see lots of slogans, lots of talk, policy papers. Oh my God, we can produce it. Where's the vision? So we're going to have peace, and we're going to have a better life, and vote for me or vote for my party, and we're really for the people, and what the heck are they talking about? There's no vision there. So what is this country? What should this country be? What is this world? How should it? No vision.
Well, those figures, I mean, they're rare in history. Legendary figures that come along and have vision, but are able to capture the public imagination, its mind, its vision, but also have the skill to execute it and implement it, and all of those things combined, and have the mental fortitude not to be corrupted by success along the way. All of those things.
Very rare in history.
And when they come along, they change the direction of history. So if we can look at some of these world-defining ideas, religious freedom is it's just surprising and incredible that Genghis Khan was able to enforce, inspire the value of religious freedom throughout all of these disparate lands. From religion was a very powerful force. So can you speak to that?
Some empires in history, some rulers have been tolerant of various groups. I mean, Rome to some extent was reasonably tolerant of different sects and religions, not the Christians, but were reasonably. But what happened with Genghis Khan, the first campaign he had outside of Mongolia was for the Uyghur people who lived in Western China. They at that time were being ruled by, let's say we mentioned before, the Diamond King, Taiyang Khan. His son Kuchlu had fled, worthless Kefra son, but Kuchlu had fled into what is today the area around Kyrgyzstan. They ruled over the Uyghur people. He had been a Christian, the Diamond had been a Christian tribe, but he converted to Buddhism while his subjects were Muslim. And he outlawed the Muslim religion, and he made all kinds of things happen. So the Uyghurs sent a delegation to Genghis Khan. At this time, they knew that the Emperors of China were too weak to protect them. So they sent a delegation to Genghis Khan and asked him to come and save them from him. And he did. He sent down a detachment. He didn't actually go himself. He sent a detachment down there. They drove Kuchlu from power. Kuchlu went down towards Pakistan in that direction. They caught up with him. They killed him. That's what the Mongols did. And then Genghis Khan made the first law that he ever made for people outside of Mongolia. So up to this point, he's been tribal law. And he saw, as we mentioned before, that the tribes were mostly fighting over women. So you outlaw the kidnapping of women, you outlaw the sale of women, and you cut down on the purity. But he saw that civilized people fought a lot over religion. They weren't fighting over women, they fighting over religion. And so he made a law. This was very interesting. Talk about religious freedom. Religious freedom comes in many forms. One form is to allow institutions to do what they want. So we're going to allow the Mormons and the Catholics and the Jews and the Muslims each to do what they want in the organized churches that they have. His law was not that. It presumed that. It allowed that. But he said every person has the right to choose the religion. No one can stop them. No one can force them. The idea that it was individual choice, no one in history had ever thought of that. That it belonged to the person.
I mean, that's a really, really powerful statement. That alone, I mean, that's why you talk about Thomas Jefferson being deeply inspired by Genghis Khan. That religious freedom, yes, as the individual, but it's such a powerful illustration, manifestation of just individual freedom, period. If you, in the world, in history, are allowed to practice any religion you want, that is one of the biggest ways to say that the individual is fundamentally free in a society.
Yes. It was a great source of power for him also. I don't say that he did this because of some ideological reasons. Just like he didn't outlaw the kidnapping of women for ideological reasons. He didn't come to it through studying ideas of moral right. He came to it through practical experience of life. His mother was kidnapped. His wife was kidnapped. He knew that that was a crime against every ethics that you can think of and every form of morality. That's why he did it. Not for ideological reasons, but practical reasons. It hurt people. It hurt people. It was the same with religion. He gave this right to everybody because it was going to be their own personal right to keep them from being hurt. And then that gave him tremendous support from minorities of many types. And so they flocked to him. Minorities after that, This was a minority effort of the Muslim Uyghurs. And then many people flocked to him for the same reason, for that kind of religious freedom.
That religious freedom and also the other things you mentioned, they create a stable society that allows him with a small army to administer a large empire.
And also, I will say, in a more practical political sort of way of thinking, he recognized the power of having a balance of power, like Shiite and Sunni, that both are going to be allowed equal rights. One is not dominant over the other. And Christians and Jews, they all have, well, that keeps the society from fragmenting against him or uniting against him. There's a kind of fragmentation that he's taken advantage of. I don't think that was his main reason, but I do think he was quite aware of that you give every religion the right. Well, unfortunately, the only religion he did recognize as a religion was Confucianism. He said, what do they do? You know, the Taoists can do magic on earth, and they can give people magic formulas and cure it, or they have all this kind of stuff going on. Well, what do the Confucianists do? So people could be Confucianists, that was okay. But he didn't expect all the tax-free rights. See, there was another thing. He dropped all taxes on religious institutions, all taxes. But since the Confucianists were not necessarily, but then of course eventually there was abused so much because the religions were then getting everybody to donate property. You can still use it. You can still farm your land, but it's ours. And now you don't have to pay taxes on it. You just give us some money. Got abused. But it started off as a good idea.
And genuinely, as I understand this, you can correct me. Of course, there's the practical aspect of those policies, but he himself was just curious about the different religions as well. As I understand, so he never chose any religion except the one from which he came. I guess. I mean, can you describe what he believed spiritually himself?
It's interesting, is that after the death of Shirago, this grandson in Bamiya, and the slaughter that followed that, he went through a new phase in which he summoned religious scholars of all sorts. Famous Zheng Zhang from China, who are despised, but anyway, he came and all of his magic formulas and things, and then a bunch of various Muslim leaders came. So Genghis Khan was exploring all these different religions, and not just in a simple way. He had organized public lectures for these people, and public debates, not antagonistic debates, but discussions among groups of people who hated each other, would never discuss anything, and suddenly this powerful man summons them, and he has to say, okay, well, explain your religion, explain yours. And even sometimes you can't just explain it in terms of your own scripture. What do you say to people who believe in it? So he was exploring, but no, he never changed at all. He was an animist, we would say. That's not the only term we know to use. Early in life, he worshipped that mountain where he took refuge several times. Orhan Haldun. Orhan Haldun was the great refuge of his life. He would go to the top. He would pray. He would take off his hat. He would take off his belt. He would stand there before the sky and pray. Also later on, this became rather dramatic. He would sometimes go away and pray to reinvade these people. So all of the subjects are waiting to hear what's God going to tell Genghis Khan when he goes up the mountain. So there are episodes like that, but he was very sincere. But I think what happened, one was so many spirits in the water, the mountains, everything around it, that you have to know them personally. You pray to them, know what they like and don't like. Should you sing to them, or should you offer some milk products, or what do you do? You have to know them. When you get away from Mongolia, and this was a problem in China, they didn't know the spirits. This caused great consternation for the Mongols. You've got a land here, and the spirits don't like us. They're hostile lands. We don't even know who they are. We don't know these spirits in China. It took a long time. And so gradually Genghis Khan, he's kind of moved from just the spirit of the mountain that he worshipped, which remained his main form of his work his whole life. He removed that to the sky. That was the one universal spirit. It was everywhere in the world. The sky was the same for everything. for sky, and the word for heaven, and the word for God, and the word for weather are all the same. And so, or Malchuchtinger in the case of the eternal sky, when they're talking about in their religious terms, the eternal blue sky. So he became more universalistic in this animist vision of the world. And so then the sky would embrace all religions, and all people were trying to attain the same form of enlightenment. Well, enlightenment is too specific a word, but the same form of moral life and guidance from the sky. He felt that each person knew morality. Each person that communicated no morality within themselves. They didn't have to just be taught it by somebody from Hong Kong. And in fact, as one of his grandson Mohammed said, you know, you people talking to all the others, to the Christians, the Jews, the Muslims, the Taoists, you people have your scriptures. You don't live like them. We have our spirits and our shamans and our drums, and we live by them. And I think it's true.
It's just, at the start of this conversation, it's just blowing my mind. The kid from the Mongols that lost everything, right? Lost just at the hardest of lives. Is now, yes, a military genius, but also this kind of sage type character to understand the value of religious freedom. I mean, there is a cynical way to see all these things because he did awfully a lot of things that look like he's effective. And you're saying, well, the cynical way to see that is when he saw the value of promoting women in positions of power because they create a more stable society. And, there's less power struggles and all that. But the reality is, there's a lot of things that look awfully progressive about things he's implemented, and they stayed.
I'm not trying to say that in modern terms. You know, when you have 1 million people, you've got to use every one. And the men are fighting, and so he let women to administer a lot of things inside the country, the economy in particular, and then in some of the ancillary Turkic kingdoms around the Mongols, such as the Mongols, the Taha, different Mongols, and the Uyghur even, were administered by his daughters primarily. And then his wives were in charge of administering the land of Mongolia itself and handling the economy. So he was using the women, but in a very practical way, but it wasn't necessarily our ideological way. I think it's the same with the environment. I'm not trying to say he was an environmentalist in our modern way, but he passed very strict laws about the use of water and also about not using water, that you couldn't move water into an area to irrigate it. That was violating the earth and violating the water. So they think, a lot of the historians, they think Mongols are so stupid they let the irrigation system be destroyed. No, it takes more work to destroy an irrigation system than it does to create it. They destroyed those systems out of a policy, and that was, this is going to return to pasture land. This lasted, Kublai Khan was the one who changed that actually, and then started allowing for more irrigation and movement of water and things. But Genghis Khan, we can't use these modern terms of a human rights crusader, or not say he's a Democrat in the modern sense, or environmentalist, or a feminist. All of this was a part of it. Another part was the protection of envoys. He said every envoy, every ambassador, every messenger is protected from arrest, from torture, and from killing. And if you kill one of ours, we will wipe you out. And in 1240, that was the destruction of Yen. This is after Genghis Khan already. This is a good day on his son. A happy dog. A good day on his army had come there under Subutai, the greatest general in history of the world, I would say. Subutai, person who's up to that. Wasn't Genghis Khan. It was for the military part. He was the greatest strategist for organizing everything together. But the military part was Subutai. So Subutai, they sent in an ambassador who happened to be a woman. Now, some of the Western sources say a daughter of Genghis Khan. I have no evidence of that, and I don't quite believe it. Maybe she was kin to him or something. Some say she was a daughter of Genghis Khan. Others say she was a witch. People of Kiev decided she was a witch and killed her. Okay, that's it. Kiev was
Exactly. And that sent a signal to everybody else. You said enough. Boy, you respect it.
That's why these plans, I say that the making of the modern world, most of the ideas have, we accept the idea, we don't do the practice. All of us accept today diplomatic freedom. Diplomats are killed around the world yearly. We accept the idea of female equality and emancipation of women, when in fact they're enslaved in many parts of the world today. Uh, we, we accept the idea of religious freedom. Oh, but not those people. But that's not, theirs isn't good. Their religion isn't right. But our religion, we will tolerate them, but they're going to be more like us. No, we only say these things, but the world still hasn't achieved. So, and he did achieve these within his empire, in his time. He achieved those.
So one of the things we mentioned, but I think is really, really fascinating, maybe an immeasurable impact that Genghis Khan had is on trade. And you can say a lot of stuff, but basically establishing a unified trade network that spanned I don't know how many thousands of kilometers. And there's a lot of interesting things that were done to enable that trade. One is providing safety and security of not just the envoys, like we mentioned, for communication in the military context, but for the merchants. Can you speak to what Genghis Khan did for the trade network connected to the Silk Road, as an example?
Nomads in general are very interested in trade. And throughout most of Asia, carrying their goods from one city to another, one oasis to another. And so the Mongols were also extremely interested and extremely dependent. They could create very little in their home country. They couldn't grow hardly anything. They didn't have the technological skills for most of the crafts. So they're very dependent on trade. Well, they raised the status of merchants very high. And this was particularly a problem in the Chinese world. It wasn't so much in the Christian or the Muslim world, but certainly in the Chinese world, where merchants were considered extremely low. And all of a sudden, he raises them up above scholars. They're going to have certain rights. For example, they get to be taxed one time. Whatever the national tax is, that's it. They're not taxed every time they stop in some new town. And he created a set of what we would call rest houses or recuperation centers where they could get fresh horses, they could get food, they could deposit their money and get paper receipts that could be used anywhere in the empire. They were guaranteed protection. If they had to pass through an area where it might be dangerous, then a small group, a squad of men and horses would go with them. So trade was extremely important. And then the Mongols, they supported trade in a very odd way. And that is, the merchants would come in and they would ask for an outrageous price for some goods. Much more than they should get, waiting for the Mongols to bargain it down. The Mongols would say, I'll give you much more than that. Which is, and his grandson or his son, Kublai Khan was once asked, why do you do that? You got to stop doing that. Just as a Muslim financial advisor, he called in and told him, well, you got to stop paying more than people ask. And then Kublai said, where's the money going to go? It's still in my empire. It's going to come back eventually. And so they had a much different attitude with great respect. And I think a symbol of that is in the time of Kublai Khan, when we see that his uncle and father went to China and came back from China. And then on the second trip, Marco Polo went with him to China and back. They were safe the whole way. Their goods were safe. They came back with a tremendous amount of wealth. They were never harassed. And the mere fact that they could cross, it took 2 years, but the mere fact that they could cross the whole continent safely and come back, it was unprecedented. We really don't have any well-documented case of anybody, say, from China visiting Europe or Europe visiting China before the Mongols. But since Genghis Khan, there's never been a year without contact between these two guys. It was permanent. Once he created it, it was permanent.
I think it's possible to measure the positive impact of that. Because it wasn't just trade of goods, it was also exchange, explicit or implicit, one-way exchange of ideas. Whether that's exchange of technologies, exchange of like philosophical ideas, scientific ideas, technical mathematical ideas, all of this. spread throughout and constantly circulating. Maybe can you speak to that aspect of it?
Yes. It was an exchange of ideas on every level. Ideas, technology, ideologies, beliefs, scientific information, everything was being exchanged. Even agricultural goods, new crops for new areas. But Genghis Khan, he had a part of his genius of organization was knowing what skilled people had that would contribute towards his empire. For example, the Muslims were very good with arithmetic. In fact, he conquered the little empire of Khwarezm, from which we get the word algorithm, because it was a mathematician there who invented algorithms. And so Khwarezm belonged, he conquered it very quickly, very easily, no problem. But it belonged to him. But the Muslims were using the zero. Mongols were absolutely impressed with that. Chinese less so, they're very suspicious of the zero. But the Mongols were very impressed because herders' numbers are important to them for keeping up with their animals. In fact, the Mongols have a simple system. They reduce all animals to the number of horses. You can ask somebody how many animals you can have, and they can say, oh, 100 horses. That doesn't mean they have 100 horses. It's going to be like 5 cows count as 4 horses, 5 sheep or 5 goats count as 1 horse, 4 camels count as 5 horses. So they reduced it all down like that. The Mongols take the census of everything. That's one of the first things Genghis Khan did. And that was one of the demands he made of every place he went, is a complete census of your people. And every house had to post outside how many people, how many animals, what did they do, the occupations, all this information. So they needed good mathematics for this. The Muslims provided it. So they took the Muslims to China, these Middle Eastern scholars and all. Unfortunately, they were rather ruthless sometimes when it came to implementing the tax policies, but they became the financial advisors to him. Other groups of people had other roles like that, and he was moving them around constantly. And so,
Hello,
you
fellow
had a
students of
combination.
history. Welcome to
As I
another
said, he
lecture in
himself
the
had
Jewish History Lab
genius
series.
for combining
We are now
new
continuing our
with
discussion of the
technology.
Holocaust. These
But
lectures
it
are
created
intended
a new
for
kind of
educational
cultural
purposes.
spirit in which
One of
other
the
people were
historiographic
also
challenges in
combining
studying the
technology at
Holocaust
other
is
levels.
defining
And
precisely
being
what
buried.
is it
It was
that
no
we
longer
mean under
heresy or the
the
devil's work
Holocaust.
to bring in
Are
this
we
thing.
talking
So
about
we had the spread of
the
printing function.
overall
We had the
period of
partial spread of
persecution
something
that
that's like
Jews suffered
print
through,
money.
as well as
For
other
example,
evils
we had
during the
almanacs
reign
being
of
created
terror
now through
of
printing
Adolf
that
Hitler.
combined different
That could
calendars and
easily
different
take us back
information
into the early
that was coming along.
1930s.
But
Or are we
one
speaking about
single
something
and
more
big
narrowly
form of
focused,
technology
like
was that, for
the
example, Chinese had got
persecutions that came along with the
was used
invasion of
for
Poland in September
fireworks,
1939?
religious things. And
It's
then
also
sometimes
quite
the
a
warfare was used for
possibility.
converted hand
But the
grenade,
Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not
this is
identical
another
phenomena. Coming
war
to
events.
the
So they
core
had
of
the
the
Middle Eastern,
events
the
which we
Muslims,
associate
they
with the
had the
Holocaust
Byzantines,
involve two
they had
major periods of Nazi activity.
what we
The
call Greek
period of the
fire,
Einsatzgruppen
flamethrowers.
and
You
the
could set
period
things on
of the
fire.
death camps. This is the
Europeans
era
did not
in which the
expel
Nazis
themselves very much
enacted
into
actual
behind
mass
us almost
murders
everything.
as
But
opposed to the horrific
they could
conditions
cast bells from
that
churches.
were endured by
Okay, let's
Jews
take that
during the
bell
period of the
and
ghetto.
we're going to turn it
So
on
let us
inside.
look at those two moments in
And we're
particular.
going to
We
use the
recall
principle
that
of
one of the
flamethrower
prerequisites of the
that we're going to
beginning of
use
hostilities in
gunpowder
September
from China.
1939
And you got
is the
cannon.
sealing of a non-aggression
So the
pact
Mongols
between
knew early
Hitler
on, by
and
the
the
time
Third
they got
Reich,
to the siege of
which
Baghdad,
allowed both
not
Stalin
thinking,
and
oh,
Hitler
Genghis Khan
to
soon
invade
to
Poland and the
outwit
Baltic states
sons and
and to
grandsons.
divide up the
They were
territory
using some
between them.
primitive
That meant
forms of
that a
cannon
significant number of Jews found themselves
even some
inside the
so-called
Soviet
firing
orbit
rods. You get
between
it firing like a
1939 and
rifle. They can fire
1941.
very small.
I have a longer lecture on that topic
So this
specifically
combination
in a different series.
of metallurgy,
My
gunpowder,
YouTube channel on the
flamethrowers,
Holocaust
how
for
you
a
put
longer
it all
discussion of
together
what
and
happened
come
there.
up with
But
something
basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people who were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army that was sent in to the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 global killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that was conquered in the Soviet Union. And their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into these local villages on the Stetla, Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. There were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity. They would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by fire. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets, because it represents a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed in this bombing. And here you can see a map from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were affected in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Rabbi was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other Third Reich for the so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very efficient and psychologically a very efficient form of nationalism. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort in Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough. It was too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killings. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that would not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania. Gives you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of the world. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that the intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Kalno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I like that term. The German term was Vernichtungslager, which means make into nothing, or destruction camps, or death camps. These 6 death camps, Soviet Majdanek tells us, were situated in and around Genera, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos that we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor that had only represented a very small proportion of the Jews living in these camps. Here you get a sense of the process of deportation from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder Jews. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day in Warsaw. And when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in a slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of the Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And they were sent to the gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be lice removed from their bodies. Very common in many of these camps. Americans later would use DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was 6 on the day, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died of the horrible asphyxiation. Dead bodies were sent to crematorium and to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. Crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies would have to be burned in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel genetic experiments were conducted on children in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when we elucidated the camps, they found a small number of emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps world history, that experiment.
He was also able to think of innovating. He was the grandson of Sumadai, and he went with his father, Rihan, and I on the conquest of the Red River of northern Vietnam against the Thai Viet people. They went down the river. They were trying to surround the Chinese territory. They were going to hit them from the north, from the west, and from the south. So they went down the Red River to go to the Thai Viet. The Thai Viet moved their army up on the other side by boat, and then they had a whole corps of elephants. So they had Mongols on one side of the river, and Thai Viet forces on the other side. Oriangadayo was a smart man. Our genius was smart. He already knew from campaigns in Burma that the only way to rout the elephants was with flaming arrows to the feet. That was it. But he recognized that they came up on boats. Mongols didn't like boats. They crossed the river on boats. They wanted to do something organic. A boat was like a cart. A cart belonged to a woman. It was a floating cart. I am not going over on a floating cart. I'm going to ride a goat skin across the river. So he's assigned one detachment. You have to burn the boats so the Thai Viet cannot escape when we around the elephants. Well, the war battle got started. The elephants are running wild. All kinds of chaos is going on. The group that sent to burn the boats, they're Mongols. They want to go to war. Why burn a bunch of women's cars? It's just not, point. So they go into is a weak on that side. That's where we have to attack. So how? They set off to Il-Khanate, to Persia, where Genghis Khan, his uncle was now dead, and his cousins were ruling there, or his nephews, their cousins there. So they sent over engineers to build a special kind of trebuchet catapults. And they had to play around with it to adapt it for a boat, because they were usually made for stable ground, but they adapted it for the boat and for throwing heavy things, and also for some incendiary bombs. And they developed it. They attacked the first city, it fell. They attacked the next, it fell. They had something that was working. They worked their way down the Yangtze River, destroying city after city with this navy, and then the army would move in after the navy had broken down.
So this is a catapult on a ship.
Catapult on the ship, but it's we call it a shape. It's type of catapult.
So this is an engineering solution for peoples who are deeply uncomfortable with boats.
Yes.
And they've accepted it.
Yes. Now it's a great weapon. It's like it's no longer a woman's card. It's a bow and arrow. It is a giant bow and arrow.
Yeah, it's fascinating. So then they hit them hard on the walls on the weak side,
yes,
where there's no army protection.
Yes. And they conquer their way down to Hangzhou, the capital of the Southern Song. They've been in power for a long time, since 970, or now we're already into the 1270s. That's a long time. They anticipated, they've been having child, they've had imbeciles ruling, all kinds of things going on. And at this point, we have a child in command. But Kublai makes a very strange move. He says, okay, let's invade Japan now. What? We're fighting against the Song Dynasty. And most people ascribe it to all kinds of things, but actually I think there was a great logic to it. One was he had abolished his grandfather's policy of defeat and destroy until there are no more. That was the phrase that was used on their enemies. And he had replaced it with a kind of mercy policy, trying to incorporate them into your army if possible, or be merciful. He did not want to destroy, and he was not. He had a lot of defectors coming in, and because the Mongols prized people with skills, a lot of very clever people with shipbuilding and engineers, and these people were flocking to the Mongols, whereas the scholars were all hanging out in Guangzhou doing calligraphy and poetry and having contests over who could sing or paint. I don't know what the scholars did. They were being scholars.
Yes.
But they're actually, I think there's a very, very good reason for invading Japan. Several. The main one was to cut off the supply of sulfur. They needed it for gunpowder in South China. They lost their sources in northern China when they were driven out. They got it from Japan. It was a great source. But I think there were other reasons. If they could trade, they could also perhaps flee to Japan. They don't want that to happen. And then there's this idea of, like, kill the chicken to scare the monkey. It's like, okay, we'll go do this, and then maybe they'll just surrender down there. They see us going to Japan. Well, it was a total event. We've got a bunch of ships that are mainly right on the river and right along the coast, and you're crossing some treacherous water there. And the Mongols basically just did not know what they were doing. Okay, you can arrive with trebuchet and you can throw grenades at the beach. It's not really going to do a lot of damage. You might scare a few horses, but you're not destroying cities. And the Japanese cities were in. They weren't there on the beach waiting for Mongols to come invade. So he failed in that invasion.
So we should say that this is the time of the samurai, right?
In China.
So there was never a real test.
No, there was some fighting, and the samurai learned some very valuable things. The samurai had such a ritualized way of life. It's like the Knights of Europe, coming out with armor that had to be lifted up on a crane onto a horse. I mean, it was just crazy. It was crazy. Well, samurai almost at that point. You ride out in front of your enemy and you recite the story of your genealogy. Mongols, they have no use for that. But they're there to fight, they're there to win. But on the other hand, this wasn't territory. The weather did turn against them, but I don't want to give too much credit to the weather. I really think that the Japanese defeated them. The Mongols weren't well prepared. Their ships were not very good. They were defeated in the first invasion.
Could they get off the ships onto the beach?
Well, they did. They had some skirmishes or small battles on the Antistes.
But they didn't successfully complete them.
No.
So they could do their usual normal thing.
You're right. Well, see, they don't have enough forces for one thing. You know, and there were many tactical things that they had done incorrectly. It's the first time anybody had ever tried to have such a massive invasion.
So that they're just learning the basics of what it means to have a navy.
So he has failed to conquer. He's thinking like a Mongol and he ruled those waters and lands. But he ruled the ocean. He stopped the trade. He stopped the supply. He cut off the possibility of the Song Dynasty fleeing to Japan. He won in a certain way. He lost, but he won his objective of cutting off southern China. Also, he gave him Navy some experience with the ocean, and now they were ready to move out into the ocean around southern China. So they were closing in there. Haji was in command, but actually the head in command was a man named Maya, who was a Mongol who had been raised more in Central Asia. He was perhaps more close to the Fergana Valley in that area. We're not exactly sure where he was born, but he grew up over there. And then he eventually was living in what's now Iran. When he came and he took over command of the army, he was very cosmopolitan, sophisticated, intelligent. Aju should have been in command. But Bayan recognized that he and Aju worked together very well. Aju knew how to fight the war. Bayan was able to negotiate things back with the capital city and handle things. So Bayan is in command. And so the generals are just turning the south to right and left. The artisans are all coming up to join the Mongols campaign. The generals are loading up the boats with all the jewels, and they grab a couple of brothers to the little 5-year-old emperor, and they put them on the boat, and they even deserted their own families. The generals were corrupt cowards who fled. The person left in charge was the Dowager Empress, one old lady, she had no children. Xie was her name. Dowager Empress Xie. They said she was missing an eye. She was ugly. They called her ugly Xie. That's what they called her at that time. She was in charge. And she offered the Mongols everything. I'll give you everything. Please let the emperor stay. Okay, even if you devote him to just being a king, please let him stay. Bayan said no. Total surrender. Total surrender. So she decided to surrender. Well, she said, yes, we will surrender the capital. So Bayan came in with a small group of soldiers. They looked around, and she invited him to come to the palace to surrender. He said, no, I didn't win this war in the palace. My soldiers won this war in the field. You have to come with the emperor in front of my soldiers to surrender. But he did not harm her. He respected her. And there was no looting of the city. Now, later, they take everything in a very systematic way. They take the archives and all this kind of stuff away. But there's no wholesale looting and killing of people. Nothing like that. So, they've taken the capital. Then she comes out, she surrenders, she bows on the ground towards Beijing, and then she takes the child emperor, and they slowly make their way. She was a little bit sick and took a longer time to Beijing, and they surrender again in a public ceremony, bowing to the Kublai. He gives each of them a palace. He gives them a new title. He's trying to show the world this is the new phase for Mongols. We don't kill off the old people anymore who are really, we're going to give them a palace, treat them nicely and all. But the navy that had fled did not defend the city. Those cowardly generals, they made the new little boy, 7-year-old brother, half-brother, to Emperor Gong, who was his name. They made him the emperor. Well, they're just floating around on the ocean, losing all support from city after city. The Muslims, who were controlling the trade and controlling many of the ships from that area, Chinese Muslims, but they were still Muslims. They switched sides to the Mongols because of the religious freedom thing and because they were merchants and their status was raised. So the Muslims were switching over. The fleet was kind of a fleet lost without a country out there. They had some loyal supporters, some places. They dropped the emperor in the ocean. I mean, how do you drop an emperor in the ocean? They accidentally spilled it in the ocean, and then they fished him out, but he died. So, unfortunately, they had one more 7-year-old half-brother. So, on Lantau Island, exactly where the Hong Kong airport is today, the new, well, it's not so new anymore. I still think it's the new airport on Lantau Island. So they went there and had a big coronation ceremony and all, but the people there were not supportive enough. It certainly wasn't Hong Kong. It dealt in the Pearl River. So they sailed out farther south to another island, and then they took it over. And of course, the first thing they did was, well, we have to build a palace. What? The Mongols are chasing you, and you're going to stop them? Build a palace?
So these are like the remains of the Chinese.
Yes, the generals, the general army, and the navy.
That was a real confidence issue.
Yes. So we're going to protect it with a great wall of the sea. They chained together the boats across the regions of the harbor. And they put the palace boats, so-called, in the middle. The generals didn't trust their own soldiers enough. So they made all of them leave the island and go to the boats to fight the Mongols. The Mongols arrived over and over and over. They asked them to surrender. You won't be harmed, all this kind of stuff. But the Mongols now took over the land. So they had the water all around them, and they had the land. And once the fighting started, they could just shoot down from the highland right onto the ships. And they cut the ships off for the fresh supply of wood and water. So they can't boil rice. They have to try to eat rice and drink seawater. They're all sick as dogs out there. And the leaders refused to surrender. The little boy is there, 7-year-old emperor. Bing was his name, with his pet parrot. That's the only thing he had left in life was his pet parrot. And then the Mongols, they offered every opportunity. But the prime minister, so-called, coward that he is, although he's treated as a hero today in China throughout their history, a coward that he was, he said, we will not disgrace the country by letting them capture the emperor. So first he threw his own wife and children into the water to drown. And then he took the emperor and held him. The 7-year-old, he was 7 years and 1 month. He had just turned 7 years old. He jumped into the water with his child. A child murderer. He's a child murderer to do that. Somehow in the whole ruckus, the cage came undone with the parrot, and the parrot fell in the water too. So the 7-year-old boy and the parrot died in the water. That was the end of one of the greatest dynasties in the history of the world. The Song Dynasty, they were intellectually great, they were artistically great, they were technologically great, they were just one of the greatest moments of world history. And it ends with this coward killing a child and his pet parrot in order to save the honor. It was betrayed by this woman. The men lost the war. The men lost the war. Who's to blame? An old, one-eyed, ugly thing.
Well, the bigger picture there is probably is become the institutions became corrupt and stale. The army weakened, and the politician class probably have lost their skill and confidence in ruling and all that kind of stuff.
All that is true enough. And the Chinese summarized that with losing the mandate of heaven.
Right. I mean, everybody has their perspective. Maybe if the way you told the story has a very kind of objective sort of way of revealing the absurdity and the cowardice of it. But there's probably the Chinese perspective that they tell the story and some kind of and maintain honor to the last moment.
They very often most scholars depict Hipposhio as the traitor to the country. Because they know that boy lived on for another
China?
Well, because first of all, he had unified China in the largest sense of the word, with Korea, Tibet, Manchuria, Mongolia, part of Central Asia. He had unified it, but he did so at the expense of his empire. They didn't recognize him as the great emperor. There was great opposition from the Golden Horde of Russia, and also from the central region, which is called the Chagatai, the descendants of Sakane, second son, Chagatai Empire, and then from the Ilkhanate of Persia.
These are the different fracturings of the Mongol sons of Genghis Khan.
But only the Ilkhanate was still loyal to him. They're so far away, but now he has a navy.
But this doesn't mean even the four pieces. The whole thing is gigantic. 81 pieces are gigantic. So, I mean, it's very hard to keep an empire this size together.
When he had China, it was unified under him. And then he sent out the first expedition to sail directly to Persia. There had been trade all throughout thousands of years. One was using port to port. Different merchants shipping goods. No, he organized a great fleet to send a queen, a princess to become queen in the Ilkhanate to marry the Khan, the Ilkhan of Persia. It's Persia and Azerbaijan and Armenia and Iraq and part of Syria, all of that area. So he said organize this, and it so happened that Marco Polo was ready to go home because they knew Kublai Khan was about to die. In fact, he only had about 1 year left. And they wanted to get the riches out before they didn't know what's going to happen. This is a new dynasty. They've been in total control of China for one generation, and they didn't know what was going to happen. And also, just before that, there'd been a bad time because Kublai Khan had tried to invade Japan a second time, and he had failed the second time. And the second time, I think again he had a practical purpose, and that was he had this whole huge Song army, and now he's the new and mighty Mongol slaughter. So he's got what's he going to do? They're not reliable, they're not safe. So he sends a bunch of them up into the Amur River, which is the Russian Far East, or we call Siberia English, but the Russian Far East, Amur River. He sent expeditions up into Tibet exploring options up there, but there wasn't enough room or enough agricultural area for a huge military colony. But most of his ships were loaded with former prisoners of the war from the Song dynasty, and they were not armed. They had hose and implements for firing. He wanted to create, obviously, an military agricultural farm in Japan to help feed northern China. So it was very important, just as they were doing with the Amur River, but it was more complicated. So, again, they lost. They didn't have it, and part of the reason is the expedition was massive. They organized it in the Mongol principles of left wing, right wing. This didn't work at sea because the left wing is from Korea. There's Korean ships built up there. The right wing is from southern China, mostly, with ships built up there. They're not the same. They have a head, but there's no center point. Genghis Khan always had the goal. They call it QL, the center, or QOL, actually. He had the center in command. No, he's in the two without clearance. They're arguing with each other, not cooperating, not helping each other, sabotaging each other. They get there, once again, they have the same problems, even though they've come with lots of grenades this time. Again, the grenades are exploding. They're scaring the horses. It's impressive, and a lot of silk screens are made later showing these impressive battles. But they lost. And again, a typhoon happened to be the final destruction of the Navy. But I think it's Japan had defeated the Mongols, I would say. The Japanese deserve credit for that victory. And the sinking of the ships was more caused by the typhoon. But already the Japanese had developed good strategies while the Mongols had been away. They knew how the Mongols fought. And they knew that at night they could fire flaming arrows and the ships set them on fire. And they were doing great damage. So again, Kublai Khan lost the invasion of Japan. But the soldiers were gone. hard to quite understand. So this had happened when then Kublai Khan was coming to the near the end of life, and Marco Polo and those wanted him out. They're ready to go, and Kublai Khan allowed them to sail on this expedition with Huxjin was her name, Princess Huxjin, to go to Hormuz. And so they went, and that began a whole system of trade back and forth, back and forth. Kublai Khan died soon after that. His grandson, who is not so well respected in history, because he's often called a drunk, but his name was Timur and Jintu. But he was a drunk when he was young, but his grandfather had him caned a couple times in public, and he cured him of drinking. And actually, he was not a drunk later on. And he was, first he knew, reassembled the Mongol Empire. He did. The Golden Horde declared loyalty to him, recognized him as Great Han, as emperor of the whole empire. The Chagatai of Central Asia, they declared loyalty to him. The Ilkhanate was already loyal to him. They all declared loyalty. He had reassembled the empire, and he had the greatest navy in the world, and he sent out envoys to every place they had attacked or traded with to say, that era is over. We're no longer attacking anybody. We're changing from conquest to commerce. We want to trade with you. Come to China. Bring your goods. We're going to trade with you. He instituted, it was short, unfortunately, it didn't last forever. I wish it could have. But it was a great era of exchange of all kinds of things going back and forth, all the way, actually all the way to Africa, across from Hormuz, and have a connection to Somaliland, and some people said Kenya already at that time, I'm not sure. Very wide, very wide.
So technically, he ruled over the largest size the Mongol Empire ever had.
Yes, but although actually the Golden Horde of Russia, they were quite independent by now, and he let them be independent, but they were loyal to him. And they were still exchanging back and forth all kinds of things. So there were Ossetian soldiers in China. They had a whole contingent of Ossetian soldiers there. And from Russia, from the Caucasus areas, from Russia.
And how did they communicate? Are they using like the posters again to literally deliver the letter?
So over time, those groups started intermarrying. Well, they were allowed to intermarry. The Chinese were not. They were intermarrying with Mongols, and they were switching to Mongolian language slowly. At first, I don't know. It's not clear. Again, Kublai Khan, thinking this internationalist way, said, okay, we need a new alphabet for the world. Everybody in the world liked one alphabet. Chinese, Mongolian, Russian, Arabic, everything. It didn't work, but he tried it for a while, and some inscriptions are still there to this day.
We should maybe briefly mention Marco Polo that you talked about. So he is this now famous explorer who traversed the continent, the Silk Road, and then stayed with Kublai Khan for a while. And I guess was one of the primary documenters of everything that's been going on. Is there something else interesting to say about Marco Polo and about his interaction with Kublai Khan?
I like Marco Polo. I use his work a lot. I find him very reliable in the areas where he's not reliable. You can kind of tell because he wasn't there. But the places he was, he recorded a lot of stuff. So I'm very much indebted to him for a lot of things because with something like the Princess Huxjin and also another fighting princess from Central Asia named Kuzo, he wrote about that. But I also needed other sources, so I found Chinese sources or Arab sources or something else, or Persian to support it. And course, there's an idea of a philosopher king, which he saw in Kublai Khan. And so Marco Polo becomes a symbol of capitalism, not in its worst, but in its most basic. And that is like the princess in the story. This is not in real life. This is in the play written by Eugene O'Neill. I think it captures a lot. The princess looks and says, Marco is an excellent judge of quantity. There were things like that. And then in the play, Bayan, the Greek general, he talks with Kublai Khan, and he said, look, these people are dangerous from the West. We should go conquer them now while we can. Kublai Khan tells Bayan, in the play, this is fiction, he tells Bayan, they are not worth conquering. And if we conquer them, we will become like them. And he said, Marco Polo has been in our land. He has seen everything. He has learned nothing. He has seen everything. He understands nothing. For me, this was such an important moment in the history of the world, symbolically. With Marco Polo and Kublai Khan, the coming together of two worlds. It could have gone a different way. It could have gone a different way. But it's not that I'm anti-capitalist, I'm pro-capitalist. The way so many things worked out, it was a misstep in history. Maybe we took the wrong step at that moment. We could have learned more from cooperation.
They didn't quite integrate successfully.
But today, we've returned to that. I think the East and the West are confronting each other again on more equal terms. For a long time, the West was so dominant and the East was so downtrodden by colonialism and other things, and internal rot and other things. Today, there's not necessarily equality, but there's more of a balance. And which way will we go?
And again, there's a lot of room and a lot of energy for division or misunderstanding versus integration. Like the East is demonized in the West. And one of the great regrets I have that I hope to alleviate is just how little I understand China in the East. Just sort of not just from kind of economics, but politics, reading a few books, but like the way you understood and felt the Mongolian steppe, like understand the Chinese people in that way, because it does feel like from that understanding there could be integration of ideas.
My work is often classified as Chinese history, which I think is ironic, because for me it's always Mongolian history. But for the last book I wrote, which dealt a lot more in China, because it's about Kublai Khan. And in that book, I deliberately did not go to China. I've been there numerous times before. I deliberately did not. I'm an outsider. I do not speak Chinese. I'm not a Chinese scholar. I never even had a course in Chinese art or calligraphy or anything. And I wanted to be very clear. Mine is an outside perspective. But I think it's possible as an outsider to still have respect for that culture, even if I disagree that they point this one as a hero and that one as the villain. I disagree, and they'll say, "Oh, I'm wrong. I don't understand their history," and they're probably right. That's quite possible. But it's an outside view that is different and tries to be respectful of what happens in that part of the world. Just as I'm respectful towards Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire, I respect China very much. I'm an American. I love the ideals of my country. I love so many aspects of our culture. There are many aspects I don't, of course, because it's impossible to love everything, even about the members of your own family. And I do hope that through understanding one another, or just making an effort to understand, even if we understand wrong, we're incorrect in it, just to make the effort to understand will help us a lot. And the West has had a long couple of centuries of extreme arrogance that they are there to teach the world. And I sometimes dismayed. I meet these young people all over the world who've come to help They're an NGO. They're going to teach the people how to take care of the environment. They're going to teach the women how to exercise their rights. They're going to bring in microfinancing to help liberate people. We are arrogant beyond words. We need to be a little bit more humble and try to put ourselves on an equal basis with some of these people, not a superior basis.
Beautifully put. How did the Mongol Empire come to an end? How did it fall?
Despite the fact that Timur had united the empire, at least symbolically, all of it, and they had the trade going on, the Mongols never adapted well to China, and they began having problems in different areas. So in some areas of the world, they became more like the local people. So in Central Asia, they became Muslim, and they got more absorbed into that world, and broke away from the local examples from before. Russia lingered on longer under Mongol domination, but it got weaker and weaker over time, and it was based around the Volga River. They weakened to the point that they just became a tributary people minority within the Russian Empire. But the Mongols had left the framework for empire for Russia. That's something the Russians don't want to hear anymore. They want to hear me criticize the end of the Song Dynasty. But it is true that even Yum is the word that was used for this postal system, and that's the ministries today in Russia. There are many, many other things in Russia. Just even Malchin is a herder. Mal is a person, is an animal, and Chin is a person takes an animal. It's all kinds of influences in Russia that some people want to deny. But there's always a great, powerful strand of research and scholarship in Russia that supports this understanding of the Mongols, and I depend on them tremendously. It's not just Gulagel is one of the famous ones, but he was a little bit too romantic with his ideas and all. But I depend upon a lot of the research done by Russian scholars and by early German scholars in the 19th century under sponsorship of the Tsar. So I depend on that work. So it had a great influence there, but it was weakened. So bit by bit, 1368, the Mongols had become so weak within China that they were overthrown. But they weren't absorbed into China. The Mongols have been there since 1215 to 1368. They packed up, went back to Mongolia. It was just another seasonal migration. You know, it was just amazing. And they said, okay, we're still the Yuan dynasty. We're not giving you the seagulls. We're not acknowledging the Ming. And they never did. Throughout the whole of the Ming. In fact, they went down one time and captured the Ming Emperor, took him back to Mongolia. And then they tried to ransom him. And the Chinese said, no, we're going to appoint another emperor. So the Mongols decided, okay, the worst thing we can do to the Chinese is give them back the old emperor. So you have two emperors, back. Okay, that didn't work out. And the empire just weakened for internal reasons, but some external things from nature, and I think that was the Great Plague. You know, everything in history, everything that's good comes with something underneath it that's bad. And everything that's bad seems to have something underneath that's sometimes works out good. But this great system that united, it's called the Yam that it united everything. People could move back and forth quickly, that it could also take the plague out of southern China into all parts of the world. And I do think that's what happened. And the plague destroyed the Mongol system. And if all of these people are ruled by Mongols because they're benefiting so much from the system, and now the system collapses, you don't need the empire anymore. So it just fell apart after 1368. The empire just fell apart. And most of them stayed in Persia and Iran, Afghanistan. The Hazara people are still descendants of the army there. And then in Russia, some of them stayed, but then finally, at the time of Catherine the Great, a lot of them were returned. So they had been there for years of exposure to other cultures, they came back to their tent, squatting around the fire and drinking fermented milk and eating dried curds.
It's interesting that the Mongolian spirit is so strong that it persists through centuries. And they just return right back on the horse, riding, and everything's there.
Yeah. Well, it was actually very difficult because they were a little bit lazy and they weren't so good with doing the tasks. And so it became difficult actually to support so many people coming home and eating up all the animals. The Mongols in China have been used to just eating and have been producing much for 150 years.
So just to return to Genghis Khan, we talked about Dan Carlin. Dan Carlin said that Genghis Khan's army was the greatest military force in history. And many other historians agree. Before rifles came into popular use, Genghis Khan would basically beat every single army, including Napoleon. And you mentioned the samurai, the whole formal setup, same with Napoleon. There's a whole, like there's several hours to set up the chess pieces of the military board. I mean, you can just imagine with Genghis Khan and the dynamism, the speed of everything, what they would do to Napoleon. So I guess the question is, where do you agree with that notion that Genghis Khan's army is the greatest military force in history?
Short answer is yes, absolutely. No other power in the history of the world has conquered Russia and China and Persia and Central Asia and Turkey and Korea. No power in the world has done that. Not Alexander, not the Romans. Nobody will ever do it again. Nobody's going to conquer China and Russia again and rule both countries. It's just not going to happen.
What lessons do we take from applicable to modern warfare?
Well, I think there's a very good lesson. And the Mongols took Iraq. They took Baghdad. They held it. The Americans, we followed the exact opposite strategy of the Mongols. Mongol strategy is first you take the countryside. They're country people. They think in terms of countryside. You take the countryside, you occupy the countryside, and you cut off the city. It cannot live without the countryside. And that's how they did it every time. They would come in, as I say, in some cases two years in advance to clear people out so they would have room for their horses and have pasture for their horses and all. And you take the small towns and then the small cities, and then the last one is the big city. Americans, they said, no, we're going to take Baghdad, we're going to bomb Baghdad, we're going to have this shock and awe, we're going to go in, we'll conquer the country from Baghdad. So they go in, they get trapped in their little tiny green zone. They never conquer Iraq. The strongest army in the world. This is something that worked in Europe. World War II, yes, we bombed the cities, and we took the city because that was the center of production for the modern era. But the countryside is the place that produces the food. The Mongols were very aware of that, and supplies the water. We cut off the water from the city, we cut off the food from the city. What's the city going to do? They're going to surrender. The Americans were applying something that worked in Western Europe to conquer Germany. It did not work to conquer Iraq or Vietnam or even Northern Korea or Cambodia or Laos or Syria or God knows it worked only in Grenada. I think that's the only, in my lifetime, that's the only successful war we had. Lasted a couple of hours, we went in, conquered a little tiny island. Otherwise, we've been chased out of every country. We've lost tail between our legs. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than we dropped on Germany. It's hard to believe. Hard to believe. We dropped more bombs on Cambodia than on Germany. We did nothing because Germany could destroy the cities that people surrender. Dresden's gone, Frankfurt, Würzburg, Berlin. In Cambodia, you could bomb the countryside forever. You could kill the people, and they did. You could use chemical warfare, and they did. And you could still go into the eastern part of Cambodia, and you could go to support the war, we did it right, we did it wrong. These are all issues that people can argue. But we had a clear policy. We go into Afghanistan, we're fighting terror. We're going to bring democracy, we're going to free the women. What? It's absolute sheer insanity, the things that we did. And we kill people. Not only did we use chemical warfare and kill a lot of people in Vietnam and Laos and Cambodia, we killed American soldiers. We killed American soldiers, and my father was one. He died from Agent Orange disease. Oh, but that doesn't count. He didn't die on the battlefield. We didn't mean to kill him. It doesn't count. Modern warfare is brutal. And we just paper over it sometimes.
Can you explain Agent Orange?
It was designed to kill all vegetation. This is going to be a humane way. We're going to kill all the vegetation in the jungle, and that way they can stop moving the army through the jungle and they can stop the supplies from coming. That was the American strategy. Henry Kissinger, Nobel Prize winner, he is now resting in hell. This is exactly where he belongs. For what he did to Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. The bombing was just absolutely horrific. So Agent Orange comes in, they defoliated, which means they wiped out the crops, so people are starving, literally, in the case of Cambodia, starving. The animals are being killed, and deformed children are being born to this day. And American soldiers died by the thousands. Not immediately, not on the battlefield, not right there. They go home, they have the disease, they linger, they take the whole family down with them in an emotional trauma of becoming slowly paralyzed and dying. We did that to our own people. So yeah, warfare, I don't think we're any more humane with it any better today than in the past. It's just, we can hide parts of it more easily and deny it more easily. If you're killed by a Mongol, it's very clear you're killed by a Mongol. You're killed by friendly fire in America or
It seems that what people mean when they say that war is hell, that it's some deep sense that everybody loses, no matter the narrative. You know what I'm talking about.
yes. I'm not a pacifist again, but I think war is acceptable in some situations, but the more controlled it is, the better. My effort is not to do away with all the things that happened under Genghis Khan, brutality and all of that, but it's to measure it against what goes on today in the world today. And we have different images. There are two images of Genghis Khan. One is our image, he's a barbarian on horseback, killing people, raping women all the time. The other image is the Mongolian image. And when they finally built an official statue of him in this century for the 800th anniversary of his founding of Mongolia, had to think about how to present him to the world and to themselves. And they chose the Lincoln Memorial as the model. He was the late great lawgiver of the Mongol nation. So he's seated there in front of the Mongolian parliament. There's another statue that's better known, but it was a private enterprise that created him on horseback, but not with a weapon, on horseback in the countryside. But the official one for the government is Genghis Khan seated like Abraham Lincoln. And they issued stamps to show that he is the great lawgiver.
And the truth is somewhere in between.
Well, there are, depending on where you are and how you want to see it, you know.
Yeah.
There are many things that happened that were terrible and horrible. And for people who lose a war, it's going to always be terrible and horrible.
Let's return back to Genghis Khan's life and the end of it. How and where did he die?
After conquering the Khwarezm Empire in Central Asia, Genghis Khan returned, and then they had a great, what they call a great celebration that went on for a whole summer just about it. They had so much wealth to distribute to everybody, and everybody is being given all kinds of things, you know, for what they have done, including the people who helped save him when he was in the tank in the ox yoke. They were rewarded. when he went off to the Middle East, they refused his troops. He didn't forget that. He's going back to the Tatar nation, and he's going to conquer them again. As he was crossing the Gobi, which takes a while, and crossing the Gobi, he was distracted a little bit by hunting the hulan, which is the wild. We say the wild ass, or I used to say wild horse. It sounds a little better. The hulan, say hulan on the Gobi. It was all funny. Hulan, he fell from his horse, and he injured his leg very badly. And he seemed to decline from that point, and it took some number of months before August of 1227. It was very much near the end of life. You can read online the exact date. It's all very specific, but the truth is we don't know exactly which day he died at that time, because one of his wives was running the camp, and they were keeping it secret until the defeat of the Tangut was completed. The Tangut offered all kinds of things for the Mongols to go away again the second time. And Genghis Khan told his family no, except nothing. And then when they surrendered, you kill the royal family, kill them all. So that the idea, they were Buddhist people. The Tanguts were Buddhists. And the idea was usually you're going to be reborn into your own family. But he said, no, you kill off the whole family so they can't be reborn. So he died there.
How was he successfully chosen?
The succession issue was always difficult. He did not have the right to appoint a successor. That was not the Mongol way. He could nominate somebody. So before he set off for the Middle Eastern campaign, one of his wives said to him, even the biggest tree falls. You've got to make a plan and talk to your sons about the future. So he did. He called the sons together. So this is Dutch, the oldest boy who was born while the father was allied with his Anna, and he was named Visitor Dutch. And then the next one was Chagadai, and the next one was Ugade, and the next one was the father of Kublai Khan, but he was still alive at this point. So all four of them came. But Genghis Khan explained to them he wanted to talk about the succession and to get some consensus from them about the succession. And so he said, Mongols always call on people to speak by order of age. They also serve tea or food, anything by order of age. It's always done from then till now. So he called first on Zuch. He said, what do you say, Zuch? Genghis Khan favored Zuch. This is the one who was questionable paternity, but he always favored him. The youngest Tula was too hot-headed. Ugade was a heavy drinker. Chagade was very rigid about the law of the Mongols, but he thought he seemed to favor Zuch as a more reasonable, good warrior, a reasonable person. They called on Zuch, my son, speak. Chagade, the second one, who believed in Mongol law, supposedly, he jumped up and he said, this is when he accused his father of all kinds of things. How can you call on this Mongol, this market master? If you call on him first, that means you want him to be the great Khan. He should not be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. This is Mongol Empire, not Mongol. You can imagine kind of scene. Well, Genghis Khan is the greatest ruler in the world. He's sitting there being lectured by his second son. And this is when he gave that impassioned speech to his. Actually, the way the secret history makes it look like it was his assistant speaker who said it. Because very often the great power doesn't say the words directly. They let somebody else say them for them, a spokesperson. But anyway, I think it was his words that I think he said them on that day, describing this business that you do not know, you are not there. The stars were moving in the sky, the head was turning around, the earth was turning over. You do not know who loves who. You do not know who your mother loved. You do not know what your mother did. And if I say he is my son, who are you to say he is not my son?
By the way, just really high integrity, really respectable to that. To have that respect and honor his wife in this way and his son in this way is really powerful.
I believe that. I don't know if she was alive at this point or not. We do not have the death recorded. Mongols are not good at recording death. They don't. They usually just say someone finished their age or they have some euphemism for it. But he made that impassioned speech. So God, they had to submit. He said, yes, you are a father, and we accept what you say, but a deer shot with words cannot be loaded on a horse. A deer shot with words cannot be. So, Genghis Khan knew. So he said to the voice, his middle-aged man, of course, he said to me, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And he said, I don't think it's a good thing because of his attitude and the situation. And Talal is still hot-headed. He actually ended up being drunk and dying early. So, but the other guys, they said, well, good. They chose him because he was the most generous and won me on. He was going to the party, drinking every time. One time, Jiggy Hutuk, the great judge who wrote The Secret History, Jiggy Hutuk was sleeping in a car one time. For whatever reason, I don't know what. I think he also had passed out drunk, perhaps. But then they came out drunk and grabbed him up and pulled him back into the party. And then he was a party guy. And so he was chosen as the next great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Unfortunately, there was sort of a plan B, and that Genghis Khan had set up very powerful women, his daughters, but also he had chosen wives for each of his sons. Very, very able wives. And from a good day, he had a wife who wasn't even his first wife. The first wife would usually be somebody closer by a certain clan or something. But he had a very intelligent woman named Dorchen. And then she was more or less ruling in his last few years. And then after he died, she ruled an empire in her own name. She was the ruler of the greatest empire in the world, ever ruled by a woman.
It's incredible, like the genius of Genghis to set it up that way.
Yes.
And to not, there's probably very widespread discrimination of women at that time. And to have not care about any of that and just making the right decision. Like, what if we'll keep the empire together?
Dorchen was, actually, there was peace. She stopped all campaigns. There was peace during her time. The women, like such as Dorchen, were extremely into economics and trade and running these private corporations all over. She was running her own company and everything. So she became much more interested in the economics and the trade and running the empire. And it was a time of peace, and she recognized that peace was better for trade. It was better. And so it was a peaceful time. But like all of us, we have our weak points, and she favored her worthless son to become the successor. None of the sons actually were great. I'm going to get favored her daughter, but anyway, she favored her son. So she arranged to have him made a great emperor while she was still alive. She had her primary minister was also a woman. I mean, Fatima at least. And unfortunately, they organized a purge from court and killed off a lot of these people who had been supporting her. A lot of them were Muslims. And he killed off a lot. And then he was going to march against the Golden Horde because they weren't supporting him. So he set off and he died. He was only in office for 18 months. And he was gone. Then his wife took over Uncle Kamish. Unfortunately, she was not capable as her mother-in-law. Uncle Kamish was a bit greedy, and she didn't start any new wars, but she just kind of messed up things, and she didn't rule for too long. And this is why Kublai Khan's mother, Sultan, was able to have a revolution. She united with the Golden Horde. She was on one end of China, she had northern China, the Golden Horde had Russia, the two of them united against the center, and they overthrew Uncle Hamish, and she put her son Khan in, who was was succeeded by Kublai Khan.
I should say probably that, this whole succession by canon probably goes against the initial spirit of what Genghis Khan stood for.
Yes. Yes. In the end, he was a father, and he favored his sons, even knowing they were not so capable, and he had lost a grandson that he loved. But he organized it, though, as what we call today almost a corporation. All lands belonged to everybody in the family. Everybody. So Kublai Khan, that's why he had soldiers that were Christian soldiers, Ossetian soldiers, and Kipchak soldiers. He had 10,000 of each come in. And then they owned, the Russians would own silk factories in China. The Ilkhanate would own silk factories in jade mines in China. The people in China, the Mongols, they would own villages in Persia. So he organized it all. Everything was owned by the entire clan. It didn't last too long. Again, because of the divisions of development. So the Great Khan was primarily in charge of conquering and expanding the land so they had more lands to own. That was going to be the job. And Kublai Khan fulfilled it. Khan to some extent fulfilled it. Look what they did. Great thing.
This family ruling the land, all the different territories.
Yeah. They weakened with every generation. Every generation.
But that reminds me of a very popular idea about Genghis Khan, articulated in a 2003 paper titled The Genetic Legacy of the Mongols. So that paper has a finding that estimates that 0.5% of the world's male population is direct descendants of Genghis Khan. I've heard you kind of be a little bit skeptical of this paper, but I actually really like its findings. I talked to a good friend of mine, Manolis Kellis, who's a biologist, computational biologist and geneticist, and he likes the paper as well. I find it really convincing, but I think your skepticism has to do not necessarily with the paper's content, but with the implication that it speaks to the thing that maybe the people who think of Genghis Khan as a brutal barbarian assume that the reason is 0.5% of the population is because of some institutionalized mass rape conducted by Genghis Khan. But to me, and we actually spoke about this, you can't get those kinds of numbers with rape. If you want for the empire to propagate the genes, if you're a person that wants to propagate the genes, you would make sure that all the lands to conquer are stable, flourishing, and happy. And so, actually, what this is much better explained in the paper. It indicates this. It's better explained by it was of high value, social status value, to be associated with the lineage of Genghis Khan. And so that means that for many generations, people loved the Great Khan, Genghis Khan. So in that sense, given how vast the land was, all the transformational effects it has on trade, on culture, and so on, it makes total sense. In fact, the 0.5%, just so people understand, is just male descendants. The way it works, that means if this paper is at all correct in its estimate, the number of people descended, not direct male descendants, with the way trees work, it's like there's women at each stage. So the number of descendants could be much larger than that. So I think that's pretty interesting. I think there's singular figures like this in history, but none like Genghis.
It's interesting. It's fine. Where did they get the DNA of Genghis Khan?
Oh, yes. So one of the criticisms we have is like, well,
they don't have one shred of scientific. They're supposed to be scientific. No, they found that a bunch of people were connected.
yes.
And then they...
No. One person. One person.
Yes, but they choose Genghis Khan.
Right.
But no evidence that it was from him. No evidence.
It's from that time. It's one person.
But from that time or 200 years before.
It
See, I would like for it to be true in a certain way. I would, and I do think there is a truth there. I think that by attaching it to the name of Genghis Khan, they've done a disservice to themselves, but it gets a lot of publicity, a lot more funding, and it's exciting, and so on. But I think it's to that Mongol experience. But Genghis Khan's descendants were almost everyone categorized and recorded. I mean, he's the largest conqueror in the world. You do not have just children popping up all over the place. He had four wives all the time. He had children with two of them. Just not a lot of descendants. We know mostly who they are for many generations. His mother Hassan had many more children than he did. Many more. But they caused a lot of problems later on for the empire too by rivaling the power. So it could be that one of these other people, Modern Chartapol, could have been the origin of this. It could have been back well before Genghis Khan. I just don't believe it. Mongolia today, we have nobody who claims descent from Genghis Khan.
Well, claims is a different thing than biology, right? So the reason I say this methodology is pretty solid.
Oh, I believe that they found some connection of people.
Yeah, but
they have no evidence that it's really connected to Genghis Khan. I think it may be tangentially connected to him.
Yeah, but it's somebody from the Mongolia region.
Yeah, I think that's quite possible. But we've already had the Huns come through. We've got all the Turks. Every one of the Turkic nations is descended from Mongolia. They all came out of Mongolia.
You're right. You're right.
On the other hand, I wish they could get some proof. I mean, I wish it could be true. I just can't believe it the way it is. We have no DNA. Nobody knows where he went.
They don't. So they don't know where he's buried.
Okay, Genghis Khan said, "Let my body go. Let my nation live." And he chose to be buried in an unmarked grave. Right? The Mongols believe very strongly it should always be that way. Most of the Khans who followed him were also buried in a similar way. The Chinese emperors, were buried in very elaborate tombs, not the Yuan dynasty. No. And so Kublai Khan was buried back with his grandfather in an anonymous grave. And not everyone, like going died when he was a campaign towards Russia. He was died out there. He was buried out there. I think his father Ludwig was also buried out there. That was one their homeland. But many of them were buried with him. And it's known and not known at the same time. It's officially you should not know it. You cannot know it. It should never be disturbed. He should never be disturbed. We're not going to have a tour group coming in.
But you're saying like the people of Mongolia, they have a sense.
They believe he's in a certain place. Yes, they believe they know where the place is, but it's sacred. You can do nothing. Nothing. Just leave it as it is. That's no roads, no buildings, no killing of animals, no chopping of trees. Nothing can be done. It's a holy land dedicated to him and his family.
It's pretty amazing. Unmarked for the greatest conqueror in the history of humanity. For good or for bad, one of the most impactful humans in history.
Yes. I believe in this thing about let my nation live. And I say to people, they ask me, well, what did he look like? And I say, well, the portrait was painted 50 years later by someone who never saw him. And actually, if you look at the portrait of Kublai Khan and Genghis Khan, they look alike except one's old and one's younger. And I think that's because Kublai was trying to he wanted to establish his legitimacy as a real Mongol. And they looked alike, but his grandfather said he didn't. And then Kublai Khan and Mongol looked different. They looked so there was nothing. But I say, if you want to see the face of Genghis Khan, look at any year of Mongolia, the first child you see, that's the face of Genghis Khan. It's his nation. He created that nation. That's his face.
Does that make you sad that there's no, from his time capturing this image, that he really made himself sort of disappear into the
Muslims are still using the YAP system. There are many aspects of him that are out there in the world, and I think I find personally inspiration the same way that Thomas Jefferson did. He found so much inspiration in the life of Genghis Khan and the books of Genghis Khan that you could still read. He gave copies, bought so many copies and gave to the Library of Congress, to the Library of Virginia, the University of Virginia, to his granddaughter. These ideas live on, and we still have not fulfilled them. We do not have religious freedom. We do not have the protections for women. We do not have the protections for envoys and ambassadors. The ideas live on, and the rulers do not live as the common people. They eat the same food, wear the same clothes, sleep in the same, not bad like his case, but sleep in the same situation, simple home. No.
I have tremendous respect for leaders that live just as the people who they lead. It's, yeah, most of them not done, but when it is, just infinite respect for that. That is the way. What lessons can you learn from Genghis Khan that apply to the modern world? You already said religious freedoms and these ideas.
Well, I think those are his policy ideas. I think are important. We can still learn from that about protection of diplomats, not buying and selling women, not kidnapping women, and having religious freedom of individuals. But also, he had interesting things. He had tax-free status for all religions, all physicians, and all teachers. They didn't pay taxes in his empire. As a former teacher, I raised that out of pure greed and self-interest. But it's not to me the idea of saving the money. It's the idea of focusing on that as something important for the society. He didn't say tax-free for any other category of people, that's what they call, but just for those. And that's he's highlighting the health of the people, the education of the people, and the spirit of the people, spiritual. That's very important. That's a profound approach to life. And so these are policies, and I'm not advocating so much for policies, but I think some of the general principles of being willing to learn from our mistakes. Admit your mistake to yourself, correct it, and go on with your life. All of us say it's important, but we don't do it for the most part. We don't learn from our failures as much as we think. The other idea of promoting people on ability, I think that's certainly an idea that is very valuable, not in a simple way of meritocracy that we've done it with, oh, if you pass the exam with this score, you get this or that, but really evaluating people and their ability. I think it's a very good thing, not the only thing, but I think it's very important. And even though he failed at the end of his own life and he turned power over to his sons and his family, it's a principle that he lived by most of his life, and we can learn from that principle. The other thing I think is just his global feel for the world, his global understanding. He was a man who had no education in any formal sense, and he had this sense that the world should be united. We should have things that unite all people. Everybody should have their own law, but there should be a higher law of heaven that governs people. And this later was translated, everybody should have their own language, but they all write the same alphabet. But Kublai Khan didn't work. Or his idea, he tried to impose the use of paper currency in Iran, the Persian Ilkhanate, Chinese paper money. It didn't work. The people there weren't used to it. So there's all this international spirit of their empire. I think that we need today, we talk about globalization, we're all connected, it's just incredible. And we're more provincial than ever. We're just so provincial, and sometimes we use all this technology to help preserve our provincialism. And we can't think in global terms. We can't think about the world. It's just amazing to me how narrow-minded we are.
I also saw the Mongol proverb: if you're afraid, don't do it. If you do it, don't be afraid. That you especially celebrate. I mean, there's something to that. This representation of a person, like of a self-made man, that person from nothing willed an entire empire into existence.
And everything against him that you can think of. Your family deserting you, your father dying at an early age, all these things like that. But as Jehovah said, he had a good mother and he had a good wife. And there were many crucial points in which it was either his mother or his wife who made the deciding point. His wife, of course, was the one who caused the first break with Jehovah to go away. Later on, when the shamans had become too powerful and they had humiliated his younger brother, she was the one who said he had to cut down on the shamans who were exercising too much power. And she guided him a lot.
It cannot be understated how important, critical women are in this story of the Mongol Empire. It's fascinating.
Sometimes, you can say, they're not behind the scenes because they're always out front. The Mongol court, they always stand up front. They're always out front. This horrified the Chinese, who were very good Confucians. It horrified the Muslims. It horrified the Christians. They didn't know what to say. The women even drink in public. Okay, yeah, they drink in public. You know, they knew what it was. So sometimes it was like that, but other times it's with Diligent, she's actually the ruler. Or the case of his daughters, such as Al-Tanbek, who ruled over Harper the Giant, Mongol people, and the other daughters who ruled over different, they ruled in their own names. And he's very, this is something about secret history that I said. I get to chapter, all the sections are done. I get to chapter number, section 215. There's only half a sentence left. 214, he's just awarded a girl, he calls his daughter, so she probably kind of, she lives with his mother at this point. His youngest son, Tolo, is only 4 years old. Once the Tatar comes and Mother Erlu gives him food, because he realizes this is the mother of Genghis Khan, and that's the child of Genghis Khan. He grabs him up and kidnaps him and runs out, and he's holding the child in one hand and he's pulling out a knife with another hand. Al-Qadi raised up and she grabbed his arm and held it down. And two men, Jim and Tim, they were back behind the gear, slaughtering an ox with an axe, because you have to do it in the shade behind the deer. You don't do it in the light. So they were back there doing that. So they raced out with an axe and they killed the man. And so then Genghis Khan was awarding everybody for all their great deeds. And gentlemen, and Jim, they wanted to be rewarded for saving the life of Talal. He said, no, you killed the Tatar. Al-Qadi saved his life because she held the hand that had the knife until you got there to kill him. She saved it, and now we reward her. So he's finished that story in 214. He gets to 215. He says, and now let us reward our daughters. It's actually only a phrase of it. That's I said it's a complete sentence, but it's not quite complete. The rest is gone. Cut out. It's missing. And I was just so, and I looked at all these different translations of all the different languages. And most often they translate as, and now let us marry our daughters. Oh no. Oh no. He was very clear in his wedding speeches to his daughters. I give these people to you to rule. You have 3 husbands. You have your honor, you have your nation, and you have the man that I give to you. But the man I give to you goes to the army with me. The British soldiers, you stay here and rule the people. Brilliant. The Chinese, when they arrived in the court of Al-Thani, they didn't know what to think. There she is ruling this area of all good people. And they said, well, she can read and write, and she's a supreme judge, and she doesn't allow any death sentence without her permission. And but they didn't say which languages she could read and write. That is really puzzled me a lot.
So you're saying the secret history as we have gotten access to has been edited to remove the significance of women, even though they're still there.
in that case, I mean, in other cases with his mother and not and all, but I think in that case, because what happened is most of these women had few offspring because her husband was gone to war. And Altani, of course, she married several times, sometimes the sons of the last one, you know. But they were going off to war and they weren't reproducing. The only one, Tzentikin, who was ruling in Siberia, she was the one who had a whole bunch of daughters. They wouldn't be going off to war, and so they actually spread out through the empire and did a lot of power later. What happened was the area for Alakai, for example, was then taken over by Kublai Khan. And then the areas, all the Turkic areas, one by one, were taken over by their nephews as they died out, not in their own lifetime. It didn't kill them at all, but as they died out, the men took it over. And so then they just wanted to kind of erase it. It's like, no, northern China, even though it was Tani, it always was Mongol. She was ruling because her husband was Mongol, and her sons were Mongol, therefore they had the right to rule it. So they cut out the women for those reasons. I think anytime they threaten the power of a particular man. And there are other little things that are added in there. Sometimes you can find a phrase, and that phrase was not in the original.
In studying human history, what have you learned about human nature? Just the trajectory of humanity of the past several millennia?
I tend to have a certain level of individuals and persons on a level of people in general, and especially not for institutions. I tend to have a great suspicion about almost everything and mistrust in institutions over and over. And I think that's my own prejudice, and then I find reasons to support that. And Genghis Khan was very good at destroying a lot of institutions before bringing them to heel within his empire. So then I like that, and I stress that, and I see those things. I think that's one thing. But other things that I learned from the Mongol people in general, not just about their history at all, but how it's possible to live for thousands of years in a place that for many people is not the most beautiful in the world. It's austere. You have a band of mountains with some trees, and then a big band of steppe, and then a big band of sand, gravel desert, the Gori. I mean, for many people, it's not appealing. It's just open. There's too much space. It's like we need to build something over here. Well, you can have a condo right there. You can have a building where you can sell it off. They haven't given in to that. They really value their country. They protect their country. Even now, only 1% is privately owned. They keep it down. And the Mongolian records, farm and city count as one category. It's just because it's settled people. It doesn't matter. You settle on a farm, you settle in the city, settled people, one category. And they lived there in this land that Genghis Khan would return to and love. He returned to the capital city, he would not know where he was. He would have no idea. And all the people would just say, oh, Mongol, I have the hat, I have the belt buckle, I have the tail that's all embroidered. I'm Mongol. And Genghis Khan said, where's your horse? Oh, I keep it in the countryside. But he wouldn't recognize the city. But it's still his country, his people. They worship him in a literal sense, not the way we would worship God, asking for favors, but in the sense of worshiping him with praise. They have so many songs to praise him. And about half of the hip hop in the country is in praise of Genghis Khan. It's something we can't understand because when we pray, we're usually saying, oh, thank you, God, for this and that and the other, and you're so wonderful, and I love you. So would you please give me, and would you please do this, would you please stop this pain in my knee? We're asking for things all over the place. But Genghis Khan, no one ever asked for anything. They just honor him. They just praise him and honor him.
If I wanted to visit Mongolia, what would you recommend? What's the right way?
We'll start with my home. We'd start there. You come over there. It's a nice valley. I'm in a nice valley there. I think almost any direction you circle back to the city and they stop off to see what we call Rothschild'S, the wild horse, what they call Taki, to see the Taki, or they may go up to Hofschool Lake, a big beautiful lake, somewhat like I call much smaller. So that's a beautiful trip. If you want to see the more turfic area where they hunt with eagles, the far west is where the Kazakh people live. And the mountains are absolutely incredibly beautiful. Most mountains in Mongolia are gentle, beautiful, but gentle. The farther west you go, the more dramatic they become, the more pointed and peaked and snow covered. And as you go to the eastern Mongolia, it tends to be very flat. There are massive, massive flocks of cranes that come in with you. Millions and millions of cranes. There are also tundra swans that come in, and there are golden ducks and all kinds of beautiful birds out there. And so each area has something special. Particularly the history of Genghis Khan. The Mongolians love him, they worship him. They don't do too much to capitalize on his home area, the Hinti. If you go to the Hinti, there are areas you cannot go to, large, large areas. It's forbidden. But you can go, but they don't capitalize like this is the place. No, they go there themselves out of respect. The only one place they built this statue of him, which is the largest equestrian statue in the world. But it's the place where they say he found his whip, which is when he was coming back from being at the camp of asking Orgel Han, or Total Han, or Orhan to support him, and he's coming back to his family, and on the way he supposedly found a whip there, which is just a small stick with a couple of strands of rawhide at the end of it. That's used. But for the Mongolians, it's a symbolic thing, because obviously it's used from a horse. But for the Mongols, your destiny, yourself, your will is your he-motor, your wind horse that lives inside of you. Your wind horse that guides you and gives you opportunities. But it's up to you to ride that wind horse. It's up to you to use the wind horse, not to just go wild with the wind horse. And so I think it's at that crucial moment. He's on his way back home and to go with Tomka and the other soldiers to the market to rescue Verstein. And so symbolically, he found a whip there. But I think it means that he found the way to control his destiny, his fate. It's very important. Very important.
And there he did. That was the beginning.
Yes. Yes. It's symbolized in that statue. Some people think that he's holding this stick, that it's a baton or something like that, but no, it's that, what they call the whip to shoot.
We've talked a lot about the past. Look out into the future. What gives you hope for human civilization, for us humans?
Almost every day I'm totally dissatisfied with everything on earth. It's that kind of old man, blah, 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 blah. What are they talking about? My grandchildren talk to me. I don't understand a word they say. What are they, what? Who are they talking about? I never heard of this. It's kind of like that. And who's running for office? Oh my God, oh my God. It's everything like that. But then almost every day I meet somebody, just one person, who gives you some kind of hope. You just see somebody doing something nice, or they do something nice for you. I do find in Asia that happens a lot. That people just do nice things for old people every day. And so then my dissatisfaction with all the big things in the world, and the way my grandchildren talk, and the way young people are, and then I see something like that. And often it's something with the young people, something that the young people do. In Asia, they're always bringing me things. They bring me dried curds, and they bring me strawberries that they picked in the forest in the summer, or they bring the pine nuts that they found, or they bring me the milk in various forms, or yogurt. Everybody thinks you got to eat the yogurt. This is from my grandmother. All the other
you that there's that little flame of goodness that burns in everybody. I believe that on the whole will keep humanity flourishing, keep evolving and changing towards something better with every generation.
Yes. No, people in Mongolia take such good care of me all the time. All the time. And I think my wife had MS. I've talked about this before. So that she had MS that slowly declined for many years, becoming paralyzed, not able to speak, not able to control her movements or anything. And we lived half the year still in Mongolia. Part of it was because the climate, the altitude were better for her situation. It was very helpful for her. But also the people. There was a poor country. The sidewalks are broken. Everything's not working. But I would go out with her in a wheelchair alone, and I knew that every month some arm would pick her up. I'd pick up the wheelchair and lift her over that and not bring me to it. We could go to the opera again, this magnificent set of Soviet stairs to get to the opera, We would go, and I had no worries. I knew two guys would come from one side, two guys from the other side would carry her. And they do not say, "Excuse me, may I help you?" And they do not wait for you to say thank you. Nothing. They just do it and they walk away. They have such respect. Singers would come there all the time to sing, to warm up the house for my wife. Even dancers would come sometimes to dance or play the horsehead fiddle, to play that, to warm up the house for her, to see how they treated a totally disabled person. And if I was feeding my wife, and anybody saw it, they would come and immediately take over and start feeding her in their place. Children would come up to her in America, often afraid that she's in a wheelchair. They just kind of look, they don't know what to do. But over there, the children would always come to her. Always. They were very good. You just learned something about people living there in a country where out in the countryside, you come to a care, you never ask for permission to go in. You certainly don't knock on the door frame. That's hugely offensive. And you ask, it's like insulting the people. What, they're not good hospital people, I have to ask you for something. No, you walk in and you sit down and they fix food for you. It's an incredible thing. And these are the things that give me hope. There's no institution in the world, no, not the big things, and not the pop culture, and not all the platitudes. Oh my God, save us from the platitudes of love. It's the family that will fix tea for you at 2 in the morning because there was a flash flood and you got stuck and now you're cold and wet and they build a fire and take care of you. Or you just show up and you make camp somewhere and you have your own tent. And that's within 1 hour, some child is going to be there with water and milk. You say, where did you come from? When the mother sent them over, there's somebody over there in the forest. They believe that they're obligated to take care of one another. Anybody in your area, you take care of them. And things like that, individuals do give me hope. People one by one, or a few at a time, even though I'm lost in the modern world.
Well, I'm glad you find your way. You mentioned that your wife is no longer with us. What's a favorite memory you have with her?
Well, I could tell you a favorite picture is a lake we used to go to called Okinawa in the middle. And somebody, a very nice friend, took a picture of us towards the end. We were just sitting there watching the sunset over the lake that we've been to many, many times in life. And, she's holding, we're holding hands. She's in the gym paralyzed. We're just sitting there staring off and this is showing. That's one of my favorite memories. With my wife, I was just blessed with a good wife. It was exciting. She was the most beautiful woman I had ever met in my whole life. She was smart. She could talk to people about anything. She talked about jazz or physics or art. My life is so small and narrow, but my wife, she's the one who gave keep me alive. She, the truth is very odd. People don't believe sometimes. I failed English in college. I barely got in college. Nobody in my family, growing up with my grandparents, was the other side. They had third grade education. My father had seventh grade. I went to live with him after the grandparents died, and my mother. There was no big education there in the family. But I somehow got to college. My father told me to go. He didn't want me to go to the war in Vietnam, so he volunteered to go because there was the rule that they couldn't send two people from one family against their will. That was mainly designed to protect brothers. But he could go as the father, and then I could go to college. So I got to college, and our kids say, "Oh, I was drinking and having a party and not serious." No, I was trying not to kill them. Of course, I failed English. I failed it. And this was just a huge shame to me. In fact, after 1 year I was on probation, being kicked out of school, my grades were so low overall. And then, so it took me a long time to confess this to my wife after I met her. I briefly known her in high school, but just not already. Anyway, we met later. And I told her, she just looked at me, she said, "I was a professor." No, it's just a professor. You can write anything you want. And she had the power to make me believe everything she said. I don't care what she said, I would believe it. And I would say, "Yeah, that's right, that's just a professor." Yeah, and she inspired me. But she supported me all the way through graduate school. She was taking some courses of her own and she was doing graduate work. But she inspired me, but she told me, I said, "I want to write for more people than just for other scholars. I've done this dissertation or PhD, and it's just dry as what's a hot the Gobi Desert." And I didn't know what to do. And she said, "Just tell the story to me, but I can't see you when you tell it. You're on the radio, and I'm listening in my car driving somewhere. Just tell the story to me." And to this day, almost every word I write is always just tell the story to her the way that she liked it. And I always read the books to her. Even she couldn't comprehend too much, but she just loved hearing the book because it was mine. And the last years of her life, I gave up the teaching, and we went back to our original home in South Carolina. And I said, "Okay, we're just going to live here and watch the ocean and do things like that, and just be worthless teenagers." And my wife used to have episodes of clarity. I have no idea what comes to me. It might be 2 hours, it might be 7 or 8 hours. And we would talk a lot. And so one time she said to me, she said, "This disease is going to take my life, but it's taking your life." She said, "You gave up teaching and you gave up writing." She said, "How do you expect me to die in peace if I know that you gave up everything to this disease?" She said, "You should write." So every single day we sat together by the water by the window. I moved it into the tiny room overlooking the water. We sat there at the desk, and she sat in a wheelchair next to me. And sometimes we would play a little soft music in the background a little bit. And for the most part, she couldn't talk, but she liked to just sit there beside me working. And she knew that she was the inspiration. She knew. She was the battery that kept me going. How on earth I ever had a life like that, I don't know.
That's beautiful, Jack. That's really beautiful.
I just hit the jackpot with her. And I see so many people that get by and they even like each other or they're friends or something. But in my life, there was one person. I love my children. I still do. I love my grandchildren, even though I don't understand them. But there's one person in my life, and that was my wife. 44 years, and her funeral was on our anniversary. Just the way life works out. But I was very lucky, very lucky.
If
say, "Oh, you remember that?" No, I never would say that because I knew she couldn't remember. When she would be restless or something in the night, I used to recite scenes from our life and just give the scene without saying, "Do you remember?" But the last night, I certainly didn't know that she was going, but it was a rough night. And we went back to the first night that we had in Moscow. We came in December in the winter, and the snow was so beautiful and white, and the yellow light shining on it. And then the most beautiful night, we went to the Bolshoi, and she had this elegant blue wool coat from her grandmother from the 1920s with a huge, it's so ironic, there was a blue wool, but it's gray blue, like the local has this gray blue collar, this huge collar. She just looked like a movie star from the 20s or something. And we went to see Maya Plasetskaya, and it was one of the most beautiful nights. But her last night, I told her that story again, of all the details. I told her many times of her coat from her grandmother, whom she loved very much, and the snow and the yellow lights. And we arrived at night, because of course the flight was late. And then the next night going to the Bolshoi, all those beautiful things from Russia. That was it. She was an inspiration. I have many, many nights or many days of great memories.
You made me cry, Jack.
Oh no.
That was beautiful. You're a beautiful human being. It's really an honor to talk to you. This was such a fascinating journey through human history about one of the most impactful humans in American history.
Well, thank you very much. And the amount of research, when I realized how much research you had done, I felt like you're going to know things I don't know, and you're going to pull something out, and I'm going to be shamed in front of the whole world.
There's only one piece of research left, is me going to London and hiding there on the step. That would be incredible. So
Come.
I will. Thank you so much for talking today, Jack.
Thank you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jack Weatherford. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. And now, let me answer some questions and try to articulate some things I've been thinking about. If you'd like to submit questions, including in audio and video form, go to letsfreeman.com/AMA. Or if you want to contact me for other reasons, go to letsfreeman.com/contact. And now, allow me to make a few comments on the ever-evolving moral landscape of human civilization throughout our 10,000 year history. I was listening to Dan Carlin's excellent, eye-opening 5.5 hour episode of Hardcore History titled Human Resources. It covered the topic of slavery, the Atlantic slave trade, to be exact. One of the lessons I took from this episode is that the long arc of history is full of atrocities, as we modern-day humans understand them, with the wisdom of time and moral progress. But during each period of history, as Dan documents, it was difficult for the majority of people to see just where the line between good and evil is. We humans, after all, forever like to weave a story in which we are the good guys. Listening to Dan discuss, and later myself reading first-hand accounts of slaves, of torture, of rape, the separation of families, is incomprehensibly heartbreaking. By the way, this topic, first-hand accounts of slavery, can be read in Slave Narratives, a folk history of slavery in the United States, from interviews with former slaves. I can recommend the book that I've been reading, which is Voices of Slavery, 100 Authentic Slave Narratives. It all seems deeply and obviously wrong by today's standards, but slavery was seen as normal through most of human history. Thomas Jefferson, the man who wrote All Men Are Created Equal, which I think is one of the most powerful lines in all of human history. He himself was a slave owner, making him a fascinating case study of contradictions. In fact, there's evidence that Thomas Jefferson drew from Genghis Khan's ideas about the importance of religious freedom. Calling as he did foundational ideas of human freedom in the jaws of deep history. And Dan, in his episode, documents these contradictions and complexities quite well. Full range of human psychology involved, including how violations of basic human rights breed generational hatred. This, I think, is an important lesson to understand. The consequences of our moral failings can reverberate through decades, even centuries. And that is perhaps one of the values of studying history. It is laden with atrocity, but it also contains people who, while flawed, dare to rise in some way above the moral decrepitude of the day to try to build a foundation of a slightly better future world. As MLK Jr. put it, the arc of a moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And now, please allow me to say a few words about Gaza, Israel, and Palestine. I'm not sure I'm eloquent enough or know quite the right words to express what I'm feeling. Let me try. I think what is happening in Gaza is an atrocity. And I think that the Israeli government is directly responsible for it. And to the degree the U.S. government is assisting the Israeli government in this, which I believe it currently is, it needs to stop immediately. For me, as an American, it makes me sick to know that my government has any role in this atrocity. This needs to stop. Yes, there's geopolitical and military complexity, nuance, and historical context that I'm told by some so-called experts that one must understand. And perhaps they are smarter than me. But, like mentioned before, unlike the moral complexity of deep history that I've often spoken about, from the Roman Empire to the Atlantic slave trade, this is the 21st century. This is today. In this, the 21st century, I see things quite simply and clearly. To me, the death of a child is a tragedy. It doesn't matter what their skin color is, what their religion is, or what plot of land they call home. In my view, they are all equal. And the death of each child is a tragedy. Hamas did definitively evil act on October 7th, brutally murdering over 1,000 civilians. But now, the acts of war conducted by the Israeli government have led to the death of over 60,000 people in Gaza, likely over 80,000 people, of which at least 17,000 are children. 17,000. I'm not smart enough to know the path to peace and flourishing of all the peoples in the region, but I do know that what has been happening in Gaza cannot lead the way. Suffering at this kind of scale breeds generational hate that leads to more evil in the world, not less, to more destruction, to more suffering. This has to stop. 2 years ago, I spoke with many Palestinians in the West Bank, on camera and off. There's a video of it up if you want to hear their voices for yourself. It was a deeply moving experience for me, and I'm grateful for it. In the future, I hope to find a way to talk to people in Gaza. I still think it's valuable to talk to leaders, historians, soldiers, actors, from all perspectives. But the most powerful and moving conversations for me, online and off, have always been with everyday people. This always felt like where the truth is, the deeper truth of life, of pain, fear, of hope. And I still have hope. I believe we humans are good at the core, and I know we'll find our way. Thank you for listening. I love you all. Following this conversation, Jack Weatherford, anthropologist and historian specializing in Genghis Khan and the Mongol Empire. He has written a legendary book on this topic titled Genghis Khan and the Making of the Modern World. And he has written many other books, including Emperor of the Seas, Kublai Khan, and the Genghis Khan, Quest of God, Secret History of Mongol Queens, and other excellent books. I've gotten to know Jack more after this conversation, and I cannot speak highly enough about him. He's a truly brilliant, thoughtful, kind soul. This was a huge honor and pleasure for me. This is the Let's Read My podcast. Support it, please check out our sponsors in the description and consider subscribing to this channel. Now, dear friends, here's Jack Weatherford. Genghis Khan, born in approximately 1162, became the conqueror of the largest contiguous empire in history. But before that, he was a boy named Temujin, who at 9 years old lost everything. His father, his tribe, living in poverty, abandoned to the harshness of the Mongolian steppe. From a boy with nothing to the conqueror of the world. So, tell me about this boy, his childhood, and the Mongolian steppe from which he came.
The story of Genghis Khan, like the story I think of all of us, it doesn't begin in birth. That's the beginning of life. The story begins long before birth. And sometimes it can be many generations before, and sometimes only shortly before. But I think with Genghis Khan, the crucial thing is to understand how his parents met and then how he was conceived. And that is that one day a cart was coming across the Mongol territory, and only women drove carts. Men rode horses, women also rode horses. But women owned the houses, which were called gers, the tents. They owned all the household equipment, and so they had to have carts for moving back and forth. The fact that a cart was moving meant that some woman was moving from one place to another. And in fact, her husband was with her. She was a new bride, and her husband was on a horse close to her. So what happened was a man named Yasuke. Yasuke, the future father of Genghis Khan. Yasuke was up on the hill. He was hunting with his falcon. The words of the secret history of the Mongols are very clear. He looked down and he saw her, and he could barely glimpse her, but he knew she was young, and she was a new bride. And he rode back to camp. He got his two brothers, and they came racing down. And they came, and first the husband of the woman looked around, and he decided to flee. Not because he was a coward, but he figured he would probably pull the men after him. They would chase him, and they did. They chased him. He went far away. He circled around. He came back. He arrived back at the cart where his bride was. Her name was further. And Erlo had time to think while he was riding around, being chased by the Mongols. And she decided that it's more important for him to live. And she told him when he came back, you must flee. If you stay here, they will kill you and they will take me. But if you flee, they will take me, but you won't have the chance to find another one. There are many women in the world. You find one and you call her Erlo after my name. And you remember me when you're with her. It's a very dramatic moment. And he rode away. And he looked back and forth, and it said that the pigtails or the braids were hanging down, were whipping back and forth from his chest to his back. He was divided, obviously, in whether he should go or stay. But the three men were approaching again, and they were headed straight for the cart this time. And they came in, and they took Erdo. She didn't say a word until her husband was over the ridge. When he was over the ridge and she could no longer see him, she began to scream and wail. One of the brothers said to her, it doesn't matter if you shake the waters out of the river, and if you shake the mountains with your screaming, you will never see this man again. He was right. That was the moment that Genghis Khan's mother and father met. That's the beginning of his story with this kidnapping. And it's going to reverberate every detail of it. It will come back again and again, not only throughout the story of the life of Genghis Khan, but it's going to continue on with the feuds and the issues caused by it, all the way into the future. To some extent, in certain parts of the world, you could say it still exists.
So the meeting is fundamentally a mixture of heartbreak and dark criminal type of kidnapping. From that is conceived this conqueror of the biggest contiguous empire in history.
What I was really interested in was how did this happen? Who was this person? As Wordsworth wrote in his poem, the child is father of the man, and it's the childhood that created him, and it's that episode that was before he was born, all the things that happened throughout his childhood made him into the man that he became. And so he was now suddenly this unusual situation was created where a child is going to be born to a kidnapped woman who is being held by strange people, the Mongols, that were not her people. And he already had another wife, her husband. He had a wife named Sonjiko. He had at that time already one son. Later he had another son with her. It was a very odd situation. And in fact, the father, Yasuke, wasn't even there when Temujin was born. He was off fighting the Tatars. And during this campaign against the Tatars, he killed two Tatars. One of them was the name of Temujin Buge, which is sort of person of iron, is what it means from the Turkic. But today part of also Mongolian language. So he came back, he had a baby, and he decided to name him Temujin, person of iron, or Iron Man, we might call him.
After the man he killed.
After the man he killed. So his kidnapped mother, she's a second wife now, not a legal wife, but just a second kidnapped wife. And he's named for someone his father just killed. It's not auspicious beginning. And in fact, just episode after episode in his childhood was inauspicious. The father and mother moved camp one time when he was quite young, and somehow they overlooked him and forgot him. He was left behind. So here's this young child, we don't know what age, but it was 4 or 5, I think. And he was left behind, and as it turned out, some other people, the Daichu, found him, and then they kept him for a while, and eventually he was reunited with his father and mother. And it's very odd to me that I never have any inkling of a spark of relationship much between the father and the son. Because then when Temujin is 8 years old, his father decides to take him off to find a wife, which finding a wife in the Mongolian terms means you give the child to that family, or you give the boy to that family, and he will live with them, and they will raise him up, and they will train him the way they want before he can marry their daughter. And so he's taking him off at age 8, but he didn't take the mother's son from the other wife, but he was keeping him. There was something about Temujin having been lost once and found by the Daichu and reunited with the family. But now his father takes him off at age 8, and he was going to take him to Uru's family, but he never made it. He stopped with another family, and so like the first family he came across. And the words of the secret history, it's sort of like instant love. There was fire in his eyes and fire in her eyes. And he saw this girl, Vrishna, who was about 9 years old, a little older, and he wanted to stay there with that family, according to the story. And so the father left him there with that family. But on the way home, the father decided he saw a drinking party, and he decided to join them. They were Tatars. He hid his identity. On the step, everybody kind of figures out who everybody is. And they figured out who he was. But supposedly, they poisoned him. He got on his horse and was able to ride back home. Or within a few days, he died. So now, Temujin is off living with another family. And somebody comes from his family, not a relative or a close person. Someone comes to get him, take him back. And they make it through the winter. Mother Erla, by now, she has 4 sons and 1 daughter. I think the daughter had already ceremony for the ancestors, and they started the ceremony, but they did not tell her. And so she came and she was angry that she had been left out. The old women said, "You're the one we do not have to call. We will feed you if you come, but we do not have to take care of you." Letting her know that as a captive woman, she was not a real wife in their view. And that was really the signal that when they moved camp, they were not taking her with them. And they packed up, they took her animals. They took the animals, but she, at that moment, she still had one horse for a moment, and she jumped on the horse and she took the banner of her husband and she raced around the people. And the banner after death contains the soul of the person, so it's called. And so she raced around and they were a little bit nervous, and so they camped for one night and they waited until it was dark. Then they took off, and this time one of the friends of the family came running out to try to stop them, and they killed him. And Temujin cried. He was a little boy, 8 years old. There was nothing he could do. He was just a little boy. And now that family is left there on the step. 4 children, possibly 5 already. Sochiko, the other woman with 2 children, they're all left there to die on the step. When winter comes, they will surely all die.
How do they make it through winter?
Mother Uru, in the words of the secret history, she pulled her hat down over her head. She took her black stick and she ran up and down the banks of the river, digging out roots to feed the gullet of her brood. She fed them through the winter. She found food, digging up whatever she could, finding whatever she could, everything she could. And even at his young age, Timutu was already beginning to go out to collect things. He could get fish, he could do a few tasks to help feed the family. It was an extremely awful struggle at this point, but she saved every one of the children.
So, Temujin's early years were marked by loneliness, abandonment, and struggle.
Yes, even after this, he was kidnapped at one point by Taichi people. He was kidnapped, and we would say, I think the correct word would be enslaved. They put him into a cage, a yoke, like an ox would wear. And so his 2 arms are in it, and his head is in it. He's trapped in this thing. But every night he would be taken to a different pier to be guarded by their family. And one night there was a celebration, so most of the people were drinking. And he's left with a boy who's not very smart. And Temujin managed to take the keg, the wood yoke that he's trapped in, and use it as a weapon by turning it around very quickly and hitting the boy in the head, knocking him out. Those were the first lessons for the Mongols that anything that moves is a weapon. This is going to go on for generations. Very important for the Mongols. If it moves, it's a weapon. He did that. He raced off in the night and he jumped into the river to hide. He still got a cape on him. He's still trapped under there. The people are looking for him. They come out and up and down the river, and he's hiding underneath the water for the most part, trying to breathe as best he can. But it's dark and it protects him a little bit. They give up and they say, okay, we'll come back tomorrow. He can't possibly escape. But he knew one family that he thought he could go to. And he was right. He went to that family at a great risk to themselves. They, in fact, were a captive family, the Taichi, and at great risk to themselves, they managed to saw off the keg and then burn it in their fire. And they gave him food to escape. And then he had to go find his family again. So this is the kind of life that this boy Temujin had.
So he, just to be clear, the neck is trapped and the hands are trapped.
We think that's how it is. We just have the word. They don't say the head and the hands, but we know that his body is trapped in it. But from all evidence we have, it's the hands and the head.
He is running around deeply alone with this thing.
Yes. Yes. And then he has to go out and find wherever his family is.
So this, in part, was the foundation of his breaking with Mongol tradition that kinship is the most important thing above all else. Because here's a story where he's abandoned over and over and over.
His father's old brothers. See, the men who kidnapped her, they had an obligation under Mongol law and custom to marry her when her husband died. They did not. They should take care of her and her children, because her children are the children of their brother. They count as the sons of the clan. Well, they should. No, they had all deserted, all betrayed him. He learned very early on that you cannot trust family.
You mentioned that Genghis Khan's childhood, Temujin, was marked by extreme travel violence. Can you describe the state of affairs in the steppe? How much violence is there? How much kidnapping is there?
The story of Temujin is not a unique story for that time. Now, as an isolated family outcast, of course, he's not participating in the various feuds and the raids of the people around him. They are constantly raiding in the winter, and for women and for horses and for any kind of valuables that they can find. It's almost like their way of getting trade goods from China. And one group raids the other in order to find out whatever they have for textiles or metal. Mongols produce nothing. They could produce felt to make their tents, but they were not craftsmen. And so they had to get these items from somewhere, and it was through raiding. And so even in the genealogy of Temujin, you see going back generation after generation, women having been kidnapped, children born who are not necessarily the father's child. It's unclear who the father was. And all of these issues go back for a long time. Later, Genghis Khan will realize, once he becomes Genghis Khan, he will realize that the true source of most of the feuding on the steppe is over women. And later he will outlaw the kidnapping of women and the sale of women. Part not only because of what had happened to his mother, but what happened to him next in his life.
And this is one of the things you talk about. This, in some ways, the love story with his wife was her kidnapping was the defining. If you could point to one place where Genghis Khan, the conqueror, was created, it's that point. His wife being kidnapped. Can you describe, first of all, his love for this woman and what that means, and what the kidnapping of her meant?
At age 16, first, the girl he had met when he was 8 years old, and she was 9. She's now 17, and she and her mother called. It's hard to even imagine what it was like for this 16-year-old boy who had suffered these indignities of life in every way that you could imagine. And suddenly, here is the love of his life, who's going to be living with him, making him happy. He has somebody who loves him, not just his mother running around getting food and trying to feed the 5 children, plus the other wife and her 2 children. No, he has somebody who loves him. It's all the excitement that you could imagine, with the fire in the eyes, and the excitement, and then it only lasts a few months. So there they are, and there's a lady visiting them. We don't know exactly who she is, but just they call her grandmother Rothschild. Fanny Rothschild is there. Fanny Rothschild is sleeping, of course, on the floor of the gear, the tent. And early in the morning, when she feels the vibrations in the earth, and she knows the horsemen are coming, she rouses the family. But Mother Erlund is in charge. Mother Erlund is still in charge, even though Temujin is now married. She puts all of her children on a horse. She takes the baby girl to Ulik in her own lap. She has one extra horse, but she won't take first. Because she knows, she doesn't know who the men are. She has no idea. They're coming in the dark. They're coming family of outcasts has acquired a wife, and they know that they're coming for that. And so she leaves Sachiko, the other wife. She leaves this old lady, Granny Kawachi, who actually has her own card, and she leaves first. They pile into Granny's cart. It's only ox to pull it, so they don't get too far before the attackers get there. But Mother Earl is right. She's able to get her children off to the mountain, to the mountainside, away from them, because the men are so focused on this cart and finding out how many women are in there and who they are. So Mother Earl saved her family, but at a cost. Suddenly, Timothy realizes he has obeyed his mother, but he's lost the most important thing in his life. And I do think this is the defining moment of his life. The story began back when his mother was kidnapped. But now the kidnapping of his wife, and he gets to define what will he do? What should he do? What can he do? Is he going to just resign himself to it? Is he going to go out for another wife? And he decides that life is not worth living without first. He has found something good in his life. And if he has to die trying to get her back, he will die trying to get her back.
And this is the early steps of the military genius, born because in order to get her back requires an actual organization of troops.
He needs allies. He goes to a man who ruled the Karyak people in central Mongolia, and a little river about where the capital of Ulaanbaatar is today. He goes there because that Wang Han is the name of Lord Han. He goes there because Wang Han had been the lord over his father at one point, and his father had gone on raids for him. So he went there, and actually he took a gift. That's because Rushta's mother had brought a sable coat as a gift for Mother Erlu at that time of the marriage. So he took the coat, and he took it, and he gave it as a gift to Wang Han and asked for his help. Wang Han said yes. And he said, I will send some troops, but we need more. And you need to ask Jamaka. You need to ask him to come also. He said, I will send a message to him to get troops.
You have to tell the story of Jamaka. It's the story of Genghis Khan is one of people abandoning him, being disloyal, and here is a person who's not of his kin, but becomes his white brother, in a way loyal, and as you've described, he's both the best thing to us happened to Genghis Khan and one of the biggest challenges in the later years of Genghis Khan. So who was Jamaka?
Jamaka was a boy about the same age as Temujin, and his family had winter camp close to where Mother Erlu was living with her children. And so the two boys met during the winter time. In fact, they both claim descent from the same woman about 4 generations earlier, or 5, it's more unclear. She was a Urihankai woman who herself was kidnapped. And actually, Jamaka was the descendant of her, the fact that she was pregnant at the moment of kidnapping. And then Temujin is descended from her through the new kidnapper, Wotamchak, his ancestor. So they're both through the, is that almost the same from the same womb. They come from the same historic origin. However, their lives were similar in that both lost their fathers very early. But Jamaka also lost a mother. So he grew up in the household of his grandfather. He had no siblings, unlike Temujin with the whole household of siblings. He grew up with his grandfather, and his grandfather had several wives. So he grew up with a bunch of old women, which later he said he thought was an influence on his life. But the two boys meet. So they come from different backgrounds, and Jamaka is not as deprived by any means as the life of Temujin, but he has a certain emotional deprivation, I think, having not had mother, father, siblings, and he lives with these old people. The two boys meet, they become good friends playing on the ice. And so they're playing on the ice, and then very early on, I think when they're about 10 or 11 years types of friendship, but Anda is a friendship that's beyond a friendship. It's something for life. And they swore that they would be there forever to protect each other, to help each other in every moment. And they exchanged knuckle bones. So each one of them had the knuckle bone of a robot, a deer. Knuckle bones are used in these games that they play, but it's also used to forecast the future. You can roll them around and all that. It's very strange. On the ice, I will say, in the wintertime in Mongolia, it can be up to 50 degrees below zero. But it doesn't really matter on that part of the city in Celsius or Fahrenheit, depending on what it is. But you slide something across the ice and it's just absolutely smooth like silk and it goes on for a long way. And if you put your ear down to the ice, you hear this celestial sound that is unlike any sound on the earth. It's just like the angels are singing under the arms. So once they sworn this relation of Amanda, then a couple years later they swear it again, but this time they're slightly older boys and they have bows and arrows, and so they exchange arrows with each other. In fact, the text is very specific that Jamaka took the horn, cut it off of a 2-year-old calf, and he whittled it down, and then he drilled a hole into it in order to make a whistling arrow, which is used for several purposes. One was it's used for signals from one thing from one person to another. Also, when you're hunting, if you want to move the animal in a certain direction, you send a whistling arrow in the opposite direction to make the animal move. But it had a lot of uses. So the boys had exchanged robot knuckles. This time they exchanged. And so they had been close friends. And on the hunt said, okay, Jalapa should raise some troops and go with you. And he did. So the three set out some troops from Wanghan. He himself did not go, he was too old. But he sent some troops. And then Jamaka and his troops. And then basically just Temujin and his family. He just had his brothers. That's all. They set off to find the Lurkin people of the Silanga River, which flows into Siberia and on into Lake Baikal. They had to go through some extremely rough territory. And we see in this episode, though, Jamaka is already a little bit fierce without necessarily thinking it through carefully. He gives this long speech about all the things they're going to do to the market people. We're going to jump through the smoke hole in the top of the gear. We're going to jump in there and we're going to kill them all. We're going to kill the men and the women and the children. We will destroy these people forever. Well, he has some extremely militant rhetoric, at least. And he's also rather critical of the other people. Hans people came late. He gave them this long lecture about we are Mongols, and if we give our word is our promise forever. And rain or sleet or snow, it doesn't matter. We be there on time. And so he's dressing down his superiors. He's very aggressive, but he's very helpful. So these troops, they move in on the market camp. They also come in at night. And so there's a small amount of warning because some men are out hunting sables, market men, and they race back to the camp and they tell the people, and the people are getting ready to get out as fast as possible. So Martha has no idea who's coming. She doesn't want to be kidnapped again. So somebody. So she and the grandmother come on shit again, and so they're loaded into a cart and go away. So Temujin comes in, and there's a full moon at night, so they can see what they're doing. And he's really searching for her. He's not paying too much attention to the battle. And he's calling for her, and she hears his voice. She knows who it is. She jumps off the cart, and she runs to him. And they're reunited. And he grabs her, embraces her, and then he said, this is the goal. This is why we are here. We don't need anything else. He was very clear about that.
And that was his first full-on military engagement.
Yes, aside from the things, yes, his first full-on military engagement. Now, along the way, in addition to escaping all these horrors, he had killed his older half-brother.
too was a deeply formative experience. So what was that about? Can you explain in Mongol society the role of the older brother and the power struggle there, and that, not to moralize, but there's also um, the ethical foundation behind the murder.
The killing of Nectar, that's one of the things that's totally unknown outside of the secret history of the Mongols. None of the Persian chronicles, none of the Chinese chronicles, none of them knew about this until the secret history was deciphered and translated. But Nectar was the older child of Sachiko, and his son, the older brother, has complete authority over the younger siblings in Mongolian society. They have to refer to him with a special pronoun all the time, Tom, and he refers to them as Chi. It's like a formality. And his word goes, he is the father in the absence of the father. But also, it's quite common that if a man dies and his brothers, he has no brothers or his brothers do not marry his widow, then if he has a son by another wife, she will become his wife. So it would have been common that Victor eventually, when he passed through puberty, would then perhaps marry one of the women. Now, I don't know that that happened, but I think either it did or Temujin was trying to prevent it because it was bad enough that he was the older brother. When he becomes the older brother and the stepfather, Temujin just couldn't handle that. And he was already, Victor was ordering around, so he would take things like a fish or bird that Temujin had called, and that's perfectly acceptable in the Mongol hierarchy.
So Temujin would catch a fish, and Victor would take the fish.
Yes, it's only recorded once, but perhaps that it's
So that's an okay thing to do for an older brother. Just take stuff.
Yes, he can do anything he wants just about with his younger siblings. That's, yeah. And, but Temujin is not going to stand for it. So, mostly in the record, they kind of put the blame on this fish, which I'm not sort of sure that's really the blame. But the boys had actually taken the sewing needles from their mother, and they were using them for fishing. And I think it's more complicated than that. But for whatever reason, he and his next mother, Husser, decided to kill him. And they did.
Why to use it more complicated than that? It feels to me like stealing of a fish is like the final straw. Here he's being abused over and over and over, and the fish is a symbol of that. So here he takes matters into his own hands.
I think it is the symbol of that. I think it is the thing that pushes him over the edge. But it's all these other tensions of what's going on in the family. Because they shoot him with arrows, they kill him. What happens afterwards is also interesting for the dynamics of what was going on before. Because we hear nothing from Sachiko. She and her younger son, Megatai, they stay with the family. They don't go away. But the one who is outraged is Mother Ergo, his mother. She screams and hollers at him in the longest kind of tirade you can imagine. You will never have anybody in your life except your own shadow. And, you are worse than everything that she could be worse than. She was outraged with on and on and on about it. So she was obviously extremely distressed about it. Whereas Sachiko, the mother of the boy, she may have been distressed, I don't know, but nothing has shown up in the record. So he does have this episode of having killed off his brother. But I don't think it was a deeply meaningful, I think it was important, but I don't think it was a mostly deeply meaningful for Temujin. The brother was gone, the problem was solved, brother is extremely ticked off at him.
But it does show, in fact, it's interesting if it's not a big deal for him, it does show that he's willing to resort to murder to take care of a bad situation.
Yes. He is capable of doing anything that needs to be done to resolve what he sees as a problem. If there was a problem, he resolved it at a very young age. So he had that experience behind him. Now, Victor's younger brother
because it was two-way loyalty from Persia to Temujin and Temujin to Persia. And this is like before he was Genghis Khan.
I think as children, he was too preoccupied with staying alive, getting kind of like fish and roots to eat and things like that, to really be hiding from her all the time. But for whatever reason, she came, and it could be that her family liked him in some way, or that she remembered him, or that she had no other suitors. Because at 17, she should have been married, actually. So I can't explain why, but it was certainly a strong love story after the fact, if not before. I mean, those two were loyal to each other throughout their lives. She was, I would say, the most important person to him. After that,
he went to literal war to get her back.
He risked everything. He was willing to die. He was willing to kill. He was willing to die in order to get her back. And he got her back. And now he's reestablished his relationship with Jabal Khan. So they decide to stay together. And they all go off to the Motorhome Valley. And she is pregnant. This becomes a huge issue for everybody. It's one of those things that to this day almost it's an issue. What happens when he says much later in life, when his own sons rebel against him, and they call it first child of working bastard. He defends his wife viciously. He said to his own sons, you are not there. You do not know who loved who. You did not see the sky turning around. You did not see the stars falling. You did not see the earth turn over. You don't know what was happening. And if I say he is my son, he is my son. Who are you to say otherwise? You were not there. You come from the same warm womb. And if your mother could hear your words, her warm womb would turn to cold stone. So he defended her forever. But he's off now. We go back to the beginning. She's pregnant. They're in the Homerton Valley. And he and Jonah decide to renew their vows of being unknown to each other. So this time,
he accepted that child as his own and defended it as it becomes much more important later as his first child.
Yes, he defends his child through his entire life. And but not long after the birth, he and Jalaka break apart. Or really, it's Timuchin breaks apart at the urging of Krishna. She said he lords it over you too much, he wanders you around too much, you need to be free, you need to break away. She urged him, but he loved his wife more than anything. I think that in a certain way the most important other character in his life, Angel's life, would be the Anga relationship, which gets up and is really tested in the future years. When they run away through the night, they go all night long to escape from him. But he obviously first did the most, took the baby, of course, with him as well.
So here's this breaking point. How did that relationship evolve?
The two of them never claimed to break it. They had just separated. And now we have the Monghan, this the most powerful ruler on the steppe, who's ruling out of central Mongolia, the Karian people. And so Talaka remains loyal to him, but at first so does Temujin. They're both loyal to him, but they're fighting in different kinds of campaigns. So for a while, they're not fighting each other. But eventually, some things happen that separate Temujin. Temujin was making all of these great victories for Monghan. And he was even got the title Mong, which means from Chinese meaning prince or king. Monghan received that from the Jin dynasty because of all of these conquests against the Tatar people. So Temujin was rising up, and then he wanted his son to marry the daughter of Monghan. And Monghan said no. His own son said no. Told the father, no, we don't marry those little people. They're Mongols. They're not like us. We're Korean people. We're not going to marry them. And so then, now, or you could say, brings out a feud really is Mongolia. And Temujin has to flee far away into the east to a place called Balchuna. And he goes to Balchuna, and at this time, then, Jalaka is going to fight on behalf of his lord, Monghan. Two of them do not meet in combat, but now their forces are fighting each other.
And they didn't see that. I mean, there's an obvious tension there. There's an obvious, if slight, breaking of the bond, right?
Yes, it's hard to know what's going through their mind at that point. We only have it later on when the relationship is being resolved in unfortunate ways. They claim that neither one of them ever truly broke it because they never harmed each other directly. And in fact, then Temujin eventually defeats Monghan. So he takes over central Mongolia. He's starting to really rise up now. And he has the title from his own people of Genghis Khan. They give him that Black Heart Mountain by the Blue Lake. It's a very beautiful, special place. But he takes that title, and that's not a title that anyone had ever held that we know of. Genghis Khan. It was a new title that he just thought up, or somebody thought up, or somebody thought it had an auspicious meaning behind it. It's very close to the word Tigris, which means the sea. It could have had something to do with that. Mongolians really like, you might say, puns, or they like words with multiple meanings. And that's very important to them. The more meanings a word has, the more power that word has. So it has different meaning in different languages. So in Mongolian, it sounds like strong, cheap, but in Turkic, and there are many Turkic people, including the market themselves, are mostly Turkic people. It sounds like the sea, Tigris.
So it's exciting to them when there's this double meaning,
Yes.
and then the double meaning plays with each other, and that excites them.
Especially with names. Like today in Mongolia, well, I've been there so long, I think the fad has passed now, but about 20 years ago, it was popular to name the children Michelle. girls because it's a French name, an American name, and it means smile in Mongolia. So it's the power of three great languages and three great cities. And so many names are like that. And so I think Chinggis, it doesn't have one meaning. I think it means powerful, it means the sea, I think it means many different things. But so he had become a Khan, and he was ruling over him. And so Jamaka now switched loyalties to the next kingdom over called the Naiman people, who are farther west. And he becomes the protege, you say, of the Naiman people. But when Genghis Khan attacks the Naiman, Jamaka deserts the Naiman. He tells them these people have snouts of steel and they eat humans alive. And he was telling them all these horrible things about the Mongols, you know. And Payan Khan, the leader of the Naimans, he was rightfully scared of them. And he was left there. And he, in fact, was very quickly also defeated. So Jamaka has not fought against Temujin in this campaign. And he's off with some of his people, Jagadan clan people. He's off with them, and they see the turning of the tide. You know, but he now wants to become the great Khan of the steppe. He has very few followers, but he takes the title Burhan, which is a very old, ancient, important title. But because Khan is gone, Orgohan gone, he can take this title and pretend to be the great Khan of the steppe. You know, but his own people turn against him, and they capture him, and they think they will take him to Genghis Khan. Genghis Khan. They'll take him, and they'll be rewarded, perhaps, for turning him in. When Genghis Khan does reward them immediately, he kills them all, because they have betrayed their leader, who is his mother. It's a very strange encounter. And so, supposedly, Genghis Khan says to him, come back to me, save me, be beside me, protect me, be my shadow, be my safety guard in life. And supposedly, Jamaka says, when I did betray you, when people fought against you, and you will always know that, and you will never completely trust me. I will be like a louse underneath the collar of your tunic. I will be like a thorn in the lapel of your down. He said, kill me without shedding my blood. Let me die. And if you do, take my remains up to a high place and bury me, and I will be the guard. I will be the protector for you and your people forever. So, they obviously Temujin did not participate in the killing, but he ordered the killing. And he was either, it's not specified how he was killed without shedding blood, but the Mongols had several ways, because the most honorable way to die was without shedding blood. The blood contains part of the soul, and if you lose it, you're losing your soul before you die. So they usually wrap them up in felt carpets, and then beat them to death or trample them to death with horses, something like that. There are a couple other methods, but I think that's probably the method by which Jamaka was killed. And so he was killed, and then Temujin had him, Genghis Khan had his remains taken up and buried in a high place. This is over near Tuva, which is today part of Russia. But until the 20th century, it was a part of Mongolia. The Tuvan people very, very close culturally to the Mongols.
It seems that both of them, under relationship, had a deep value for loyalty. And so the way, it's not worth the living after you've been disloyal, which is the Jamaica perspective, right?
He had become very practical at this point, and he understood that you needed complete, total loyalty and trust with everybody around you. And I think for this reason, he U.S. really didn't accept the plea of Jamaika. When Genghis Khan was asking him to come back and to be his shadow and to be his safety guard again, maybe that was just a formality that he knew would be rejected. Or maybe when Jamaika offered to be killed without shedding blood, that was a formality that he thought would not be followed through.
Nevertheless, to me, just reading your work and understanding the history, this relationship seems like a really, really important relationship that defines the nature of loyalty.
Yes, for Genghis. I would say in both negative and positive ways, it was the most important relationship of his adulthood aside from first time. That relationship really did not seem to have many negative aspects. They sometimes disagreed on things, like small things. So she was by him, she was positive in every regard so far as we know forever. Although she was not submissive, but she was always on his side. And Jamaica, he was just a little too hot-headed for me, I mean, in my evaluation of him. These things like, oh, we're going to come down to the market and we're going to come through the smoke, kill everybody and all. And he had a flair for the dramatic, even in a way giving the gold medal to Butcher. But Jamaica also, he explained himself at the end of life. And he said, we both lost our father, but I also lost my mother. And you had a strong mother to raise you. I did not. He said, you had worse time. You have a very strong wife to help you. And my wife, he just used a word like prattler, like she just sort of complains and prattles along, and we did not have her patience. So I think something like that rings true. There were some elements of that were true. But Jonathan certainly didn't have the intelligence and the real genius for dealing with people, dealing with soldiers, especially in warfare, that Temujin had.
Yeah, in that relationship, there's a contrast because Genghis Khan did not accumulate riches or accumulate power in a way that was for the sake of the riches or for the sake of the power. It was always very practical in what is the way to maximize the success of this operation.
Yes, I often wonder what happened to the gold belt. And it's just beautiful, the story. The gold belt doesn't just disappear. What happened to that? It's so interesting because Timucin was never interested in material goods. Now, as Genghis Khan is the ruler, in some ways you could say became the richest man in the world because he controlled the most wealth flowing through him. But he always dressed simply. He always lived in the tent. And he said, I eat what my soldiers eat. I dress the way my soldiers dress. I live the way my soldiers live. We are the same. So, yeah, he had no interest in the wealth. And he had sided before with Anahan, which was very advantageous because they had more trade goods and wealthier people and all. But he just didn't have the temperament, I think, that was going to be helpful for Genghis Khan's continued rise.
That is one of the powerful things about Genghis Khan's stories. He came from nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
And he didn't, from what I see and understand, become corrupted by the riches or change. He fundamentally remained the same.
Yes.
Person who does not have value for material things.
He changed and matured in various ways over life, as we all do, or we hope we do. But he never became avaricious in any way. He was never greedy. He was never inquisitive. He kept the simple life. And part of the simple life for him meant that no one was allowed to write about him. No one was allowed to make his likeness. They couldn't paint a picture of him. They couldn't make a statue of him. No building could be built dedicated to him. No palace, no tomb, no temple of any sort. Not even in the point of death, but the simplest gravestone. Nothing. Nothing.
It's fascinating that a kid, a boy, that doesn't know the world would have the intelligence to understand how corrupting that is. Like the moment somebody builds a statue of you, it's like a slippery slope towards becoming not seeing the world clearly, not seeing, surrounding yourself with sycophants that don't tell you the information, not being able to select the right people to lead the armies or to lead the territories that you conquer. So it's interesting that he had that foresight of don't report, don't worship. That's because that's a dangerous road to go down from there.
And it's very hard to explain how he stuck to that, how he got it. You're so easily corrupted by power, and yet he maintained this very fierce attitude towards his relationship was with the people around him, his guard mostly, or his private part of the army, with him, the central part of the army. That was his relationship, his family. He had 4 wives. This was what was important to him. And in fact, no portrait was painted until 1278. Well, by then he had already been dead for 51 years. And then no statue until the 21st century.
Just incredible. But let's go to the document that you referenced several times, the Secret History.
Secret History is a very unusual document. I haven't done a lot of it very much. But I said, Genghis Khan allowed nothing to be written about him in his lifetime. People couldn't take notes. Even the army was Genghis Khan ordered the invention of the alphabet for the Mongol people, and it was adapted for the Uyghur people. And so to this day, it's often called the Uyghur alphabet, the Uyghur alphabet. So he had ordered that, and he'd ordered his children to learn to read and to write it. Some did, most did not, but some did. But one of the things he did with every campaign, even the one in the market when he rescued Urta, was he always adopted one orphan. And that child became a full member of the Mongol nation in his household. His mother, Urta, would raise this child. So she eventually had a whole household full of boys of different tribes. But they all became very high-ranking members of the government. And one was a Tatar boy who turned out not to be so great as a soldier, but he could read and write. He was the best. And later, eventually, he became the supreme judge, appointed by Genghis Khan, of course. And so when Genghis Khan died, he recognized it was important not just to write down the law. That's all Genghis Khan allowed to be written in blue books, only the law. Nothing about him or campaigns or military anything. But Shigehito was his name. Shigehito realized that this was going to be lost, that this is a great historic thing that has happened. So he compiled the work. Part of it, I don't know if the people contributed, helped him. It's still a little bit unclear. The Mongols, they don't specify that. They always say exactly where something happens. So we know exactly where it happened. You can still go to that spot where he wrote it. That's very important to the Mongols. And we also know it's the year of Lao, so it was in 1228. Genghis Khan had died in 27. So he wrote down, it begins with what we would say are the myths. Well, I'm not sure they're myths, but the origins of myths. It begins with the very great blue wolf with the tawny deer. And some people say, well, that's not a myth. So tell me, all those folks they look at me, if I asked them about this, they said, what? He was named Blue Gray Wolf. She was named Tawny Deer. They married. And here's practical about it. They think they're real people. Maybe they were or not. I don't know. But so this earlier history is just the genealogy as it should be. Who knows? But it's also in there because that Monitor, they call him Monitor the ancestor of Temujin. He's cast out because he's just so dumb. The rest of the family doesn't want him. And his father is undetermined who he was. He kidnapped a Hanghai woman. She has the child who becomes the ancestor to him. So it's a confusing mess, but I tend to think it's probably accurate. There's a lot of good information. And by the time you get to the life of Temujin, the reason we know these intimate things is because that person, Shigehito, he was there, sleeping in the same air with the people. So we even see in there, he will record instances where Merksta sits up in bed and tells her husband, okay, you got to do this, you got to do that, you can't do this anymore, we can't do it's all recorded. So it's a very intimate document. This is one reason that it was secret that had been used to record information in Chinese.
So they're recording the sounds.
The sounds, correct. They used Chinese characters to record sounds. It's always problematic in some little areas you're not exactly sure what the name is or something like that. But it was a very unusual document. And then once they found it, they realized that some of the Persian documents had incorporated part of that already. So that was very helpful to me. Because some of the Persians I trust very much. And, I like their work very much. And so it was helpful that it already existed. And all of it, some of it existed in Mongolian, other Mongolian sources that were written later. Some of it was just incorporated. So it seemed to be fairly genuine, but it wasn't 100% pure. It had little things that happened to it along the way. Some things had been snipped here and there, and a few words changed. And sometimes for Temujin, they called it Genghis Khan. Well, he wasn't Han, Han, which is like chief, and the other time Han, which is emperor. Well, it's a big difference. So there are little things like this that move around that you're not sure why, but it's a document that I have great faith in. It was not published in English until 1982 when Francis Woodman Cleaves at Harvard University translated it in the 50s. It was ready for publication, and he was having trouble with the publisher, and so it didn't appear for nearly 30 years. It was supposed to be two volumes. The first volume is the translation. The second volume was going to be the notes, and the second volume was lost. To this day, it hasn't been found. I would love to see that, but anyway, now it's in all languages throughout the world.
Can you clarify? So there's two volumes. The 19th century Chinese manuscript covers the first volume.
Yes, that was translated and then published by Harvard University. But the notes were just the notes from the scholar Francis Woodman Cleaves. Those were his notes, not Mongolian notes. There are Chinese notes that went with it because the Chinese had trouble understanding a lot of things in it, and they disapproved of some things, so they were trying to put their own notes in the margins to kind of correct the story and explain away why the Mongols women would be often marrying their stepson. It just did not match with Confucian ethics. So there's several things like that that they try to skip around. So it's interesting just to read the Ming Dynasty notes that are attached to it. But the document itself, Mongolian notes from Zhou, it's just so important. For me, it was the guiding document. I didn't want to be guided by anything else first. Everything else I would check to correlate and fill in blanks and get more information. But I went to Mongolia to travel around to those places because they are so exacted there and to feel it. And it's so important, I think, because the history does not live in books. History does not live in archives or even libraries as much as I need them for my work. But history lives in the people. History lives in the memory of the people and the culture. And for example, the episode with the kidnapping of Persia. So I went to that place, but I didn't know when it happened, what season it happened. It was very important for figuring out the verse that came afterwards and other events that were being correlated. Very important to me. And so I'm just talking to the people who live in that valley, the nomads there. They said, oh, it's clear. It was the winter. I said, oh, where did you read that? I said, no. Betty Clarkson was on the ground and she could feel the vibration. She said, look, this is summertime now. You're not going to feel any vibrations. The ground here is so soft. Suddenly, a whole important piece that I've been searching for just came together from some nomad sitting there next to his horse. And he was absolutely right. It could only happen in the winter. And that also correlates with the time that reading was done. So it correlates with other historic factors. But then that gave me the time basis for figuring out a lot of other things. History lives in the people.
Just to linger on that point, you visited different places that were important to the story of Genghis Khan. What did it feel like? What are some memorable things about just the experience of standing there?
I really said almost in the visit the cities he had conquered across Central Asia and all, like, there was so little to learn. I mean, everything was kind of known, or whatever the chroniclers had recorded. The archaeologists had found whatever they had found. And I get there, and he hadn't spent much time there. He didn't identify with it. I wasn't feeling anything. But in Mongolia, I would go to these places, and I would know if Genghis Khan came back today, he would know exactly where he is. There's no road, there's no sign, there's no building, there's no power line going, nothing. And just to smell the air, to feel it, to see the animals, to see what kind of animals live here, what kind of plants are growing here. You begin to get a feeling for how he was thinking. And then you begin to see, I know which direction they came from. The only direction they could come from was that way. You begin to see it, and his life starts to unfold in a very dramatic way. Then I have the text. But the text is like it has no scenery, no prompts, nothing like that. The Mongols all understand their way of life. They don't need to explain anything. They know which way the gear faces with the sun. They know all these things. But for me, that's how I learned it. It was from being with the people. It was the most important thing. And this was starting in the 1990s. And the people, they were, at this time, they were amazed to know. I would come, the Soviet era had just ended, socialism was just ending, democracy was starting. Genghis Khan had been forbidden to them for almost the entire century. And every known descendant of Genghis Khan was killed in Mongolia. Following the secret history never became the key to writing what I wrote. Take the history, which is difficult to understand. You have to go over it. I often never understand different parts, or I change my mind. I think it was yes, now it's no. But the secret history is a valuable document. And to me, also, it's the opening document of Mongolian written language. And I think it's very important how the people begin their written language. And they begin it with the words, anything is from highest heaven came the destiny of the blue wolf who was married to the tawny deer and their descendants, came from the great sea to live in the base of Rothschild'S.
And then integrating the spiritual elements of nature, the mountains, the great sea, and this kind of just like a deep connection to nature that they have.
Mongolia is a world that, for the most part, is the same as when Genghis Khan was there. We cannot say that for hardly any other place in the world. I mean, certainly not for America, but just a few hundred years ago, it was entirely different. People, languages, everything. But you can't say it for London or Moscow or Constantinople, Istanbul, Constantinople. All of these things have changed so much. But Mongolia is still Mongolia. It's one of the largest countries in the world in space, with the fewest number of people. Today, 3.3 million. And they're spread out, and they live in their environment in such an intimate way. This was important for learning about Genghis Khan, how he thought, how he hunted, how he strategized for war. You learn that from the people today because they are still there. They're still living.
What's the open Mongolian steppe like as we return to the feeling Temujin and Genghis Khan? What's it like looking at this place that has not changed since his time?
First thing I think about the steppe is that you can see forever in every direction. There's no building, nothing to stop your line of view. And it's like being in the ocean in many ways. So you have this extremely open space, and the wind is usually blowing through it. But it's extremely fresh. It's coming out of Siberia, it's coming out of the Arctic, it sweeps down across Mongolia. Cold is the thicket sometimes, but it's always fresh, always fresh. So you have the wind coming in, you have the smell of the wind, but also then there's grass. The smell of grass becomes very important. Now, because of the particular location, from one year to another, one area may have grass one year, and then drought the next year, another area has grass. So you don't always know. If it's not grass, it's dust. You have dust. again, the dust doesn't smell so good, it doesn't feel so good. But that's just one more part of the country. The waters are mostly pure. Now, unfortunately, there has been pollution in this century from mining in several areas. But even when I was there, even today, when we were talking about it live, so it's a place of pure waters, and that's how Mongolians define their world is by the water. They don't. Genghis Khan does not give lands to his sons to rule. He gives waters and people to rule. They do not refer to the earth as land. They refer to the earth as Dai, ocean, the sea. And so water is very important. To learn the rules about water, you don't camp by water. If you camp by water, your animals and you are going to be polluting it, messing it up. So then back, maybe there are a lot of trips about a kilometer back. You take the animals to the river to drink, and then you take them away. You do not bathe in that river. You take the water away from the river, and you bathe away from the river, so you do not pollute the river. The rules are very strict and very clear. They're from the time of Genghis Khan about how to deal with it. But also, it's dangerous to it close to the river because there are flash floods in the summertime. You can suddenly have it, and it can wipe away if your camp is right there by the water. So the people, they live with nature in a way that I don't see anywhere else in the world. And even today, with the changes with the cell phone and with solar panels, they can get TV out in the middle of the step. Still, they're living a similar life. The young people, of course, want to drive a motorbike, but they're still herding cows and yaks and camels. If it's on a motorbike, okay. They're still doing it the local way.
But then if we go to the time of Temujin, of Genghis Khan, another component is the horses. We talk about their relationship with the horse, or taking on this open step. From a young age, they've been, all Mongols are trained to master riding horses, as you ride while standing on the horse. They learn how to ride while standing on the horse from a young age. While standing on the horse, they often jousted with one another to see who could knock the other off. When their legs go long enough to reach the stirrups, they were also taught to shoot arrows and to lasso on horseback, making targets out of leather pouches that they would dangle from poles that they would blow in the wind. The youngsters practiced hitting the targets from horseback at varying distances and speeds. The skills of such play proved invaluable to horsemanship later in life. Can you speak to the relationship of Genghis Khan and the Mongols to horses?
The Mongol and the horse are inseparable. I wrote one line in the book that the editor because I was insulting. I said, the Mongol and the horse, they live together, they know each other within a twinge of a muscle, and they smell the same. Well, I was saying it just not to be insulting about anything, but they have that deep intimacy, and the horses do know their owner from the smell. This is very important. It's also important for Genghis Khan because they made the flags, called the salt, out of the horse hair from their own horses. And so in battle, they used it for a very practical purpose, and that is the horses would return to their source because they knew the smell of their flag. It was other members of their own herd. So language itself, I have never ever mastered all the words just for the colors of horses, much less for all the other things about them. I can remember Mongolians being out there in the countryside and saying, oh, I want to learn English. I said, okay, yeah, that's nice. You teach me some words in Mongolian, I'll teach you the words. Okay, then what color is that horse? I say, brown. They would say, brown. I say, yes. Okay, what color is that horse? Brown. And then it's what? Well, you said this color was brown. What color is this? So what? I mean, it's just amazing. I mean, they have words based on how smooth the coloring is, the variation in the texture, and all the different. Today in English, sometimes you can put them together. We say like yellow brown or green brown or you know. But the words for horses, of course, by sex, and then they have three because they have geldings, so they're very important too. And by age, and by whether or not they reproduced in the case of the female, all these things are important parts of the horse. And the horse, a few years ago, a presidential candidate ran under the slogan, "Raised with many fast horses." Resonates with the Mongolian spirit, and the dust itself is important. The Mongolians, they will wipe the sweat and the dust off the horse and wipe it onto their own forehead, which is the most sacred part of the body where the soul resides. This is how intimate the relationship is with the horses. And they're hard on them in some ways. They train them very well. They ride them very hard. But the horses are also trained for that. They use a very small crop. It's a little bit like a stick with a slight whip at the end, and they hit the rump of the horse. Never anything else. They're horrified at Western people who use metal spurs and metal to harm the horse in the stomach. And to harm the head of a horse, they say it's a capital crime. Now, I don't know anyone's ever executed for it, but you never ever harm a horse's head. So horses are important in every way. Even religiously important with the making of the fermented horse's milk. That the mother goes out every morning and she throws some to each of the four directions to start the day. And they use it for every kind of thing. Some things puzzled me that in my watching, I remember one day being with a very nice, happened to be on a gelding day where there were a bunch of gelding would-be stallions. We don't get to be stallions, but one of this family, they had a bunch of boys, and all of them got like one or two girls, or like 4 or 5 boys. And one boy was maybe 11 years old. He fell from the horse. You could see it not so far away. He fell from the horse. He did get up. No one moved. And they all kind of turned attention away. And I thought, what am I supposed to say? This boy fell down. Somebody go get him. No. And then the boy was trying to hobble back. He still had the reins, so his horse was, but he couldn't rebound. He was trying to hobble back, so his little brother went out to help him come in. And they came into the gear and they sat down. The mother just turned her back. And I'm thinking, how on earth did you do this? This is a child. This is your child. But 2 weeks later, by chance, another boy who was practicing for NADA, annual races, like this boy had been doing, he was off in an area right close to the forest and mountain area, and the horse bolted, come off through the woods. He was knocked off by a tree, and then the horse went deeper into the woods. I followed him, the boy became lost. The boy was 12 years old. He was lost for 2 weeks, and he lived. I would have died in 48 hours. He lived. He said, well, he slept in the daytime when it was warm. He walked at night when it was cold. Even though this was the summertime, the nights could be quite cold as the summertime. And he sang loudly all night long to keep the wolves away. But he knew what to eat. And then he walked until he found water moving, and then he would follow that water down to the river. He lived. And I realized, the boy falls from the horse, his mother's not going to be there. She knows that. It's probably hard for her too to see her boy suffer, but she knows.
Just a small tangent. There's a wrestler named Gary Cole. He tells the story about mental toughness. And the first time he saw truly mentally tough people was when he visited Mongolia for a wrestling tournament. And he remembered that they were taking showers in ice cold water. And, all the other wrestlers that would take the shower, and then when the water hits them, you could see a little grimace. But for the Mongols, there was just not, it was emotionless. Sort of like ice cold water or any other kind of hardship. It built a hardness to it. And I suppose that from the horse is just an example of that. There's a mental hardness and a mental toughness.
You have to be able to take care of yourself. And with the weather, for example, often in that time, and still today, some people, if
they had for the horses and the horse riding skill that they developed throughout their life created one of the most unstoppable military forces in history. So if we just talk about the mounted archery that they've employed in war, the Mongols were able to do targeted shooting accurately at 200 meters or more while riding fast, up to speeds of 60 kilometers an hour, right? So there's a lot to say. Like, you have the time, and just watching some of the videos, it's just incredible how stable you can be on top of a horse. And I guess you're supposed to be shooting in a moment of the gallop where all 4 feet of the horse are off the ground. Because you have to time all of that. You have to position your body to maintain balance. And then there's the skill of the actual holding and shooting the bow accurately. There's obviously the technology of the composite bow, the recon bow. They've also used crossbows later, adapted the technology. And there's a particular kind of thumb draw that you use for shooting with the composite bow that works for a horse. It's not the thing is bouncing up and down, right? So you have to not drop the arrow. It's incredible to be able to shoot while the horse goes 60 kilometers an hour. Anyway, can you speak to this kind of exceptional excellence that Genghis Khan and the Mongols had for riding horses and engaging in war off of the horse?
Mongol, the horse, and the bow were a perfect combination. And it was the most lethal weapon known to the world before the modern era. It was incredible, the synchronization and the timing of the movements, and also the years of skill. The fact that from absolute birth, the Mongols would be on a horse. And by 3 years old, they would probably be riding alone on a horse. Now, when I first went to Mongolia in the 1990s, at that time, all jockeys on horses for races had to be under 6 years old. That was the age limit. The cutoff was 6 years old at that time. And so you had some as 3 years old racing up there. It was absolutely incredible. Of course, at that age, they can't even have a saddle because they can't even be used. So they're just, all they're doing is staying on the horse. The horse has been trained to do what it has to do, and they just stay on it. But by staying on it, they learn the horse to become one. And not just one horse with one rider, but one rider with several horses. And usually 5 is the number that you should have for you when you go off to battle. And this ability that it shoots, you have to defend your animals. There are rules around foxes and other things. In some areas, there were even tigers and other animals that would come in, and you had to be able to shoot and defend it against other people who might be raping you. So they became excellent archers. They had composite bows that were very powerful, much more powerful than those of more sedentary people. Now, I say all that because it's very important, but those are all sort of nomadic traits of the great steppe anyway. I mean, in an earlier version, you had the Huns who came out of Mongolia, and Hun is just the Mongolian word for human. To this day, that's what they say for human beings. So they came out of Mongolia, and all the early Turkic groups came out of Mongolia, and they had the similar skills. So you have this perfect weapon, but also you have to have perfect strategy and how to coordinate it and organize it and use it. And this is where the genius that I cannot explain at all, but the genius of Genghis Khan came in. Other people, I think, had been very good in earlier times, a number of Turkic leaders, and also, or even Attila the Hun, who, of course, was actually born in the West. But they were charismatic leaders and very dramatic leaders, and it wasn't that they were so excellent in their strategy. They were very good in warfare, and that's what carried them through. Genghis Khan's army was extremely good in warfare, but small. He never got probably above 100,000, the most 110,000. That is small. When you're going against China, that has millions just in the army, not counting the country, and you're going against Russia, and you're going against the Middle East and Persia and Afghanistan, these areas, your whole army has to be as finely is each rider, each bow, and each horse. That's the weapon. What the army becomes the super weapon of Genghis Khan. How he organized it, and how he used it, and the strategies that he put together.
Yeah, when you have a small army, just think about that. A small army that conquered the world.
It would fit in a stadium today in America.
So there's extreme efficient coordination of units. Most cavalry, right?
All cavalry.
With all cavalry.
He had no infantry, and he had no baggage train. He had no backup commissary. Early on, no engineer corps. Later, one was added much later. But no, all cavalry.
And so there's light cavalry and heavy cavalry. Breaking down units using the decimal system, 10, 100, 1,000. So there's a kind of hierarchy where you delegate authority, but to the degree there's commands, they must be followed strictly. So for like extremely efficient, accurate, precise deployment of these troops in the battlefield and the dynamic movement of the troops, including all the interesting tactics that were utilized, you have to have really good communication and coordination. And for that, orders must be followed. Is there something to speak to that? Like, how do you tune this kind of system to where everybody is working together so well?
I think the first one is the extreme loyalty of the people whom Genghis Khan chose. His kinsmen, as we said, had deserted him. His Anga was a questionable relationship. But all the others that he found were just common people, herders or hunters, very common, and they were loyal to him and never, ever revolted against him, never betrayed him. So he had extreme loyalty. And then, as you mentioned, he organized his decimal system. So the smallest unit of the army was the Aft, the squad of 10 men. They were put together, and then the head of that squad, he had total control over it. What the men knew, they were going to protect each other, and they had to come back with every member or every body. You don't leave anybody behind. So this was extremely important. So if you submit to the orders of the man in charge, you know that he's risking his own life for you also. And you know that your brother on the left and on the right is risking his life with you. The army they were organized with 5 horses, each man. They had their bow and they had a lot of arrows, as many as they could have, but they also retrieved arrows at the end of their battle. And they also would retrieve the enemy arrows. This was a great advantage whenever they hit Russia, because the Russians could not use Mongolian arrows. They could knock them in their bow. But the Mongols could use Russian arrows. So all these little things, but it's not even just the arrow. Also, they had to carry needle and thread. Every soldier had to be able to sew. And sometimes that could be a torn garment. It could be a piece of skin or a wound that somebody has. It's a very odd thing when you go to the army of Genghis Khan and they're carrying everything themselves. They don't have any factory behind them. And then one of the things they have to carry is needle and thread in order to sew up things.
Complete self-reliance.
Yes. They also carry dried dairy products. Bottled, it's called, where they dry curd, and they can keep it for a couple of years even. But you dry it, and then when you need it, you can put it in a flask of water. You ride all day, it joggles up and down, move, move, move. It turns into kind of thick protein. It said that the Mongols could easily go 3 to 5 days without ever building a fire. You have enough food there. So all these little things at the lowest level were important, as well as the highest level of his loyalty of his men to him. And it went all the way down. Loyalty was extremely important. And he organized the army into left wing, right wing, or east and west, Mongols. The word for left is east, the word for right is west. So those 2 wings, and then in the middle was the center, this moving center. That was his bodyguard and his unit in the middle. Then you say they'd have a vanguard and a rear guard. Sometimes the vanguard would go out as much as 2 years in advance to clear the land, run the people away, scare them, make them go away, so that the used the best people, but he was willing to train them as much as possible. He never punished them for what happened. So Shiki Hutto, for example, the Supreme Judge, he was in command one time of a group in a battle in Afghanistan, and he lost the battle. This is very, very unusual for Mongols. So Genghis Khan went out with him and said, okay, let's go to the battlefield together and look it over. And you explain to me what you did, and then we will talk about it. So he was very thoughtful in the way that he was training the people around him. And they knew they were going to be punished. It's not like these countries where the general comes back and gets executed because he lost. No, Genghis Khan knows every general is going to try 100%. And if they retreat, fine. They're saving all their lives. They know what to do. He respects that. So all these things like that fit together. But I think a part of it that was important for him, so he had this base from steppe warfare already. The horse, the archery, and how that all fit together. But he was very quick to embrace any kind of other technology that he saw. I think that sedentary armies, like sedentary civilizations, they get stuck in their ways. This is how we do it. We're going to make it a little faster, we're going to make it a little bigger, a little stronger. But this is how we think. Genghis Khan had no set way to think. And when he encountered the first walled cities around 1209, after founding his nation in 1206, he went out on these raids. And I really think they were raids, not wars at first. So he went into Taiga territory of what's now northwestern China in the upper reaches of the Yellow. So he went there, and of course the cities have walls around them. This man who's never encountered a wall in his life. Well, they did, but they were made out of felt. The walls around his tent are felt walls.
Yeah, just imagine what it's like the first time in your life seeing a wall. When you come from Mongolians that where there's very few natural wall-like things.
Well, they have like the wall cliffs in some places. They're familiar with that. They can climb them, but they don't have people in the top shooting down the mountain. So he looked at everything around him, and he saw, okay, they have this river, and they have all these channels, and they're always moving water around. And like we said, for Mongol, anything that moves is a potential weapon. Anything that doesn't move is a target. You've got moving water, you've got a standing, non-moving wall. So he said, okay, the men are going to dig channel, and they're going to bring down the wall of the Taiwan city. Well, they did it, but they didn't know exactly what they were doing, and the embankments weren't high enough, and too much water came in from the Yellow River and actually flooded out the Mongol camp. But okay, it happened. We learned that lesson. So we can improve it. And that became a strategy that actually worked for the Mongols for the next 50 years, all the way to Baghdad. They were able to use it when they conquered Baghdad in 1258. So this ability to see things and to try them, and if they fail, to try them in a different way. We all think we learn from our mistakes. We all go, I learned from that. What do? We repeat the mistake. I think it's just a part of human nature. Well, it didn't work the first 8 times, but I'm going to do it one more time. I think it's going to work. I know I'm going to win the lottery this time because I got the right number. That's how we think. But he had that real ability to, first of all, to be humble before these other things he didn't know about technology. I don't understand that he didn't understand, but he could understand it in his own way. And he did. Over and over, the Mongols were excellent in putting together new things in new ways and using them against their enemies.
So, rapid, extreme, continued innovation. You couple that with you have to say, a revolutionary idea that promotion should be based on merit. That idea, combined with the innovative approach to the military, it just feeds in itself. Because the people who are learning from their mistakes and constantly improving their once again promoted in the positions of power, and then they inspire everybody else to do the same. And so it's just, if every action is judged based on the excellence of that action, and over time, repeated iteration in war, creates a more and more powerful army.
Yes, yes. And then they were able to do that for 3 generations to create an army that was ever expanding, ever changing its tactics and its technology. And they got worse at it over time. But Genghis Khan was the one who innovated it. He was the best with it, and he used it throughout his lifetime, and he was getting better over his lifetime with using foreign information, foreign technology, foreign ideas. He just had a genius for that.
If we will go back to the horses, you mentioned every soldier had 5 horses. The reason for that is the horses get tired.
Yes,
And so you can cover a lot of ground in a single day.
yes. Usually, the way the rotation of the horse would usually run for one day and then rest for the next 4 to 5 days, and then another horse would be running the next day. One way to measure it is later in the final day when they hung. The word went from Mongolia to Hungary in 6 weeks.
Going into Hungary in 6 weeks. So let's just imagine this army that's able to move at such high speed, does not need to follow roads because it's used to riding the open stuff. So it can do all kinds of dynamic movements and circling.
Yes.
And then also, one of the other famous things is the phased retreat. It was used continuously. Can you explain how that worked?
The Mongols did not fight for honor the way we often think of brave soldiers, Achilles, and things like that. They fought for victory. That was the one thing. So to retreat, to save lives, there's no shame in that. So the Mongols would often retreat, and Genghis Khan basically, he himself never fought a battle that he thought he could lose, and he won every battle he fought. It wasn't true for every general under him, as we said for Shigimoto, for example. But he won every battle because there was no shame in retreating and in not fighting out against the enemy. However, that also becomes a tactic, and that they would send in a small group of soldiers to attack. And the Mongols were able to fire, of course, going forward on the horse. They were able to then act like they were defeated and turn, but they could still fire backwards, which was the target shot, which is unusual in the world, not totally unique, unusual to fire backwards. But the Mongols also could lean down and fire under the neck of a horse, so they protected. They had many different ways. So they're firing coming, they're firing going. But usually the soldiers who were against them would break ranks to chase them. They want to go, they want to get their weapons, they want to kill the Mongols. And if they didn't immediately break ranks, the Mongols would often start throwing things out like wood from someplace and valuables around, and the soldiers usually couldn't resist it. So they'd come chasing out after the Mongols, sort of pell-mell going in every different direction. And then they would get to a certain point, and from behind the 2 hills, the Mongol army would come and swarm. Over and over, this tactic worked. It's like the one with the water. I'm thinking of the people. How could they not know this is what the Mongols are doing? How could they not know that?
Human nature, there's something that when horses are retreating, you can't help it. I don't know what that is. That's maybe the animalistic, but take that with the ability at high speed Mongols to encircle and attack the flanks, which there's been many great military historians who have written about the great military forces throughout history. And one of the things you write about in general is the Mongols don't get written about almost at all, and don't get credit for the military tactics and the military genius exhibited through the different strategies. This kind of idea of the big retreat and then attacking the flanks, that's been, if not invented, then perfected by Genghis.
It really was a military genius. But there were other things too. They didn't like roads. They just didn't like the roads. So they would often be coming from some direction that nobody ever came from, and the people would be unprepared for that. The most famous example is probably Bukhara, This is just a beautiful, wonderful city and great place in the world to this day. And they came across the desert. Although they had ever attacked across the sky, they didn't go over caravan. They don't even know what's going on. But it was the direction. There was a surprise element in that particular case. So he was able to think in ways that other people were not thinking and how to be able to surprise them.
What do you think it again felt like to have this Mongol armada, the horses? The ground must shake when you have that many horses. What do you think it feels like to be in a town when Genghis Khan is approaching?
I think that terror was one of the greatest weapons that he had. He cultivated this reputation of ferocity. Not only did he win battles, but he didn't allow people to write about him, as we said, but he encouraged refugees. And when he conquered a city, he always made sure there were plenty of refugees to go to the next city because it's going to weaken them, it's going to weaken their food supply, and they're going to terrorize the people with tales of the millions of people that the Mongols killed with their steel chiseled teeth and eating children and all kinds of horrible tales. Genghis Khan encouraged it. You know, this is propaganda. It's terrorism of a mental sort to weaken the enemy. And so when you hear, or even if you know they're coming, you see the dust, you hear the kind of roar that comes with all those horses and the trembling of the earth. It must have been truly terrifying.
So psychological warfare was a part of the whole process. But as I understand, there was always an offer for the towns and the territories being attacked for them to surrender peacefully without the loss of life. And the alternative would be the near complete loss of life. Can you speak to that?
Genghis Khan had a precise system. Exactly. He sent in envoys first to explain to the people a little bit about the Mongols. Already much was known, but to explain to them that if they surrendered, all the lives would be spared, and they could continue in their professions. It's just that now the rulers would be the Mongols. They would have to pay the taxes, and usually be the same taxes they paid before, but now they would go to the Mongols. That was kind of the general system. And because you only have 100,000 soldiers, you can't leave a detachment there. So you're going to leave the local people in charge to run their country or their city or their area the way they have done in the past. He was absolutely faithful to that. In one episode in the north of Persia, modern Iran, his son-in-law, Tokhtar, he violated that and was stealing and looting from the people who had surrendered. Genghis Khan called him in, and he stripped him of his rank, and he said, the next city, you go first as a combat soldier. And of course, he was killed in the next battle. I don't know the name of the daughter, unfortunately. I'm trying to figure that out. But anyway, he was a close relative to him, and he was killed in the next battle, violating his law. So that was the law. So then, if the city fought, and the Mongols fought, they did not kill everyone. What they did was they killed all the leaders. They felt like the elite had not served them well, and they used to kill the army because they couldn't incorporate the army into their rule. The army had failed, but the one thing that they valued was all the artisans, everybody who had a skill, and that skill could be making a pot, it could be hammering out a metal plate, it could be weaving carpets, it could be translating or just reading and writing. Every person with a skill was spared. So the killing of the people who were defeated wasn't so severe. What was truly severe was if you surrendered, and many of them did, and then they knew they would not be harmed, so they're not harmed. The Mongols go on. The Mongols are hundreds of miles away, and all of them forget about the Mongols. Genghis Khan said word they were supposed to send so many cows or sheep to help out. Forget about the Mongols. They're far away, and so he no. He stopped. He returned. He conquered the city, and he killed everyone. That's the way it worked.
So the most drastic slaughter happens when there's an agreement and betrayal.
Yes. As it turned out, I would say it was more the Middle East, or what we call it around Iran and Afghanistan, where these were the worst cases. And I'd say only in Afghanistan did sometimes the emotion of the slaughter was a grandson whom he loved very much, and that grandson traveled with him, and he had the happy childhood that Temujin had not had. And I think Genghis Khan just loved that about him. But in Afghanistan, he was sent off to conquer the valley of Bamiyan, where the Greek Buddhists are actually. He was sent to Bamiyan, and as it says in the Persian history, the thumb of fate fired the arrow that shot him down. He was killed. And for Genghis Khan, he had never lost a family member, not one. None of his sons, none of his grandsons in battle. He had not lost them. And now to lose the most valuable grandson you have, the one that your pride and joy in so many ways. And so he called the father of his own son to him, did not tell him, and he did not announce it to the public. And the son came, and the son didn't know why he was being summoned. And Genghis Khan said, "You have to tell me that you will not cry or moan when I tell you this, but your son is no more." And the father no one was allowed to moan. No one was allowed to cry. No one was allowed to do anything. He said, make them cry. He came down on the people of Afghanistan so harshly. And it went on for weeks and weeks, the killing in Afghanistan. And then it just kind of wore itself out. He recognized that he had allowed his emotions to overcome practicality, and the slaughtering of these people should stop. So he did. But that's the only time I know of that he really kind of lost control of his own emotions. And it's something we can all understand, but his response was truly extreme. We will not cry, we will not mourn. They will cry, they will mourn.
So that goes against the cold, rational way he approached war, which is peace is offered and then betrayal is punished.
But he did not slaughter the people in the peaceful towns. What happened was the killing of what people thought was the heir, you know, may have been, of Genghis Khan. The killing of him revitalized a lot of people's homes, and a lot of cities revolted. The ones who did not revolt were not killed. But the cities who were revolted, he killed them all. There was a mass slaughter.
There are estimates that Genghis Khan and his Mongol Empire were responsible for an estimated 40 million deaths, approximately 10% of the world's population. So to put this number into perspective of the modern day, that would be equivalent to killing about 800 million people in today's population. So how should we think about the brutality of numbers like these?
The number itself is difficult to deal with. Millions of people were killed. For every family that lost someone, it's a total loss. It doesn't matter what the number is, it's a tremendous loss. And there was tremendous loss of life, as in every war. I don't think we should judge him any differently than other conquerors in history and other countries today that fight wars, including our own country. And whatever we are willing to permit our country to do, we should be able to understand why Genghis Khan or the Mongols did. You look today in the world, people are killing children, women, civilians, every day. Every day. It's always in the name of something, in the name of peace, or in the name of God, or in the name of our nation. There are always reasons for the killing. And the United States is certainly involved with that. Supplying the weapons for bombing people, invading Afghanistan, fighting in Iraq, fighting in Syria. The United States is very involved. And it's always, but we're defending democracy. And yeah, we brought a hell of a lot of democracy to Afghanistan. We killed a lot of people. You can even look back to World War II, our great moment of democracy and bringing freedom and democracy to Germany today. We talked to Polly. country by killing women and children. That's America. That's us. My father fought in that war. In fact, he fought it all. He fought in Vietnam, he fought in that war, and he fought in Korea. And he was a good American. There was nothing wrong with it. But I don't even condemn America, but I'm saying, how can we condemn one set of people for doing it and then excuse it in ourselves? But we tend to do that. We, especially barbarian people, people from the steppe, for example, we tend to demonize them. Or any enemy we have, we tend to demonize them.
You said a lot of interesting things there. So one is just the very nature of war. War is hell. Then sometimes things like tribalism, they talk about, which is an act of essentially terror, in the same style as Genghis Khan, in an attempt to prevent further war.
It's a justification. People are always fighting for peace. Always fighting for peace. World War I was to make the world safe for democracy and peace. In World War II, well, what happened? We went to war in Korea. We went to war in Vietnam. We bombed Cambodia. We bombed Laos. We bombed Afghanistan. We bombed Syria. We bombed Iraq. We're always fighting for. I'm not a pacifist. I am not. I grew up surrounded with soldiers, and I'm not a pacifist. But I am trying to be a realist. That all nations kill. It happens everywhere.
So can we universally also then, the way you're passionately criticizing wars of the 20th century, can we also criticize Genghis Khan and Alexander the Great and the wars fought by Caesar and others in the Roman Empire? And they're essentially wars of conquest. And in some human way were not necessary, or were not defensive. They're just part of this human drive to expand, to explore, and to accumulate power. Maybe this is a good place to also talk about somebody I respect a lot, Dan Carlin of Hardcore History Podcast. He did an amazing series on Genghis Khan and Mongols called Wrath of the Khans. I recommend people go listen to it. So he had a lot of interesting ideas there. One of them, he presented the idea of historical arsonists. So referring to figures who caused this destruction, but also paved the way for new developments and progress. Basically making this complicated case that destruction often in history paves the way for progress. So what do you think about this?
Creative destruction, it certainly works in some aspects of life. Even with ourselves, for example, if we can creatively destroy some of our habits and build new ones, it sometimes works. Or we can destroy relationships that we're in order to create new ones that can work. When you start applying it to world history, it does become a little bit more difficult. I certainly think that these episodes create great changes. You can see great changes that happen because of the Mongol Empire. Now, whether or not that's a good reason for the Mongol Empire having happened, it seems like a bit of a stretch for me. The Mongols helped to unify many countries. You can think Korea had been three, basically, kingdoms pushed together. Everything that you see in China today was a part of the Mongol Empire. They put together North China, South China, Tibet, Manchuria, and it was a little bit larger under the Mongols. Even Russia, with so many little kingdoms and duchies and dukedoms, and the center had been in the Ukraine and Yin, and they shifted the focus out of Ukraine and more towards what we call Russia now, and they began the process of the unification that had a great impact on the country. So, in a way, it's a new creation. Yes, it does arrive out of the destruction. Also, I think we need to look, where does the destruction come from? It often comes because for the 20 years. We had made the Taliban stronger before when we were fighting against the Russians. And then we kicked them out, and then they kicked us out. But some of the Taliban leaders are from the Jatrak clan, who's descended from Jamuk family, from his clan. This is what I mean when I say that the ramifications from that time are still with us. We don't even see it. When Saddam Hussein went on television for the last time in Iraq and played with his people, he said the Mongols, meaning Americans, the Mongols have returned. The Mongols have returned. He said the Americans are just the new I can see it. I don't accept it. But I can see how people think. If we can be honest with ourselves and strip away our own lies about ourselves, then perhaps we will be more ethical in our dealings with other people.
And there's a fact that you can talk about. I mean, the unification of China, Mongols or otherwise, is a very important step in the history of China that permeates to today. And then there's a lot of stuff that we'll talk about. The ideas of religious freedom, the postal network, the trade routes, all of this. There's a lot of progressive consequences of the Mongol conquest of the Mongol Empire. We'll talk about that, but let's linger on the heavier topics a little bit longer. Like we were talking about Dan Carlin. He was critical of your work a little bit, showing your respect, but also a little bit critical as being a bit too emphasizing and focusing a lot of the positive impacts correctly and accurately, but not giving enough airtime on describing the brutality of the killing, the hell that is war. So can you understand his criticism?
Guilty. I'm guilty.
Steve Maddox.
Carl is a very smart man. I respect him very much. I like him tremendously. And he's right. But that is not what I want to stress. It's not that I want to deny the killing. It's not that I want to deny the war. It's pretty much the same everywhere in the world. And how much do we need to say about how the wall was broken down, how this unit was defeated, and all? No, it's what comes afterwards. Just as the story of our life begins far earlier than we are born.